Hansen frowned, and a 3-foot-long pipe that looked like it was made of gray stone showed up in his hands. That stone pipe was a Geno core called Blow Blood that Hansen had obtained from Ghost Eye. He had been using his Geno core Real Blood to break its restrictions, so both Geno cores had been sitting and used in his Sea of Soul. Hansen almost forgot about it, until he heard a voice in his head. Obtained Emperor Geno core Blow Blood. Hansen then discovered that the restrictions on Blow Blood had been removed by Real Blood, and the Emperor core had been activated, so that Hansen could use it anytime. Hansen needed to use the Blood Legion technique to summon Destiny's Tower, so he wouldn't be able to use that core for very long. Now that he had another Emperor Geno core, it was time for Hansen to see how useful it would be. So Ghost Eye wasn't lying. It is indeed an Emperor Geno core, Hansen whispered, lifting Blow Blood in his hands. The fact that the panther had told the truth was actually rather surprising. He saw Destroyer Wolf approaching him, so he didn't have much time to think anymore. Hansen infused his power into Blow Blood, and he used it like a knife. He raced toward Destroyer Wolf with it. Dang! A terrifying force hit Blow Blood, and Hansen lost his grip on the Geno core. It flew out of his hands. Hansen also hit the mountain behind him, spitting blood out. Damn! Is that really an Emperor Geno core? Why is it completely useless? Hansen was deeply upset the Geno core didn't seem to be doing him any good. Other than being so solid that even the Destroyer Wolf's teeth couldn't break it, it didn't exert any exceptional power, and it was even inferior to Hansen's Taya sword. The Destroyer Wolf didn't give Hansen a chance to think. It dashed toward Hansen in an instant. With its powers of death and space, it reached toward Hansen's chest. Wung! Hansen summoned his Destiny's Tower. After a shocking sound, Blow Blood flew up off the ground and shot toward Hansen like an arrow. The Destroyer Wolf sensed that something was flying toward it with incredible energy. It gave up attacking Hansen and tried to dodge. Blow Blood fell into Hansen's palm. Blow Blood was rippling with power. Hansen grabbed it with his hands, but he didn't know how to use it. That strike had proven that Blow Blood shouldn't be used like an ordinary blade or sword, so Hansen couldn't figure out how to use it instantly. What? Why is the Geno core of Drink Blood Emperor in your hands? And why is it activated? When Destroyer Wolf identified Blow Blood, it looked shocked. Drink Blood Emperor had been very famous, and Blow Blood had been one of the top 10 Geno cores in the sanctuary. Destroyer Wolf wasn't a stranger to it. Instead, the creature was kind of intimidated by it. However, it was only afraid for a short while. After an instant, Destroyer Wolf dismissed his own fear, becoming hostile and belligerent again. It said coldly, "I might have been intimidated by this thing yesterday, but not anymore. I've merged myself with the most perfect and powerful genes, and that Geno core is nothing to me. Even if Drink Blood Emperor comes here himself, he'll regret it." Destroyer Wolf rushed toward Hansen with his raging powers of space and death. The creature was even more ferocious than last time. Just as Hansen was thinking about how to use Blow Blood, the Geno core started to move without his control. One end of the stone pipe touched Hansen's lips, while the other end pointed right at Destroyer Wolf. Is it like a flute? Should I just blow it? Hansen tried to blow it. After that, the air and blood inside Hansen's body felt like they were tumbling, and the blood of his heart flooded out his mouth and into that stone pipe. A bloody arrow was fired out of the stone pipe, and it flew directly at the Destroyer Wolf's paws. As it rushed toward Hansen, the Destroyer Wolf failed to dodge it. Pa! The bloody arrow cut off a part of the Destroyer Wolf's paw, disrupting its powers of space and death. Wow! No wonder it's called Blow Blood Geno core. 11 can actually blow my blood out with this thing. Hansen was surprised but exhilarated. The power of Blow Blood was amazing, and it was indeed an Emperor Geno core. One spit of blood could cut through the evolved Destroyer Wolf's paw. He was only concerned about the fact that he was using up his own blood, as he didn't have much blood to lose. Destroyer Wolf roared furiously, and it moved into a space fault. Then it appeared at Hansen's back, trying to tear him apart. Hansen then saw something amazing. When the Destroyer Wolf moved, Blow Blood moved as well. The end of the pipe pointed right at Destroyer Wolf as it emerged. Hansen didn't hesitate at all, and he blew his blood out again. Though Destroyer Wolf was very fast, The bloody arrow still hit its legs and tore a gruesome wound. Blood flooded out. Han Sun clenched his teeth, and he blew his blood out again and again without paying attention to what reached Destroyer Wolf and what didn't. Then he leaped back into the lake and swam away from the underground cave. Destroyer Wolf didn't dare to fight the bloody arrows directly. After it dodged the attacks, it rushed out to chase Han Senator. Neither of them realized that one of the bloody arrows Han Sun fired reached the female, whose blood had been sucked dry, and the blood sipped into her body. After that bloody arrow entered her body, her face regained color, and she gradually became more and more lively. The blood flooded the woman's body, flowing in her veins, making her more and more dynamic, as if her body was gradually recovering. Her originally hollow eyes became more dynamic, losing the dullness that had haunted them since she was born. All the bloody arrows that Han Sun unleashed fell on the ground, and the blood rolled toward the woman, as if it were being attracted by a magnet. Drops of blood sank through her skin and slipped into her veins, and she became more and more lively, and her face turned redder and redder. She now finally looked like an actual living creature. The woman had been full of a deathly power, but she lost that ability after absorbing Han Sen's blood. Instead, she was now giving out a bizarre power. It had the silence of death, but it also felt rather different. Even if Han Sun was there, he wouldn't have been able to tell exactly how it was different. He could only feel that something had changed. Han Sun and the Destroyer Wolf had no idea what kind of strange alterations were happening to the woman. A human and a wolf hurtled out of Rolling Dragon Lake, and the wolf chased the human into the sky. The bloodline of the Sacred Egg came from both Sacred's Master and Destroyer Empress, but after absorbing the power of death from Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon, and being born from the Black Pond, she had too much deathly power. Her hereditary abilities from Destroyer Empress were completely activated, and they suppressed her inheritance from Sacred's Master. There was too much deathly power piling up in her body, which was very bad for a newborn baby. If the newborn baby kept absorbing the power of death, it would become exactly the same as Destroyer Empress, and there would be nothing special about her. Destroyer Wolf drained the blood of the newborn, and at the same time, it also took away the excessive deathly power inside her. That meant the Destroyer Wolf didn't actually merge all the genes of the newborn. Instead, it only obtained the genes of her destruction abilities. The blood and genes of the newborn were finally balanced, as her whole body was now growing instead of just the part that belonged to Destroyer Empress. However, she didn't only lose the power that had been dammed up inside her. She also lost her blood, which had caused her to slip into a coma. When Han Sen's blood fell on her body and soaked into her, she recovered quickly. As the newborn absorbed Han Sen's blood, she obtained some of his genes, and her own genes also changed slightly because of the blood she absorbed. Han Sen's blood was like a geno solution, which merged the two different bloodlines of the newborn and created a unique new power that neither of the original powers possessed. Han Sun didn't expect his blood to be this useful. At that time, he was spewing out his blood recklessly. Blood kept bursting from the stone pipe, and though it wasn't hitting the Destroyer Wolf, the enormous power was enough to destroy an entire mountain. After Han Sun fired 4 or 5 bloody arrows, the mountains around them were already in ruins. Ghost Eye was walking around with 2 super creatures, looking for any opportunities that might come their way. As they walked, they watched the mountains nearby explode, and then Han Sun and the Destroyer Wolf flew by in front of them. Han Sun fired at the Destroyer Wolf with blow blood. The bloodlight shone, and the Destroyer Wolf dodged. The mountain behind the wolf wasn't so lucky. The trace of blood light ravaged the mountain, and that power was mesmerizing. That is blow blood. No way. Ghost Eye opened its eyes and mouth wide, and it looked like it had just eaten a fly. It had been kept blow blood for a long time, so it knew the Geno core perfectly well. It could easily identify the weapon in Han Sen's hands. It tried to console itself that Han Sun might be wielding some other Geno core. After a short while, Ghost Eye saw the power of blow blood, just as described in the legends, and the creature couldn't lie to himself anymore. Damn, that's blow blood. Is that bastard the master of the Geno core? How did he activate it? Ghost Eye was so upset that it started to see red. Its eyes popped, and it watched Han's son fight Destroyer Wolf in the sky. Little master, that seems to be Destroyer Wolf. What happened to him? A super creature asked while staring at the Destroyer Wolf. Is that Destroyer Wolf? The rumors say that it's a giant wolf, and it's white. Ghost Eye said, glancing at the wolf in the sky. I am not sure whether that is it or not. The super creature hesitated. The Destroyer Wolf now looked completely different than it had before. And the characteristics of its power had changed sharply as well. Even those who had seen it before couldn't be sure if this was actually Ithan's son, then yelled loudly. Destroyer Wolf is here. It has eaten the sacred egg. Han Sen's voice wasn't loud, but he was powerful, and his voice spread widely. Those like Goddess, who were already attracted by the ripples of power, were deeply upset upon hearing what Han Sen said. They flew across the sky and rushed toward Destroyer Wolf. You deserve to die, Destroyer Wolf. Goddess's face turned pale with rage. She also saw the power of destruction coming from the Destroyer Wolf, so she didn't have any doubts anymore. She rushed toward it with the super creatures following her. I've already obtained the most perfect and powerful genes. I will definitely rule the world in the future. If you want to make yourself my enemy, you're the one that deserves to die. Destroyer Wolf couldn't be more arrogant, and it now looked upon those from Sacred Shelter with disdain. Its powers of space and berserk death combined in its body, and it wanted to fight the 5 enemies all at once and kill them all. Instead of fighting Destroyer Wolf, Han Sen quickly escaped from the battlefield. He landed on a mountain in the distance to watch the fight. All the powerful creatures nearby rushed toward the fight after hearing what had happened. They all gathered to watch the fight between Destroyer Wolf and Goddess's group. All 4 of the super creatures beside Goddess were renowned beings who had impressive reputations in Sacred Shelter. But now, they were all simultaneously suppressed by the Destroyer Wolf. They had to retreat again and again, and it seemed that they were not the Destroyer Wolf's match. Sumi had stayed beside Rolling Dragon Lake all along, and he refused to leave. He saw Destroyer Wolf and a strange creature rush out of the lake, but he didn't see Han Senator. He was kind of worried. Just as he wanted to enter the water to see if Han's son had run into some danger, he saw Bauer exit the water and jump to the shore. Bauer, where is my teacher? Asked Sumi to Bauer. Father still has something to do down there. He told me to tell you that you don't need to worry about him. And don't go into the water, Bauer said, blinking her eyes. Sumi felt relieved, and he turned to watch the fight in the sky. Anyone who helps me kill Destroyer Wolf will be greatly rewarded by Sacred Shelter, yelled Goddess. There were 5 of them fighting one Destroyer Wolf, yet they were still not its match. The body of one of the super creatures was torn apart by the Destroyer Wolf, and its blood splashed across the sky. Don't worry, Goddess. I'll come help you. Yu Miao rushed toward them with some spirits. Nobody knew what she was thinking as she aided Goddess. Not only Yu Miao, but many great beings rushed toward the Destroyer Wolf. All of a sudden, there were terrifying life forces flowing everywhere. After consuming the blood of the newborn, the Destroyer Wolf was indeed incredible. It was fighting so many creatures all by itself, yet nobody was able to do anything to it. You dare to antagonize me? I'll kill you all today. Destroyer Wolf yelled at the sky, and terrifying deathly power burst from the creature. Han Sen watched in the distance for a while, yet those great beings were all crushed by Destroyer Wolf. Their attempts at entrapment were useless against an enemy that could travel through space. That Destroyer Wolf will be a big problem if I don't kill it, Han's son frowned, as he watched the Destroyer Wolf roaming wherever it pleased. Destroyer Wolf had seen him become a super king spirit, and the wolf was definitely an enemy now. Han's son certainly wanted to kill it, but the Destroyer Wolf's powers of death and space were a difficult combo to deal with. It could easily travel between space faults, so it would be difficult to kill. There were at least 30 super creatures encircling it now, yet none of them could do anything to it. Instead, many of them were getting gravely injured. There were also many super creatures watching the fight, and some of them were incredibly powerful. Han's son saw that Gu Qingqing was also observing the fight from a distance. She wasn't certain that she could kill the Destroyer Wolf, so she could only watch the fight without doing anything. Han's son watched for a while as he thought, there are so many powerful creatures here. so perhaps my coin Geno core can finally be put to use. Though the coin Geno core had a low level, the nature of its power could still be useful. It was normally rather useless, but now, surrounded by so many powerful creatures, things were different. The super creatures here were all like billionaires. If the Geno core could absorb a little power from each of them, the power inside the coin would be inconceivable. The only problem now is, how can I hit the body of that destroyer wolf with coin? Han Sun glared at the destroyer wolf that was blinking between locations, trying to find a chance to hit it with the Geno core. The destroyer wolf was moving quickly, and sacred blood was splashing everywhere. It was powerful beyond imagination. Sumi took Bauer to Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng took a look at Bauer and asked, "Where is Han Sun?" Teacher had something important to do, so he hasn't come back. Yet Sumi looked at the fight in the sky and asked, "Sister Gu, do you think they can defeat that destroyer wolf?" "That will be difficult. The power of that destroyer wolf has surged, and nobody can stop its attacking power. But that's not even the problem. His space-swallowing power is just incredible. Its ability to travel between space faults makes it too difficult to kill. If Sacred's group doesn't choose to leave, there will be a lot of casualties here today," said Gu Qingqing mildly. Sumi shook his head and said, "Destroyer Wolf might not be able to do that. Though it's indeed powerful, it still can't compare with the emperors throughout the fourth god's sanctuary. If it actually goes reckless today, it won't be able to stay in this sanctuary anymore." As Sumi spoke, Destroyer Wolf tore apart a spirit from outer sky, and it didn't show any sign of stopping. It seemed that it needed to kill everyone present to sate its bloodlust. "It's gone mad." Sumi smiled. Gu Qingqing said, "It suddenly got such incredible power, so it's normal that it's arrogant and rash. It's probably powerful enough to rival some of the strongest emperors now." "Goddess, let's go. Destroyer Wolf is too powerful, and there's nothing we can do about it," yelled a super creature following Goddess. Another spirit was also trying to persuade Yu Miao to retreat. Some of the spirits and mutant creatures watching the fight also fled the area. "You wanna go?" "Not that easily. I'll kill you all today, and no one will survive." The destroyer wolf was reckless. It grabbed a super creature that looked like an elephant and broke its neck. It took a bite, then roared at the sky. All of a sudden, a trace of golden light broke the sky and flew toward it. Just when Destroyer Wolf had reached its peak, the gold light hit the Destroyer Wolf's neck and stuck to it. Everyone was staring at the Destroyer Wolf, and they could all clearly see the golden coin stuck on the wolf's neck. Everyone, including the Destroyer Wolf, looked back at where the golden coin had flown from. Han Sun was standing there in his Super King Spirit mode. All the super creatures were dazed. Apparently, no one recognized Han Sun as a Super King Spirit. Destroyer Wolf sneered, and its eyes were bulging with rage. "You again? Great, then I'll kill you first." The Destroyer Wolf's deathly power surged as it flew toward Han. Senator Han Sun didn't say anything. Instead, he clicked his fingers. All of a sudden, the golden coin on the wolf's neck started to gleam, and the wolf's body paused for a bit. As for the other super creatures, they were all horrified as they noticed that a little of their power was seeping out of their bodies and drifting toward the golden coin on the Destroyer Wolf's neck. All the creatures were trying to stop their power from leaving, but it was completely useless. That part of their power didn't seem to belong to them anymore, as it was completely out of their control. Even Gu Qingqing looked ill. A part of her power was also being sucked away. Even with her strength, she wasn't able to slow it down. She was horrified, and she couldn't help looking at the master of that golden coin. As a matter of fact, all the creatures around were staring at Han Sun in shock. Some random guy with a random golden coin was able to steal their power from their control. When they looked at the Destroyer Wolf, the super creatures were even more horrified. The Destroyer Wolf, who had previously been dominating the battle, was now being suppressed completely, like it was being crushed under a mountain. Its body was shaking, and then the creature was falling through the air. Bam! With a giant sound, the Destroyer Wolf hit the ground hard enough to form a crater. The Geno core couldn't gather power from a very large area, so it usually wasn't very strong. However, there were too many super creatures around, so they could give the coin much more power than usual. which was why the golden coin was stronger than ever before. Han Sun was exhilarated, as the coin was performing much better than he had expected. It was even able to absorb power from all those super creatures. It was absolutely incredible, as it was only a silver Geno core. And it hadn't even reached the level of gold Geno core yet. Every creature here had at least a gemstone Geno core, and many had super Geno cores. But none of them could resist the absorbing power of the coin. The destroyer wolf struggled and tried to move into a space fault. Yet its body was trembling, and it couldn't even take a step. Its head was particularly immobile, and the creature had a hard time even raising it. The wolf's head was getting lower and lower, and it almost touched the ground. It kept roaring, but its head just kept sinking. Boom! Amidst the angry roaring, Destroyer Wolf's head fell to the ground. No matter how loudly it roared, it could not move. All the super elites were frozen. They were terrified. They knew how powerful Destroyer Wolf was. But that one little coin was able to bring the beast's head down to the ground and prevent it from being lifted up. Han Sen's mystique rose even higher in their hearts. As those watching were still reeling in shock, Han Sun placed the stone pipe to his lips. Then he blew down at the wolf. It flashed red, and then that light went straight into the wolf's head, tearing it apart. Berserk super creature Destroyer Wolf killed. Destroyer Wolf beast soul has been obtained. Geno core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Collect its life Geno essence to receive 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han Sun was delighted. He had managed to earn another Berserk super beast soul. The other super elites, seeing the Destroyer Wolf's head split open, looked stunned. They all turned to look at Han Sun as he went forward to the body that was fading away. Their foreheads started to produce a cold sweat. Han Sun grabbed the life Geno essence that the wolf's corpse had left behind, and then turned to look at the super elites. After that he disappeared. When Han Sun disappeared in midair, the super elites all felt a grand wash of relief. The mounting pressure they had experienced finally began to lift. That did not mean Han Sun was powerful. They merely thought Han Sun was powerful. Killing Destroyer Wolf was something unimaginably scary. Of course, they were just scaring themselves more than anything. The pressure they felt was unwarranted. This is scary. Who was that? Was that the alpha of some race? I have never heard about him before. It looked like a spirit though. I thought it looked like a creature personally. No, that was a spirit. Bullshit. That was a creature. Did you guys see the stone pipe he used to slay Destroyer Wolf? It looked like Drink Blood Emperor's Blow Blood Geno core. It did look like it, yes. It didn't just look like it. That was it for sure. I saw Drink Blood Emperor use it once. I thought Emperor class elites couldn't open it once it was sealed. How did he manage to activate it? The power to open that Geno core is not something we can comprehend. Goddess looked to the point where Han Sun vanished. Her beautiful eyes looked strange, and she said, "When did such a powerful being come to exist here?" Yu Miao looked in that direction too. She couldn't tell it was Han Sun, however. Gu Qingqing merely frowned. The power that had been forcibly taken from her had now been returned, and she was surprised. What a weird power. Who is he? Gu Qingqing could not tell it was Han Sun either. Sumi looked on in admiration, and he said, "That person is so strong. I wonder what race he is. I should have asked him." As the crowds began to leave, conversations started to revolve around Han Senator. The image of Han Sun, as a super king spirit, was now all over the fourth god sanctuary, and they really wanted to find out who he was. No one knew who it was until humans from the third god sanctuary came, claiming to have seen him before. They recognized him. That was Dollar. Our human Dollar. Dollar is strong. So many super creatures and king spirits were unable to bring down Destroyer Wolf, and he killed it in a flash. That's pretty scary. Wherever Dollar goes, he is strong. Dollar is like a god. He is finally here. The creatures and spirits did not believe it was a human. They did not think it was possible for this Dollar to be a human. But strangely, only humans seemed to recognize him. No others did. No matter what the case might have been, however, Dollar's name was spoken all across the fourth god sanctuary. All the factions spoke about him, but no one knew much about him. His identity and location were unknown. The saddest being in the sanctuary, at the time, must have been Ghost Eye. He had ever expected that Han Sun would be able to unseal Blow Blood. Seeing Blow Blood's ability to kill strong creatures such as Destroyer Wolf, Ghost Eye's eyes were now bleeding. Han Sun left the battleground and found a place with no one around to see him deactivate his Super King Spirit mode. He returned to the image of his real self, and then circled back to Rolling Dragon Lake. Then he went into the underwater cave. He wanted to see if the dead woman from the sacred egg was still there. If the body had remained, it would be a shame to waste it. The woman was dead, and the flesh was just a vessel. It would be a good deed to benefit from the death of another creature. Han Sun, thinking this, then entered the underwater cave. After looking inside the cave, he was surprised to see the body was actually gone. Was she like Destroyer Wolf and couldn't be eaten? Did she just disappear when she died? Han Sun frowned. Normally, if the flesh of super creatures was inedible, they'd just disappear. But she hadn't as far as he'd seen. This one confused him. Han Sun poked around for a bit, and even used his weapons to swing around in the black pond. He found nothing though. He left the underwater cave then, to meet up with Gu Qingcheng. Bloodfeet Beast was traveling across the mountains at the time, in a very angry mood. He was a super creature, but he hadn't received any benefits from the killing of the wolf. He was also injured. As he was walking, he saw a small creature that was flapping its black wings. Bloodfeet Beast was hungry, so it ran up to it and tried to eat the creature. Before Bloodfeet Beast pounced, the small body raised a black bow. The sound of a plucked string rang through the air, accompanying the flight of a black arrow that punched a hole through the creature's head. Pang! Bloodfeet Beast's head and body blew up. It was very dead. The small creature did not look back. It just flapped its wings and left the area. If Han Sun was there, he'd have recognized that creature. That small creature was the woman from the sacred egg. Back at the shelter, Han Sun had the time to examine the Destroyer Wolf Beast Soul. Berserk Super Beast Soul Destroyer Wolf. Charm type. Han Sun saw this and was quite surprised. He didn't know what a Charm Beast Soul was. He had never heard of it before. Han Sun summoned the Destroyer Wolf next, to examine what the Charm Beast Soul could do. Destroyer Wolf flew out from the Sea of Soul, and became a charm that was about the same size as Han Sun's palm. The charm was pitch black in color, and it was engraved with the depiction of a wolf with wings. It looked just like Destroyer Wolf itself did after it evolved. Han Sun looked at the charm a few times. He felt a deathly aura and residual space powers entwining all around it. It was a scary little thing, and he didn't have a clue how it worked. Han Sun spent the next few days researching it, and when he discovered what its purpose was, he was delighted. Charm-type beast souls were special, and much of the information Han Sun uncovered was from the Alliance. He read on Skynet about a person who had come into possession of a charm-type beast soul. The person said he had figured out how to use it, and the post he had made was basically just the man showing off. But at least it was informative enough to teach Han Sun how to use it. Charm beast souls could resurrect dead creatures. The resurrected creature would then adhere to the charm, and the charm explicitly, not the person who operated it. When the charm was placed on someone, the creature you summoned would follow that person until death. It did not matter if the target was living or dead, but the charm would be destroyed, and that meant the charm beast soul was a single-use item. At least it was a strong one. Destroyer Wolf was a mighty foe. Even if Han Sun chose a target that had a super creature for protection, they'd be easily slain. There was one downside to the item, however. He could only use it once. Han Sun wouldn't want to use it until it was a proper life or death moment. The person he read about must have used the charm beast soul to discover its purpose. As before that, there was no such information in the Alliance. Not many people believed the post, though, and many people thought it was a straight-up lie. With nothing else to do, Han Sun went to the Geno Core storage. He received many invitations to battle, and one repeated challenge was from Ghost Eye. That kid dares challenge me again? Has he finally given up on living? Han Sun accepted the challenge, wondering what the pests wanted this time. The moment Han Sun stepped into the battleground, Ghost Eye began shouting, "Congratulations on unsealing Blow Blood Geno Core. Now you know I wasn't lying, eh? Congratulations for what? I sold it off, because I wasn't able to unseal it either. There's no use congratulating me, Han Sun said coldly. Ghost Eye looked shocked. Are you joking? You are Dollar surely. If I was Dollar, I wouldn't waste my breath with talk. I'd just kill you. Han Sun put on his annoyed face, and then went on to say your piece or get lost. Ghost Eye stared at Han Sun, unsure if he was telling the truth. But he didn't dare continue pestering him. So he said, boss, about that other thing. I want to buy your first place rank. Name your price, and I'll meet the demand if I can. Okay, 1 Super Geno Core, Han Sun said. Boss, I only have a Silver Geno Core. How am I supposed to obtain a Super Geno Core? I gave you my Emperor Geno Core, didn't I? That was my only one. Ghost Eye looked bitter, but on the inside he was thinking. You are evil. You want to trade a Super Geno Core for the first rank on the Silver Geno Core leaderboard. Do you think that is something someone can get on a whim? Who is to know the broken thing you gave me was an Emperor Geno Core? I sold it like the junk I thought it was. It makes me mad that you didn't tell me how powerful it might have been. You should have told me sooner, as now I have lost it, Han Sun said menacingly. Ghost Eye was enraged, but he didn't dare argue. So he said, Boss, didn't I tell you a few times? You just didn't believe me. Fine. I will forget about that. So, do you want to buy it once or buy it off? Han Sun looked at Ghost Eye as he spoke. What does buying it once or buying it off mean? Buying it once adheres to the rules of our first deal. You rent it temporarily, and when you're done, you give it back to me. If you buy it off completely, you're purchasing permanent ownership. Then, I won't expect you to return it. What are the prices for each package? Once and off. Ghost Eye asked. Buying it once will cost you a Gemstone Geno Core. If you buy it off, it's that price times 10, Han Sun said. Ghost Eye thought to himself. He must think I'm crazy. Of course I'll just buy it once, because he can't guarantee the return, or do anything to me anyway. I was fine even after I didn't return it the last time. Boss, I would like to buy it once, Ghost Eye said politely. Okay. But if you buy it once, we're going to have to hammer out a contract. Han Sun smiled. What contract? Ghost Eye asked. If you buy my first place, and do not give me the first rank back, you have to reimburse me with 10 Super Geno Cores. This will be inked onto a contract as proof. Han Sun smiled. Okay, I'll sign it. I'll give it back. Put faith in me this second time. Ghost Eye was very happy, and he thought to himself, what is the point of making a contract? He can't find me in Hell Shelter. He won't be able to find its location. And even if he did, he wouldn't dare come. Then let's make the contract. Han Sun pulled out a pen and paper. Then, Ghost Eye wrote down the words Han Sun asked him to write. Then he placed a paw print on it. Boss, how's this? Ghost Eye returned the contract to Han Sun, alongside a Sacred Blood Geno Core. Han Sun reviewed the contract, folded it up, and said, Okay, now you are first. Han Sun conceded and left the Geno battleground. Then he challenged Ghost Eye again. Ghost Eye saw Han Sun's challenge request but ignored it. Then he said, Pa, so naive. Who would return it to you? I am going to sell this first rank before anything else happens. Han Sun knew Ghost Eye wouldn't be honest though. He didn't mind selling it for a Sacred Blood Geno Core, as the contract might pay dividends further down the line. Han Sun wasn't going to let Ghost Eye off the hook either. He left the Geno Core storage and leveled his crystal core up to gold. Then he returned to the Geno Core storage with Bulwark Umbrella. Ghost Eye had already schemed what to do, and as soon as the deal was done, he contacted the buyer. But as soon as he made contact with the person, he lost his first rank position. Ghost Eye, are you trying to trick me again? The spirit that wished to make a trade with Ghost Eye spoke with a cold tone of voice. No. What the fuck happened? Ghost Eye looked disheartened. He had been super quick, so how could someone have already usurped his position? Does this have something to do with that guy? Ghost Eye saw that the first rank was now occupied by Bulwark Umbrella. He kept thinking about it and soon, a chill ran down his spine. If both of those Geno Cores did belong to Han Sun, Ghost Eye couldn't fathom how powerful he might have been. He must have had many Geno Cores that could reach first place through the testing. Ghost Eye didn't dare think it was all the machination of one person, however. He thought the cores must have belonged to a faction. No one would have expected all those Geno Cores to be owned by one individual. Han-sun used Bulwark Umbrella to achieve first place and immediately claim the 9 reinforcements. He used gold core lights to then push it up to a gold-class Geno core. Then, Ghost Eye noticed he was back in first place. This brought back his cheer, and he said, "Haha. It looks like the Umbrella's master was testing at a bad time. He must have leveled it up to gold straight away, after reinforcing it 9 times. It looks like my luck is still here." Ghost Eye contacted the buyer spirit again, wanting to sell off his position, but when they established the time and place to do so, the Geno core leaderboard started to shine. The rankings changed again. Ghost Eye felt awful. It was like sitting on a roller coaster of emotions. With the constant twists and turns, he felt as if his heart was going to explode. "Ghost Eye, what is the meaning of this?" The spirit was maddened. He stared at Ghost Eye with eyes filled with anger. Ghost Eye was depressed. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Coin had achieved first place in the Geno core storage. It was a huge shock, and everyone in the Fourth God's Sanctuary was starting to think it might have belonged to the almighty dollar that had managed to fell the Destroyer Wolf. If they were related, and it was only a silver Geno core that had been used to destroy Destroyer Wolf, its might was frightening to think about. Some creatures believed the coin Geno core had to be the Geno core that toppled Destroyer Wolf. Some thought they weren't related. It was quite the argument. Some people couldn't wait to challenge Coin's master to see if the Geno core did indeed belong to Dollar. Han-sun didn't care much for that though. He accepted his first rank, and just left without agreeing to any of the proposed matches. Afterwards though, Han-sun did not level up Coin to gold. He was planning on using it on Ghost Eye. Crystal Core Real Blood and Bulwark Umbrella were now gold class. He'd be reaching the bottleneck once they leveled up again, as getting them up through the ranks of super would be difficult. Han-sun absorbed the Life Geno essence from Destroyer Wolf. He received 8 super Geno points from it, bringing his total tally of such points to 34. Han-sun's body had gotten considerably stronger. What he needed to focus on now, primarily, was how he might max out his super Geno points. Han-sun had the power necessary to kill super creatures, but there weren't many out there that were solo. Most super creatures belonged to proper super shelters, and so finding an appropriate target would be arduous work. As Han-sun wondered where he might be able to find and kill a super creature, Lady Chef returned to the shelter with shocking news. She said Outer Sky Shelter had attracted the ire of something most fearsome. Many super creatures and spirits had been killed, leaving them damaged and vulnerable. Who did that? This sounds great. Han-sun heard this and beamed a smile. He was planning on taking down Outer Sky once he got strong enough anyway. No one knows where the creature came from, as no one has seen her before. She was a creature that wielded a bow. She wore black armor and had black wings. She looked as if she had come from Sacred, but she hadn't. She was as powerful as Sacred's leader though. Even the Outer Sky leader was incapable of fighting her off. Lady Chef detailed the events that had occurred. Han-sun was shocked. He thought the creature she mentioned might have been the woman from the Sacred Egg. But the woman didn't seem that strong when he saw her. Destroyer Wolf had sucked her blood dry. How could she emerge so quickly, appearing healthy and stronger than ever? Han-sun quickly asked, "The creature you mentioned, was she around 1.8 m tall? Were the black wings like the wings of a raven? Did her armor look like this?" Han-sun drew her armor as best as he could from memory. Lady Chef saw it and was surprised. She said, "You saw her." Han-sun's head was in a right mess now, and he thought to himself, undoubtedly, she is the woman from the Sacred Egg. But what happened to save her life and make her strong? Han-sun didn't realize that a part of his strength was included. The creature is that strong. Gu Qingqing came in asking. She had heard the conversation. Yes, she is that strong. If the spirits were unable to revive in Outer Sky, the shelter should be empty right now. Her mode of operation is 1 arrow, 1 kill. Super creatures and king spirits are both killed in a single strike. Only Outer Sky's leader and a few of their elites were able to survive an arrow. I am sure the Fourth God's Sanctuary is all in shock over this. No one even knows her name. Everyone just calls her Reaper or Death Goddess. If she gets angry, she will kill everyone she wants to without speaking a single word. Lady Chef sounded jealous. She wanted to be able to do the same thing too. If she could, obtaining ingredients would be much easier. Leveling up was hard, and thus far, she had only reached gemstone class. Death Goddess. Han Sen's expression was reserved. He repeatedly tapped his head in thought. Han Sen was sure it was the woman from the sacred egg, but the woman did not go to Sacred or Destroyer Empress. She had been searching for something, but what that was Han Sen did not know. Han Sen was standing in front of the headquarters of the company Impression Culture when the security guard saw him. He was wearing big sunglasses and a hat, with Little Flower in his arms and Bower perched upon his shoulder. "We have a meeting with your chief editor. Here is the appointment slip." Han Sen handed the slip over to the security guard. The security guard scanned the slip, and then gave Han Sen a look of admiration. He handed the slip back with both hands and said, "You are Xie King, the author of Overbearing President Love Luov. I really love your comic. Can I have your signature?" "I apologize, but I am merely his manager. Xie King is busy, so he is unable to attend," Han Sen said. Xie King became a demigod a few years back, but there was no news about what became of him. Han Sen did not know if he was still alive, or where he had gone, following his ascension. Still, Han Sen continued to handle the matters surrounding his comics. Although there hadn't been any new material published in the past few years, Overbearing President Love Luov was still popular. They were actually printed in physical, comic format, and a filming producing company had contacted Impression Culture with the desire to produce an anime and live-action adaptation of the work. Han Sen had come to talk about copyright matters. "Brother Qing, I am so good to you. Even if you have died, your work has been immortalized. Your life and legacy will go on, even if you aren't present," Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen wasn't interested in these sorts of matters, but it was a personal matter regarding Xie King. It might have been the last thing he left behind in this world, and Han Sen didn't want to see it mishandled. The security guard looked disappointed, but he still said, "Please enter. The chief editor is waiting for you in the boardroom. An owl will show you the rest of the way there." Han Sen followed an owl to the discussion room. He made Little Flower happy as he went. Ji Yinran had been busy lately, so since Han Sen had some free time, he thought it would be good to bring Little Flower along with him. They were worried Little Flower might have been affected by the time spent in the crystallizer's main control room. But nothing had seemed to go awry. Little Flower had grown up like a normal child, and at the tender age of being 1 year old, he could walk and talk. But even so, Little Flower was a very quiet boy. Unless someone spent time with him, he'd sit silently all day long. In the boardroom, Zuolan frowned while looking at the screen. Before Han Sen reached the Impression building, she had already been watching him. She was disappointed it wasn't Xie King himself who had shown up, and when she saw Han Sen had brought 2 kids with him to a discussion about copyrights, she frowned even harder. Zuolan was not afraid of meeting with famous authors and superstars, but she was afraid of consulting with agents and managers. She was especially afraid of this one, as he didn't look professional. He had brought 2 kids with him, after all. She didn't think the discussion would go smoothly, but Overbearing President Love Luov was too popular, and after all those years, it was still in the top 5. That alone could tell you how popular it was. Most comics that were still updating and ongoing were not as popular as it, and there were many investors interested in Overbearing President Love Luov. Due to its staying power, they wanted to make an anime and live-action adaptation of it. Chief editors why has Xie King not come? The middle-aged man next to her frowned as he watched Han Senator. Although Xie King is an author for Impression Culture, he is freelance. He has his own way of doing things. If he allowed his manager to come here, that means he is the one who now has total control, Zuolan said carefully. Until now, no one knew who Xie King actually was. Zuolan herself was quite curious too. Zuolan really loved Overbearing President Love Luov as well. Her mind was like that of a normal young lady. She'd love nothing more than to be loved by a man like that. She was also a little different from most young ladies, and she knew men such as that didn't exist in the real world. She was smart. "Did you tell him it was Dong Tae film?" that wanted to discuss copyright issues? Our president is here, so isn't he being a little rude? A secretary-looking woman said, standing behind the middle-aged man. Maybe he is busy, and as a result he couldn't make it here, Zualan said. What could be more important than this? Dongtae Film has a lot of investment capital. The woman looked displeased. Zualan smiled but did not say anything. She did not like how arrogant they were. But business was business. The copyright fee was rather high, and if the deal was a success, Impression Culture could receive 20% of it. That was a big number. So, even if Zualan hated the woman's attitude, she had to endure it. I didn't even say anything. And you're just a secretary talking crap. You're obviously just a bitch who sold her body to achieve a modicum of fame. Zualan looked at her with disdain. As they were talking, Han Sun reached the meeting room. Zualan turned the monitor off and let Han Sun and the baby inside. She was thinking, this is bad. Such an unprofessional manager, and a slutty bitch all in one room. These matters of business will be difficult to discuss. Hi. You are Zua, the chief editor? I am Xie Qing King's manager. Call me San Mu. Han Sun reached his hand out to Zualan. Zualan saw that he was holding a kid, and wearing a hat and glasses, and she knew he had no manners. She still shook his hand though, and she said, Hello. I am indeed Zualan. Allow me to introduce you to Dongtae Film's president Yu Hetian. He would like to purchase the rights to overbearing President Love Luov. Hello President Yu. I am San Mu. Han Sun reached out his hand to Yu Hetian. Yu Hetian was on a chair, unwilling to stand up. He dropped some cigarette ash and said, Why is Xie Qing King not here? Are you sure you can handle such big business matters? Han Sun was not angry. He just smiled and said, Xie Qing King is in the sanctuary, and he hasn't come back yet. And I have total control over overbearing President Love Luov. I can represent Xie Qing King fully in these matters. You do not have to worry. When Zualan heard what Han Sun said, she wasn't sure if what he was telling the truth, but she understood. The secretary could only roll her eyes and say, This is a big business matter. And he goes to the sanctuary? And what is this attitude of yours? And what is with these children? Are you a manager or a babysitter? Yu Hetian looked displeased. He didn't like Han Sun at all. Han Sun, seeing them, had to resist the urge to laugh. He wouldn't let Xie Qing King's work end up in the hands of such people. And he thought it'd be wasted on them. Even though Han Sun did not know much about art, he knew Yu Hetian did not know much about art, either. Han Sun wanted to do something good for Xie Qing King, but he wasn't willing to give the rights of the book to such people. What are you smiling for? Yu Hetian asked, sensing Han Sun's desire to laugh. Han Sun laughed. You might think this is a big business matter, but I'm telling you now that it is small. I decided that I could spare the time to come to this meeting, but if you don't like the way I have presented myself, then let's just shelve the discussion. After that, Han Sun turned around and headed toward the door. Overbearing President Love Luov needed to be published, but he had to ensure those handling it were excellent. Even if Han Sun did not earn much money, that did not matter very much as long as the adaptation was done exceptionally. Zualan and Yu Hetian were in shock. They hadn't expected Han Sun to say what he did. Normal managers wanted to earn money, but he was leaving as if he didn't care at all. Small business? Do you have any idea how much we are willing to invest? Do you know how much you will earn once the deal is done? You'll never earn this much money any other way. The secretary looked annoyed. Zualan stepped forward and said, We are here for business. We can all sit down and talk. Han Sun looked at Zualan and said, There is no need for talk. Chief Editor Zua, please find some decent people next time. I will only sell the copyright to people who can really make good films. If you only have people like this lined up, don't bother contacting me. Zualan knew things were about to get much worse. Yu Hetian really hated it when people talked as if he didn't know anything. The truth was, though, he didn't. Dongtae Film was rich, but that did not mean they could craft exceptional films. They weren't even all that popular in the alliance. Yu Hetian was one of the shareholders of Starry Group too. Dongtae Film was initially constructed for fun, as something to support actresses. Wei Mingjin, the secretary, was one of Yu Hetian's mistresses. She was his favorite. The reason he wanted to film this movie was because of her. She wanted to be the main character and earn fame. Although Yu Hatian was just playing, he hated it when people suggested he didn't know anything. Young man, don't be so reckless. If you continue like this, you'll cluelessly walk by opportunities that are right in front of you. Yu Hatian stumped out his cigarette in the ashtray. He spoke to Han Sun coldly. Chief editor, if there is nothing else to discuss, I'm leaving. Han Sun attended the meeting to talk about copyright. Yes, but it was also just a way for him to take Little Flower for a walk. Han Sen's mood was ruined by the way things had turned out, and he had no intention of talking with them. Zuolan wished to say something, but before she could, Yu Hatian said coldly, Young man, do you think that if you leave now, overbearing President Love Luov will never be sold? When Han Sun heard the man say that, he turned around. He looked at him and said, Yu Hatian, right? You talk big, but I've never even heard your name before. You've never heard the names of the shareholders of Starry Group? How can you consider yourself a manager? Wei Mingjin coldly laughed. I know a few people from Starry Group, but not Yu Hatian, Han Sun said and turned to leave. Not even the other shareholders of Starry Group, or the controllers of Starry Group, the Ning family, would treat him this way. Hearing Han Sun say this, Zuolan felt dizzy. Things were turning sour real quick. Yu Hatian was enraged. He slammed the table, wanting to say something, but just as he was about to, his phone rang. Yu Hatian was so angry that he almost destroyed it. He looked at the screen and picked it up. Mr. Yu, why are you contacting me? I can do anything. I won't disappoint you. Yu Hatian forced a smile to the video stream of the on-screen call. The image showed Ningyu, dressed in white clothing. Ningyu was still as elegant as ever, even after all the time that had passed. Yu Hatian immediately became nervous, seeing Ningyu. Even though it was just a video call, the respect he showed was nothing that could be faked. Ningyu ignored him though. Ningyu saw Han Sun leaving through the video and said, Han Sun, why are you here? Ningyu remembered Han Senator. He recognized him, even though he could just see his back, and he was wearing a disguise. Ningyu, long time no see. Han Sun, hearing Ningyu, turned around to say hello. There was still tension between the two, so it was difficult to discern if they were friends or foes. I was going to drop by your house, but since you're here, there is no need for me to go. My second uncle wishes to buy you dinner. Do you have the time? Ningyu said. After Ningyu said this, Yu Hatian's legs felt soft. Rivers of cold sweat began to cascade down his back. When Ningyu spoke to Han Sun, Yu Hatian couldn't muster a reaction. But when Ningyu mentioned his second uncle, Yu Hatian's heart almost exploded. People knew the Ning family had an old man. He was a demigod, but few people knew that bit. They also had a second uncle. He was the genuinely cruel one. He dictated the lives of those in Starry Group. Ning family had become this famous, not because of the old man, but because of the second uncle. The second uncle in the Ning family would only eat dinner with the president if he felt like it. He had never bought food for anyone else either. This was a request no other demigod had received before. Now that second uncle wished to buy the young man dinner, Yu Hatian's body began to shake. He felt as if he was going to pee himself, as a cold chill struck him. Zuolan did not know who second uncle was, but she heard Han Sun and Ningyu. And with Yu Hatian's facial expression being what it was, some things finally clicked into place. Han Sr. No wait. The first super aristocrat of the alliance? Is he Xieqing King? Zuolan looked at Han Sun with a confused expression, her mind now a mess of different thoughts. Zuolan thought if he actually was Han Sun, with his identity being what it was, he wouldn't be the sort to allow someone else to be the manager of his work. Overbearing President Love Luov had to be his creation. He didn't want others to know that, and that is why he must have donned the guise of a manager. Realizing that Xieqing King might have been Han Sun, Zuolan felt as if her heart was going to blow up inside her chest. For such a powerful person to have such unbridled creativity was an incredible thing. If Han Sun knew what she was thinking at that moment, he'd be having a cold sweat. That was because he had no artistic talent. And he wasn't even all that interested in Xieqing King's comics. Either second uncle? Who is second uncle? Han Sen's heart jumped. He could guess who he might have been referring to, but he couldn't quite believe it. Second brother Ning. Second uncle told me to say this name, and you'll know, Ning Yu calmly said. Yu Hetian heard second brother Ning, and felt his heart begin to cramp. His face was turning black with cold sweat. The last person who mentioned that name in front of Han Sun was a demigod. He then became a fertilizer in the garden. When Han Sun wanted to confirm that the second uncle in the Ning family was like Gu Qingcheng and hadn't made a wish before the elusive god. Han Sun did not know why the man wished to meet with him, but Han Sun himself had many questions he wanted to ask. So he decided to take the man up on his offer. If you have the time, I will allow Director Yu to bring you here, Ning Yu said. Okay. Han Sun nodded. Director Yu. Director Yu. Ning Yu had to call him a few times before he snapped back to reality. Yes. Yes? Is there something you require? Yu Hetian quickly asked. Take our guest to meet with the second uncle. I do not want him to be made upset again, Ning Yu said coldly. Yes. Do not worry. I will deliver our guest safely to meet with the second uncle. I'll make sure he is satisfied. While Yu Hetian spoke, a pained look appeared on his face. Han Sr. No. Demigod Han. This is my fault. Please let me live. Although Yu Hetian did not want to apologize, he did. The thought of being wedged between two individuals like Han Sun and second uncle made all his anger disappear and replaced it with fear. Seeing Yu Hetian talking like this, Wei Mingjin was taken aback. What are you looking at? Apologized to demigod Han. Seeing Wei Mingjin's face made him angry again. If it wasn't for her desire to create the adaptation, none of this would have happened in the first place. He slapped her in the face. Zuolan felt immense joy watching that. She'd had enough of these people, and she had only slogged through it for the benefit of impression culture. It is no wonder he is a super aristocrat. Even the Ning family of Starry Group treats him with such respect. And the fact that he can also draw such amazing comics makes him the most perfect man. It is a shame he is married. Why are all the good men already taken? Zuolan was thinking. Han Sun didn't do anything to Yu Hetian. After all, Yu Hetian was one of the Ning family's people. Han Sun would let them deal with him however they saw fit. After all, he still didn't know if the Ning family were friends or enemies. He didn't want to cross any unspoken lines. Yu Hetian then took Han Sun to the planet where second uncle lived. He didn't even land his ship. He told Han Sun that second uncle wasn't fond of visitors, so he just left as soon as he dropped off the guest he was tasked to deliver. Ning Yu was waiting for Han Sun at the spaceport. He used an older ship to take Han Sun across the planet. The planet looked very primal. It was like a prehistoric forest. There were many creatures there, and the place hadn't seen any development. When the ship came to a stop, Ning Yu walked ahead to lead Han Senator. It was just one big forest, and there were no paths. Second uncle is not fond of technology. He doesn't want such things anywhere near him. He doesn't really care about the family business either. He has remained hidden for decades. I am surprised he wanted to meet with you. Specifically, Ning Yu said to Han Sun, as if he was talking to an old friend. You could not tell that Han Sun had once hurt him, and he had to be alone for years. Maybe it is because of the old man's business? Han Sun really admired Ning Yu. Even though he was an enemy, it didn't hinder Han Sun's admiration of him. Han Sun thought if he was in Ning Yu's shoes, he couldn't have done the same. Ning Yu now looked very tame. He was a hard man to decipher, and not even Han Sun would underestimate him. On the way, Ning Yu begged something of Han Senator. He told Han Sun that the Ning family had two people he could not offend. One was second uncle, and the other was Ning Yu himself. The grumpy one, the son of God, was not mentioned. There wouldn't be a problem there. Grass was everywhere and so were flowers. Han Sun saw a slope with a few wooden houses. Perched upon it, the walls of the constructs were built from branches. They all appeared to be handmade, and while it was not entirely pretty, it gave Han Sun a feeling of rustic comfort. Second uncle, Han Sun is here, Ning Yu said from outside one of the houses. The wooden door was open, and a middle-aged man came walking through the doorframe. He looked similar to Ning Yu. He looked like a gentle person, but when he rolled up his sleeves, you could see that he was holding a hoe. He was also wearing flip-flops. It was a strange combination. Come in. No one else is here, so make yourself at home. Second uncle was very polite to Han Sun, but it made Han Sun feel as if he had encountered a fake second uncle. From the way Yu Hetian reacted, you'd assume second uncle was a devil that loved to murder people. Why did you ask me to come here? Han Sun asked with a bow. Second uncle was from the same time period as Han Jinji. If they were friends, Han Sun would not be against calling him second uncle. Second uncle looked at Han Sun and said, "You've never seen Han Jinji?" They were just words, but they made Han Sun's heart jump. They made his face change. Is he still alive? Han Sun asked while looking at second uncle. Second uncle smiled and said, "That man can survive no matter where he goes. He's not the sort to lay down and die." Where is he? Han Sun asked. Second uncle sat at the end of a wooden table. He poured out 3 cups of tea, then passed 2 to Han Sun and Ningyu. After having a sip of his own, he said, "I want to know where he is too. The thing is, I can't find him." Han Sun was disappointed. He patted Little Flower and said, "If you're looking for that answer from me, you'll be disappointed. I don't know where he is. I've never seen him before." Second uncle shook his head and said, "I know you don't know where he is. If so, then why have you requested a sit down with me?" Han Sun asked. Han Sun did not understand what second uncle wanted from him. Second uncle looked at Han Sun and sighed. He said, "If I told you Han Jinji had no blood relation with you, would you believe me?" Han Sun froze, then asked, "Why?" Han Sun had harbored doubts about this in the past, but his father had told him Han Jinji was his great-grandfather. Now second uncle was telling him this, and Han Sun did not believe him. But still, Han Sun was willing to listen and ask why. Second uncle didn't immediately reply. He nodded to Ningyu. Then, Ningyu brought out some information to show Han Senator. He said, "Since we found out that you possess the 9-life cat pendant, we have been investigating the things that surround you. That includes your relation to Han Jinji. This is a compilation of what we have discovered." Han Sun flipped through a few pages of what he had been given, and he noticed the contents were very detailed. It showed that whenever he left the house or went somewhere, it was recorded and noted. Within the investigation, he also found information regarding his family. They had even been watching Han Sun's aunts and uncles. It didn't really bother Han Sun though. Even if they had found out his aunt's favorite parody colors, Han Sun didn't care. "You guys conducted a lot of work," Han Sun said, as he went through the information. "We needed to find out whether you're a friend or foe. It's nothing out of the ordinary." Ningyu smiled. Second uncle was just sipping his tea. He didn't say a word. Ningyu pointed to the information, and then went on to say, "After concluding our lengthy investigation, we found a decent amount of evidence that you and your father are indeed related to Han Jinji. If that is so, then why did your second uncle suggest I wasn't related to Han Jinji?" Han Sun glanced at Ningyu and second uncle with visible confusion. The things they said were very contradictory, so Han Sun knew there had to be something else he hadn't been told yet. Ningyu looked serious as he said, "During the investigation, we found a lot of suspicious activity, so we aren't able to 100% confirm that you and your father are related to Han Jinji. We're spending a lot of time and resources to get to the bottom of this. It might be possible you two are related to Han Jinji, but..." Han Sun didn't say anything. He wanted him to continue. Ningyu sighed and said, "We ran into a problem, one that we are unable to solve." "What is it?" Han Sun asked with curiosity. Ningyu pointed to the reports titled Han Jinji, and with a weird tone of voice said, "Why is your great-grandfather called Han Jinji?" Han Sun froze, and he understood now what Ningyu meant. Han Jinji was Han Jinji, but even Han Sun wondered why the doppelganger he found was called Han Jinji. If Han Jinji used the identity of a blue-blood officer to hide you and your father, then he shouldn't have used another man named Han Jinji. Any other name would have surely been 1,000,000 times safer. But he chose that name. Ningyu paused for a moment before continuing. "And this name makes it difficult to determine the power Han Jinji wielded. We spent a lot of time and resources figuring all this stuff out. I believe it is not just the Ning family conducting such research, either. I am sure there are many other factions spending such resources in this pursuit, eager to discover your true identity, and also to reveal the truth behind Han Jinji's tricks. But all the mystery behind you and your family has misled our investigations. It prevented us from being able to confirm whether or not you were related to Han Jinji. When we do finally get to the bottom of all this mystery, we'll probably discover that you are indeed relatives. But if so, it leaves us with one greater mystery. Why is Han Jinji Han Jinji? Did you not find your answers to that mystery? Han Sen asked. Ningyu shook his head. We haven't found any answers yet. We have made some predictions and have a hypothesis. Would you care to listen? Please go ahead. Han Sen looked at Ningyu. He wanted the answers just as much. Ningyu sighed and said, if we assume Han Jinji is not your relative, and if he used the name Han Jinji for a purpose, what would that purpose be? What we think is that your family is involved with another family and another faction's power. They're all focused on you guys, and they learned you are actually Han Jinji's relative. Who would benefit from this knowledge? Han Sen's face changed. If this was the story, then the one who would benefit from this was none other than Han Jinji himself. The sacrifice would be Han Sen's family. Han Jinji's name was more like bait left behind by Han Jinji. It was the sort of bait every shark would try to claim. He let others focus on that while he went on to do whatever it was he wanted to do. The scarier thing was, they did not know if Han Jinji was alive or not. And if Han's son was confirmed to be a relative, then the family would have to face all his enemies. If Han Sen's father had not faked his death, and Han's son hadn't grown up so well, none of this would have happened. Only the new community had the chance of ruining his family now. But this was just a theory. It wasn't 100% factual. Still, the mere thought gave Han Sen a shock, and sent a chill running down his spine. We can't guarantee the accuracy of the hypothesis. But aside from this, we couldn't find another plausible explanation as to why Han Jinji is still Han Jinji, Ningyu said, as he looked at Han Sr. Why are you guys telling me all this? Han Sen took a deep breath to compose his thoughts before asking. After all, what he had been told was a hypothesis. It was just a collection of ifs, and there was no point in Han's son being troubled by all this. This time, Ningyu did not speak. Second uncle looked at Han's son and said, there's one thing you shouldn't doubt. Han Jinji is capable of doing all this. Although it may not be true, at least we have confirmed that it is possible. Whether you're Han Jinji's heir or not, you're still functioning as bait. Everyone wants to get you, especially the leader of this new community. I am just unsure why he hasn't done anything yet. Perhaps he needs another 2 years to recover. And once he has, you'll be his prime target again. Second uncle, do you know the new community's leader? Who is he? Han's son had so many questions about the new community, all of which had no answers. He wanted them. Second uncle seemed to know a thing or two. That much was clear. And just as second uncle said, the new community had already tried coming after him once. Han's son had managed to avoid them. Had he not, he'd be in their hands. You must have heard what happened to the 7th team by now. Second uncle sighed. Han's son suddenly perked up. With excitement, he nodded and said, I have heard a bit. When you guys first entered the sanctuary, you met a character called God. This being granted you all one wish. Only you and another woman refused the offer. Second uncle nodded and said, my knowledge of the events reflects yours. We entered that strange dimension, and did indeed meet someone called God. Gu Qingqing and I didn't make a wish, but everybody else did. They accepted God's trial. Han's son lifted his ears, not willing to miss a single word. He knew he was close to learning things that he had never discovered before. Second uncle poured some more tea, and took a sip before speaking again. He said, Han Jinji told me it wasn't actually God. It was merely a creature that looked like us. And that is why he told me not to make a wish. I didn't make a wish at the time, but I ultimately disregarded his advice. I eventually made one. What? You did? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He was too shocked to refer to him as second uncle politely now. In the versions of the story he had heard up until now, second uncle did not make a wish. But now he was being told that the man had. Right from the horse's mouth. Second uncle sighed and said, That being said, I wish I had listened to Han Jinji and not made the wish. The temptation, however, was too strong. I made it. Han Sen's heart was full of conflicted emotions. He wanted to start asking questions, but he couldn't think of where to begin. He looked at second uncle and waited for him to resume speaking. If second uncle made a wish, then why did he appear to be doing just fine? He had not been trapped like Dawn, and he was not living with pain like Uncle Bug. He seemed in perfect health. Do you know what wish I made? Second uncle smiled, but it was a queer one. What was the wish? Han Sen didn't make guesses. He just wanted to hear the answers directly. Han Sen had spent far too much time guessing these matters, and he was getting tired of the constant theorizing. Clearly, second uncle didn't want him to guess either. He smiled and said, I am the greediest. So the wish I made was to have more wishes. Han Sen looked at second uncle. The wish seemed so childish, it was something a kid would do. But at the same time, it sort of made sense. Second uncle took a deep breath and said, I was wondering if Han Jinji was telling the truth. After all, he made a wish. If that being wasn't God, then why would he impart advice and still make a wish of his own anyway? That's why I ultimately decided to make one. And then, did your wish come true? Han Sen asked. It did. Second uncle's face looked bitter. He went on to say, now I can have many wishes, but first, I must finish the missions I was given. And those wishes were not what I wanted. But if I don't finish the missions, I will be dead. Now Han Sen understood what he meant. He had been tricked by God, enslaved by him to do his bidding. He was a slave and nothing more. What is this God thing? Han Sen asked, gritting his teeth. Second uncle shook his head and said, I don't know what it is, but you should assume it is simply a creature residing in the fifth sanctuary. That might be true, but its powers exceed the boundaries of the sanctuary. This is nothing an ordinary creature can do. The new community has some sort of a connection to this God, and the missions I am forced to do are all for the greater benefit of the new community. Could the leader of the new community be this God? Han Sen asked in shock. Second uncle shook his head, as it was not something he could answer. I don't know why the new community has not tried anything against you yet, but from what I see, their focus in finding Han Jinji is greater than anyone else's. And that confuses me. Perhaps you are able to tell me why this is? Second uncle asked Han Senator. Maybe it is, because they aren't strong enough to get me, Han Sen said. Second uncle gave a wry smile. The new community is stronger than you think. You are strong, but if they wanted you done for, you would be. They'd find a way. But I can't think of any other reasons why they haven't. Han Sen shrugged with his hands open. Second uncle went quiet for a moment, before proceeding. There is a problem with the new community leader's body. From what I have come to know, it will take 2 years to recover. And once it has recovered, he will most likely come after you himself. Second uncle didn't give a second thought to the idea that the new community had not struck, yet was because it currently wasn't strong enough. When Tina brought the Geno armor with her to fight, it was stolen by Han Senator, and Han Sen found himself able to use it. This put the new community at a big disadvantage. They could now only wait for their leader to recover and deal personally with Han Senator if you are willing. I am hoping we can cooperate when the times comes to deal with the new community. Second uncle looked directly at Han Senator. Second uncle, is this appropriate? Han Sen did not really trust second uncle, especially as he was apparently under the control of the enigmatic god. If he became an open enemy of the new community, harm could be brought upon him. I have lived long enough. If I can do something to save the Ning family before I go, I will be satisfied, second uncle said quietly. Okay then. And by the way, can you tell me where the new community is hiding out? Han Sen asked. On Han Sen's way back, he continued reading through the information second uncle provided him. He found information pertaining to key individuals of the new community, including details of their whereabouts. There were 3 planets second uncle believed might be possible locations for their headquarters, and also possible locations for their leader. But second uncle also told Han Sen not to provoke the new community. He told Han Sen the reason they had not yet taken action was most likely due to them being afraid of something. But if Han Sen didn't get rid of them now, It would only be a matter of time before they came after him. So, Han Sun decided it would be best if he struck first. The only problem with this was not knowing which planet the leader was currently residing on. Looking at the information he had been provided, some of the new community's members were actually rather famous and accomplished people, from both the human and Shura sides. It was difficult to imagine how the leader had managed to unify the two races that way as well. The person that caught Han Sen's attention the most was Qingya. He was a mysterious one, and not even the Ling family was able to tell where he came from. But with that being said, he was a high-ranking member of the new community, and one of the most important people in the organization. No one had seen him fight before, but it was known that he had the ability to teleport at will. The man who saved Tina must have been Qingya. Han Sun carefully memorized all the information pertaining to that man. With power like that, the man would be a dangerous foe even if he couldn't fight. Han Sun looked down to see if his father was included in the list. But after browsing through everything, it didn't seem as if there was a mention of his father. Is Dad's rank too low in the new community? Is that why he didn't make the cut? Han Sun thought to himself. A few days later, after Han Sun returned home, he spent some more time in research. He wasn't sure if second uncle's intent for cooperation was genuine, but knowing more about any potential threat was always for the best. Han Sun met his father-in-law Ji Ruozhen and told him what had transpired in his meeting with second uncle. He also provided him the information second uncle had given him. If they were able to locate the leader, Han Sun would go and fight. Han Sun was not the strongest in the sanctuary, but in space, he had the crystal armor and his beetle. He had more power than the strongest demigod. Returning to the shelter, Han Sun heard more people talking about Death Goddess. They were talking about who might have provoked her, and how she was able to one-hit kill her enemies. All conversations in the fourth sanctuary seemed to revolve around either Death Goddess or Dollar. And there was frequent chatter about who they believed to be better. Han Sun knew his power was still lagging a good distance behind Death Goddess, however. He didn't think he would be a formidable opponent for her yet. Strength is still the most important thing. After Han Sen's investigation, he settled on traveling to Wind Song Desert to hunt down super creatures, so he could max out his super geno points and get to fighting the most elite of the elites. The reason he selected Wind Song Desert was because it was notoriously dangerous there, and also because there were no super shelters around. There were supposed to be a lot of lone super creatures out there. Killing a super creature there would be easier than trying to take down a super shelter. Han Sun decided to bring Little Silver and Little Star with him as well. Little Star had the Starsea travel powers, so if he ended up in bad shape, he could flee with ease. Little Silver had strong healing abilities, and whenever they were in trouble, Han Sun could make use of the Blow Blood Geno Core. Han Sun would have to spill blood to use the Geno Core, and Little Silver's healing would help for that necessity, at the very least. And of course, Han Sun brought Bauer with him wherever he went. He'd never leave her behind. Lady Chef heard about him going to Wind Song Desert, and she seemed determined to follow him, no matter what. So he brought her along as well. There was also Sumi. Han Sun didn't want to bring him along, as he was afraid something bad might happen to the spirit. He couldn't explain a grievous mishap to Sumi's parents, but Sumi was just as determined to come. He was convinced the outing would make for good practice. He said if Han Sun would not let him come, he'd just go alone anyway. So, Han Sun really had no choice but to let him tag along too. If he went alone, it'd be a great deal more dangerous. The monsters in the desert would not recognize Furnace Emperor's heir, either. Wang Yuhang wanted to come, but Han Sun left him behind for obvious reasons. That place was dangerous, and if Wang Yuhang followed, Han Sun couldn't imagine the terrible misfortunes that might befall them. The last thing he wanted was to end up surrounded by super creatures in such a place. Everything was good on the way there, but when they entered the desert, a sandstorm immediately hit it, cloaked the sky and made darkness fall. Luckily, Han Sun was able to find a rocky place for them to take shelter. No trouble befell them there. With their combined power, normal sandstorms wouldn't affect them. But the sandstorms in Wind Song Desert were different. Sitting in the cave, Han Sun heard a strange noise howl through the raging storm. It was like a woman that was singing in the wind. Even in the midst of that sandstorm, he could hear the singing clearly. Weirdly though, he couldn't understand a word of what was being sung. But this was also how the desert received its name, Wind Song Desert. I've heard if there is singing in the sandstorm, and you cannot find a place to hide in time, you will be lost in the sandstorm forever. This even happens to powerful super creatures. I wonder if it is true. Sumi looked out of the cave, listening to the song outside. I advise you not to find out, Lady Chef said coldly. Something is getting close to the cave leaseways. Han-sun frowned, and continued looking outside. Lady Chef and Sumi looked to where he was watching, and aside from a black and yellow sandstorm, they could not make out anything unusual. Sumi looked closer but did not see anything. Just as he was about to ask Han-sun what he had seen, a form began to emerge from the sandstorm. The body looked human-shaped. Everyone was suddenly alert. After a few more steps, the body came right into the cave. It was covered in black and yellow sand. When the being shook itself a little, the person beneath the sand slowly became visible. Han-sun. Before anyone could react, the shadow saw Han-sun and blurted out his name in shock. Linfeng, Han-sun asked when he heard the man's voice. With much glee, he ran over to him. Encountering friends in such a place was always a very happy occurrence. Why are you here? They asked at the same time, prompting them both to laugh in unison. Linfeng shook the sand and dust out of his hair, and patted himself down. With a smile he said, Jing Jiwu and I have been on a streak of good luck. We were able to meet each other, and level up out here. We have been here for a few years, so you might consider us natives of the place. That's fantastic. With you guys here, we can hunt creatures with greater ease. Han-sun was looking excited. Han-sun had no doubt concerning the breadth of Linfeng and Jing Jiwu's potential power. Some people were simply good, no matter where they went. Jing Jiwu and Linfeng were such people. They were the best of the best. We can take you there, but first, we will have to wait for the sandstorm to pass. The sandstorm has gotten too strong. Heading into it now will surely hurry our demise. Linfeng smiled. Old Lin, are there any solo super creatures out there to your knowledge? Han-sun asked. After sitting down near the fire Linfeng prepared for them. He had also been offered food and drink. Linfeng nodded. There are quite a few. Jiwu and I have been observing them for a while, and I believe there are a few we can kill. When the sandstorm ends, we can call on Jiwu. Han-sun shook his head. Whatever target you have in mind is yours. I will go for ones I find myself. Linfeng smiled and said, We have only seen them. We don't yet have the experience to hunt them, so the ones we have in mind can't really be called targets. Hunting with you, however, would let us gain experience and whatnot. That is good enough. But this sandstorm will have us trapped inside here for a few days. I am afraid. The sandstorm was fierce. The noise outside was like howling thunder, but the soothing vocals still echoed softly under it all. It was a song that could most certainly hypnotize a person into a deep sleep. As Han-sun was talked with Linfeng, he did not realize that Bauer had been enticed by the acoustics. So she crawled out of the cave. Han-sun was shocked when he noticed. He ran towards the entrance, and uncaring for the sandstorm, he ran out into it. He called out Bauer's name, wanting her to come back. As soon as he exited the cave's mouth, though, a lot of black and yellow sand came his way. He couldn't see Bauer, or even his own hands. The severity of it all prompted Han-sun to return. Linfeng and Sumi ran towards him. The former said, You shouldn't go out there. The sandstorm is far too powerful. I once saw a giant snake flee into it. When the dust settled, only its bones remained. Once Linfeng said that, Han-sun's worry about Bauer increased. Bauer was strong, but Han-sun still considered her his child. Just like any parent, it did not matter how well their child grew up. They still harbored a strong yearning to keep them protected. Wait for me here. I'll be back, Han-sun said, then ran back out of the cave again. This time, he summoned the bulwark umbrella as he went. Lady Chef wished to stop Han-sun, but she couldn't. Han-sun was too quick. When he opened the umbrella, though, the sand outside was parted. The sand could no longer harm Han-sun, but still, he was unable to see much. The storm was like a dragon in the sky, circling him. Bauer! Han Sen used the umbrella while calling out for Bauer. Unfortunately, his voice was silenced in the midst of that storm. Even if he used his sonic powers. Han Sen frowned. He suddenly saw something flash inside the sandstorm. Eventually, Bauer came racing into the shelter provided by the bulwark umbrella. Bauer, why did you go running off like that? It's dangerous out here. Han Sen picked her up. He was happy he had found her. But he maintained a stern tone to tell her off. Dad, take a look at this. It's beautiful. Bauer raised her chubby hand. She was holding on to something Han Sen had never seen before. It was a ring made of gold. The stone at its center was jade, around the same size as a pigeon's egg. Seeing its style and the quality of its production, Han Sen deduced it was the craftwork of a human. Beings in the sanctuary would not put in the time or effort to create something that was pretty much just a luxury and nothing more. Bauer, where did you get this from? Did someone die out here? Han Sen asked her as he took the ring. I got it over there. But it's just a ring. Bauer pointed in a particular direction. But nothing was visible due to the storm. Han Sen was unable to see what she was pointing towards. But he couldn't see the entrance of the cave behind him, either. Forget it, let's go back. If someone did die out there, there's nothing we can do about it now. Han Sen held Bauer and returned to the cave. Han Sen remembered the direction to go back, and he wasn't led astray. He managed to get back to the cave without harm. When Lin Feng saw Han Sen return, he and the rest all felt relief. Too many creatures had died in this sort of sandstorm. This was Sumi's first time there. But Lin Feng had occupied this area for a few years. He knew how dangerous this region could be, and he was very surprised to see Han Sen make it back. Lin Feng, do you recognize this? Han Sen threw him the ring Bauer had found. Lin Feng had been there for a few years, so he should have known the other humans in the area. Perhaps he could put a name to the person the ring may have once belonged to. Lin Feng examined the ring, but as soon as he did, his face changed. He stood up, staring at the ring. Where did you get this? I got it out in the desert. Do you know who it belongs to? Han Sen could sense something was amiss. This is Jiwoo's ring. His first girlfriend gave it to him, back when he was in school. He always wore it, and he would never take it off, let alone leave it behind someplace. Lin Feng stared out into the sandstorm, before clenching his jaw. He came out here with you? Why is he not here with us now? Han Sen's heart jumped. He didn't come with me. He should be in the shelter. Why would his ring be out here? Lin Feng looked so shocked, and he kept his gaze fixed on the sandstorm. Before Han Sen said anything more, though, Lin Feng rushed right out into the sandstorm, ring in hand. As this was happening, the song that tainted the wind changed. The voice that had no words suddenly said something summoning like, Han Senior. Han Senior. Han Sen and the others were all surprised. They had never heard of the singing voice in the storm calling someone's name. However, there was no mistaking what the voice was saying now. It was clearly calling Han. Senator Han Sen grabbed Lin Feng and said, Wait a minute, something's wrong. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I have to go no matter what. Otherwise I'll never forgive myself. Okay, then I'll come with you. Han Sen took a look at the storm outside the cave, as he listened to the voice yelling his name. It sounded like a sad girl, who was calling for her loved one. The thing outside seems to be targeting you. You don't need to go out there. I've lived here for years and I have my way with the storm. Just wait for me here. Lin Feng said as he walked out. Han Sen didn't stop Lin Feng this time. He said to Little Silver and Little Star, You guys stay here. I'll go out with Lin Feng and check. Teacher, the thing outside seems to know you. How about I go out there with you? I'm a spirit, so even if I die, I can still be resurrected, said Sumi. No need. Han Sen called over his shoulder as he left the cave. He opened the umbrella in his hand, sheltering himself and Lin Feng from the wind and sand. Lin Feng nodded his thanks to Han. Senator, he asked, Where did you find that ring? The storm outside was so strong that they couldn't see or feel anything. There were no visible landmarks to use as reference points in the storm, so they simply needed to pick a direction to walk. Where did you find the ring, Bauer? Han Sen looked to Bauer. Bauer was lying lazily on Han Sen's shoulder. She lifted a finger to point out into the storm. She only picked up that ring because she thought it was pretty. However, she knew that she wouldn't be getting the ring back now, so she had lost her motivation. Both Han Sun and Lin Feng were a little shocked at the direction Bauer was pointing. She was pointing toward the voice in the storm. Let's go and check. Han Sun walked forward with the umbrella in his hands. Neither of them said anything. They walked forward in the storm. The farther forward they moved, the stronger the storm became. The pressure on their hands became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, Han Sen's body was pretty good, so the pressure didn't crush him. As they walked, the voice calling to Han Sun became clearer and clearer. It was creepy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he kicked something. He bent down to touch it, and then he pulled an iron arrow from the sand. This is Jiwu's arrow. There's his mark on the shaft. Lin Feng looked much more worried than before. Let's just walk forward. Perhaps he's right in front of us. He might be trapped by something, said Han Senator. The two kept walking, and they kept finding random things along the way, based on Lin Feng's speculation, and they all belonged to Jing Jiwu. They were both very worried as they realized that Jing Jiwu might be in great danger. However, they couldn't do anything more than keep walking, hoping that they could still save Jing Jiwu. Suddenly, the storm in front of them weakened, and they could finally see something clear instead of complete darkness in front of them. Han Sun and Lin Feng saw clearly what was going on in front of them, and their eyes turned red. There was a giant skeleton in front of them, and it was more than 100 feet tall and 1,000 feet long. It blocked most of the wind and sand, which was why the storm was weaker here than elsewhere. However, there was also a human being hanging from the skeleton. It was Jing Jiwu. At this moment, Jing Jiwu was crucified upon the skeleton. His arms and feet were bleeding, and his eyes were also nailed to the skeleton. He couldn't look more dead. Jiwu. Lin Feng looked at Jing Jiwu, who was nailed to the skeleton. His face darkened, and he clenched his fist hard, driving his nails into his palm. However, Lin Feng didn't take one step forward. Instead, he held out an arm and stopped Han Sun from lowering the body down. Something's wrong here. Someone's trying to lure us over there to ambush us. Lin Feng said each word quietly, but his voice was trembling. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was furious. I know, but the only way to lure our enemies out is for us to go in. Han Sun was also enraged. It didn't feel good to see that someone he knew had died so tragically. Are you sure? Lin Feng asked. Staring at Han Senator. There are few in the fourth god's sanctuary who can kill me, answered Han Senator. Okay, let's go. Let's go bring back Jiwu's body, Lin Feng said while taking large steps toward the skeleton. Han Sun lifted his bulwark umbrella and followed. Though Han Sun and Lin Feng couldn't see them, a man and a woman were standing somewhere close to the skeleton, and a place wasn't affected by the storm at all. That man looked normal, like an elegant middle-aged man. However, the woman looked quite unique. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body looked like a centipede, and it was constituted with bones and barbs. Apparently, she was a creature. They were tricked. The women's eyes gleamed. Bloodbone demon, are you sure you can kill him? Asked the man as he looked at that strange woman. Rest assured, Mr. Qingya, I'll definitely kill him for you, Chairman. This is Fengge Desert, and this place belongs to me. Bloodbone demon smiled weirdly. As long as they touch my bloodbone puppet, they'll be doomed. Even God won't be able to help them. Good. As long as you kill Han Sun, the chairman will always remember your contribution, said Qingya mildly. He was staring at Han Sun and Lin Feng, who were approaching the skeleton. Bloodbone demon's eyes gleamed, and she licked her lips using her snake-like tongue. She was looking at Han Sun, as if looking at a dead man. Watch my back as I lower Jiwu's body, Lin Feng said as he flew to the skeleton. He summoned a beast soul sword, cutting the bones behind Jing Jiwu, and he caught Jing Jiwu's body as it fell. However, just as Lin Feng touched Jing Jiwu's body, Jing Jiwu's eyes popped open, and its body wound around Lin Feng like a group of snakes. And then, bones emerged from Jing Jiwu's body and locked around Lin Feng like an exoskeleton. Jing Jiwu's corpse had been completely twisted, and it looked like a skeleton with lots of blood and flesh. Lin Feng, under the skeleton's control, and he couldn't help slashing wildly toward Han's senator. Both of them were terrified. Han Sen was horrified. He tried to dodge the attacks from Lin Feng, and at the same time he yelled, "What's happening, Lin Feng?" Han Sen knew that Lin Feng was controlled, but he didn't know if only Lin Feng's body was possessed, or if his mind was as well. Lin Feng continued to swing his sword toward Han Sen, and at the same time he said, "My body is under someone else's control. Go away. Then I'll cut you free." Han Sen was holding the bulwark umbrella in one hand, and his Taya sword in the other. He struck the bones that were locked around Lin Feng. "Ah!" Lin Feng suddenly screamed in agony. Then he coughed out blood, which shocked Han Sen to his very core. Han Sen was confident about his sword technique. His aim was perfect. Han Sen was certain that he slashed the bloody bones, so he couldn't understand why Lin Feng had been injured. Han Sen saw that the bloody bones were completely intact, but Lin Feng kept coughing up blood. Han Sen realized something was wrong. "Either flee now or kill me," Lin Feng told Han Sen through gritted teeth. He had realized what was happening. Han Sen didn't want to give up like that. He then slashed the bloody bones in two different places, but the same thing happened. The bloody bones got hit, but Lin Feng was the one who was actually injured. The bloody bones were transferring all damage done to them straight to Lin Feng. Han Sen wasn't having any sudden inspiration on how to deal with the situation. He had to use his bulwark umbrella and Taya sword to ward off the attacks. Han Sen and Lin Feng realized that their time was running out, yet Han Sen still didn't have the time to actually fight Lin Feng. Han Sen didn't know much about Lin Feng's actual fighting power, but he was certainly that Lin Feng was incredibly powerful. Now Lin Feng was totally under the bloody bones' control, but he was still performing his own blade techniques. Although Lin Feng only had a gemstone Geno core, his blade technique shocked Han Sen a lot. Lin Feng's techniques were elegant and mild, but they weren't visually stunning or mysterious. They weren't like God's retribution skills, which turned complicated into simple, and they weren't as intricate as Six Paths' abilities. Each of Lin Feng's moves looked very simple and plain, but those simple and ordinary sword techniques seemed powerful, perhaps unbreakable. Lin Feng's sword techniques turned something base and ordinary into something rare and ethereal. There were some flaws in Lin Feng's techniques, but the pressure exerted from those attacks made the wielder feel like they were like an emperor that nobody could easily bypass. Han Sen's blade techniques were also good, but it would be difficult for him to win against Lin Feng just using his sword. However, Han Sen's focus wasn't on swords, so he had many other methods to suppress Lin Feng. When it came to strength, Lin Feng was not Han Sen's match. If Lin Feng had been an enemy, Han Sen would have killed him already, but Han Sen didn't want to harm his friend. He was forced to stay on the defensive, which put him at a disadvantage. To make sure that he didn't injure Lin Feng, Han Sen had to keep stepping back, and after several steps, he had drifted back into the storm, so he couldn't see anything around him. Dang! Lin Feng, who was controlled by the bloody bones, didn't seem to be affected by the storm at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious, and he flitted here and there like a shadow in the storm. He kept showing up in the storm and hitting Han Senator. Han Sen warded off another strike from Lin Feng. Yet all of a sudden, a sword suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's left hand. The sword stabbed Han Sen's shoulder, and he started to bleed. Han Sen spun his own sword, but he couldn't slash the bloody bones. Lin Feng disappeared into the storm again. Lin Feng, who was now dual-wielding swords, got more aggressive. He attacked Han Sen again and again from the cover of the storm, but Han Sen could only defend instead of attacking. Lin Feng took advantage of every opening that Han Sen provided, and Han Sen's wounds kept piling up, and his blood kept dripping. "Kill me!" Lin Feng yelled with a hoarse voice, his eyes red. However, Han Sen couldn't attack Lin Feng like that. He warded off the attacks from Lin Feng while saying, I keep thinking, there's got to be something I can do. I won't let you die like this." Despite saying so, Han Sen couldn't think of anything. He couldn't kill Lin Feng, but he also couldn't dodge the attacks in the storm as fast as Lin Feng. It seemed that killing Lin Feng would be the only way to survive. Han Sen got more injured, and blood covered his entire body. Bloodbone Demon looked at Lin Feng and Han Sun, who were fighting each other in the storm. She smiled. I thought it would take longer to kill Han Sun since he didn't touch the Bloodbone puppet. But now, it seems it's not necessary anymore. Humans are such bizarre creatures. They'll literally let themselves be killed for the sake of others. Totally bizarre, but I like this feeling. Humans are indeed idiotic creatures, as they usually do things that are completely meaningless, said Qingya mildly. Just when Bloodbone Demon tried to say something, Lin Feng lunged forward and ran his sword through Han Sen's heart. Han Sun fell onto the ground. Mr. Qingya, it's done now, Bloodbone Demon said excitedly to Qingya. You should be more careful. That human being is exceptional, Qingya said, looking at Han Sen's lifeless body on the ground. Please rest assured, Mr. Qingya. There won't be a problem. Bloodbone Demon was very confident. She walked toward Han Sun and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing in the storm. All of a sudden, the storm around them disappeared, and then a man and a woman walked toward him. To be exact, there were 3 of them. That woman had the lower body of a centipede, and she was carrying a man that couldn't move at all. That person seemed to have been completely paralyzed. Though he was still slightly conscious, he couldn't even move his lips and eyeballs. It was Jingjiwu. Who are you? Lin Feng shouted at Qingya as his eyes popped in shock. Apparently, he could tell that Qingya was the master in this situation. Bloodbone Demon smiled weirdly. Lin Feng couldn't control himself at all. He raised the blade in his hand and stabbed Han Sun, who already seemed lifeless. See, Mr. Qingya, that human is completely dead now, said Bloodbone Demon. And then, she threw the paralyzed Jingjiwu onto the ground, and she stabbed down toward him with claws that looked like bones. This guy is useless now. Before Bloodbone Demon could stab Jingjiwu with her claws, the space around her was suddenly twisted, and a trace of light flashed, cutting off the claws that struck toward Jingjiwu. As for Jingjiwu, a hand grabbed him and pulled him away from the claws. You're still alive? Bloodbone Demon's eyes popped out, staring at the man supporting Jingjiwu. It was Han Sun, who she had presumed to be dead. You've come out already, so I don't need to stay dead anymore. Han Sun smiled mildly. He was holding the split knife, and at the same time, he checked Jingjiwu's body with his Dongxian aura. Jingjiwu seemed to have been poisoned, but it wasn't deadly. Bloodbone Demon realized that she had been tricked, and tricked in front of Qingya. She got furious and screamed, "Kill him. Kill him now." Bloodbone Demon screamed several times, but she found that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be controlled by the Bloody Bone puppet, didn't rush toward Han Senator. The Bloody Bones were trembling, trying to move Lin Feng's body forward. But Lin Feng was just standing there without moving a muscle. There were traces of golden light bursting out of his body, which made Lin Feng's body look like a golden Buddha. Pung! Light exploded from Lin Feng's body like a nuclear blast. He turned into a golden sun, which burned several bones of the bloody skeleton that had encased him. The broken bloody bones went back to Bloodbone Demon. When she reabsorbed the broken bones, Bloodbone Demon couldn't help coughing out some blood. The Bloodbone puppet was herself Geno Core, and after having her Geno Core injured, she was also injured a bit. After the golden light went away, Lin Feng walked out calmly. He wasn't injured at all. Impossible. How is it possible? Bloodbone Demon couldn't believe her eyes. She had a super Geno Core, while that human only had a gemstone Geno Core. Yet not only did she fail to control him, he even injured her. Though the Bloodbone puppet was only slightly injured, it was still unacceptable to Bloodbone Demon. Unfortunately, my endless Buddha body is still at gemstone level. It's still not able to rival a super Geno Core, said Lin Feng calmly as his face turned pale. I kill you, shrieked Bloodbone Demon. Lin Feng had spoken calmly, but she was still infuriated by what he had said. Bloodbone puppet merged with her body, and it formed a bloodbone armor around her. She shouted furiously and rushed toward Lin Feng like a strange dragon with the wind and sand. The butterfly wings on Han Sen's back trembled, and bloodthirsty Ant King was shining with dazzling light. All of a sudden, he crossed the distance between them, and went into the wind and sand, slashing Bloodbone Demon. Before Bloodbone Demon could reach Lin Feng, Hansen's blade had already cut through her body, and the bloodbone armor protecting her. Super creature bloodbone demon killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Consume the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Hansen licked his lips. He was a little upset about not receiving a beast soul. However, Hansen never stopped moving. Instead, he slashed the split knife toward Qinya, going through time and space. We'll meet again very soon. And next time, you won't be so lucky that you meet a moron like her. Qinya looked at Hansen and smiled. You won't have a next time. Hansen teleported through time and space, and rushed toward Qinya, thrusting his blade into Qinya's body. However, Qinya was still smiling, and his body became lighter and lighter, until it disappeared completely. Hansen's blade seemed to slash a phantom. It went through directly and completely, and it didn't touch anything. Who was he? Lin Feng asked, looking at where Qinya had disappeared. I only know that he's from the new community, and his name is Qinya. Hansen took a look at Jing Jiwu, who was not able to move at all. He then apologized. Sorry that you were dragged into this. They were coming after me. Lin Feng shook his head without saying anything. He walked to Jing Jiwu and checked his body, then he frowned. He's poisoned. Hopefully, something in the alliance can help him. Antidotes in the alliance were usually designed for certain types of poison, but poisons in the sanctuaries were a little different from those in the alliance, so it was difficult to say whether it was going to work or not. Let Little Silver try, perhaps it'll work. Hansen then picked up Jing Jiwu and walked back. After Bloodbond Demon was killed, the storm stopped. Hansen had absorbed the life Geno essence of Bloodbone Demon, so he was very happy about that. His goal for this trip was to get a life Geno essence. Though he went through some trouble before getting it, he was still pleased with what he had gained. Little Silver and the others had already come out of the cave. Jing Jiwu looked like a corpse when Hansen laid him beside Little Silver. Little Silver, can you get rid of the poison in him? If you can't, can you at least save his life first? Without saying anything, Little Silver hit Jing Jiwu with a stream of silver lightning. Jing Jiwu's zombie-like face twisted. Look, his life force is recovering. How amazing. When Lin Feng saw that Jing Jiwu was recovering, he was exhilarated. It couldn't help complimenting Little Silver, and he turned to Hansen and said, Jiwu is safe now, and you're also injured severely. Ask the fox to heal you now. Seeing Little Silver look at him, Hansen quickly waved his hands. No need. I can heal myself. Though Little Silver was a skilled healer, his lightning-based healing powers did not feel good. Hansen would rather simulate the power of the Holy Rhino and heal himself slowly. He had a sturdy body, and his injuries were not fatal. Both Lin Feng and Hansen had known that it wasn't Jing Jiwu on the skeleton. However, the things they picked up on the way had been real. They made a show to lure Bloodbone Demon out. Hansen had carefully controlled where he was injured, and with the cooperation of Lin Feng, he wasn't actually severely injured. The spots that got stabbed by the sword looked fatal, but none of them hurt the organs and the bones. Only the flesh was injured. Under the constant treatment of Little Silver, Jing Jiwu could finally make a sound, and the first sound he made was so miserable that even Hansen and Lin Feng couldn't help being scared. To get rid of the poison inside Jing Jiwu completely, Little Silver kept treating him. Jing Jiwu didn't make any more noise, but his face was twisting. After the poison in Jing Jiwu was completely eradicated, Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu took Hansen to the shelter they were staying in. It was a little shelter in the desert, but it was only a primitive shelter that was already abandoned. They were the only ones that were staying there. They stayed in the shelter for 2 days before Hansen went out hunting again. With the information provided by Jing Jiwu and Lin Feng, Hansen chose a super creature, named Ancient Demon Beast, as his next target. I need to improve my power as soon as possible. The new community is already on the move, so I need to attack first. I can't just wait here to be hit. Hansen hoped that his father-in-law could quickly figure out where the chairman was, so that they could eradicate the new community completely. Chairman, our plan has failed. Bloodbone Demon was killed. I take full responsibility. Inside the new community's headquarters, Qingya stood with his head lowered. The chairman of New Community said, I already know what happened to Bloodbone Demon. That has nothing to do with you. You're not responsible for her stupidity. The chairman then said, Go to the departed abyss and take the creature there to Han's senator. It will definitely be able to kill Han's son, as long as it's not as stupid as Bloodbone Demon. Will the one in departed be willing to help us? Qingya asked, frowning. It doesn't have a choice. Take this. The chairman handed a box to Qingya. When the creature sees this, it'll understand. Yes. Qingya left the meeting room with the box without asking what was in it. Chairman, is it appropriate to give something so important to Qingya? Asked a Shura man who entered the meeting room right after Qingya left. Do you think there's anyone else who is capable of taking the one in the departed abyss to Winesong Desert? Asked the chairman calmly. The Shura man frowned and said, I've always thought there's something wrong with that Qingya. He's always so mysterious. It doesn't matter. As long as he can finish what I told him to do, everything will be well, said the chairman of the New Community. Go do your job now. There isn't much time left. Han Sun and Lin Feng took off to the desert oasis where Ancient Demon Beast lived. Based on what Lin Feng knew, Ancient Demon Beast was ferocious, and it had the power of time. It was one of the most powerful super creatures in Winsong Desert. Han Sun chose it because of its unusual power. If he could obtain its beast soul or Geno core, it would benefit him a great deal. I can't believe there are so many creatures in this desert. After half a day of walking, Han Sun saw a black river in front of them. However, it wasn't actually a river. It was a large swarm of black sand mice. No one could tell how many mice there were. They moved together in a group as they rushed deeper into the desert. Sand mice are the most common creatures in Winsong Desert, so we see them all the time. However, this is the first time I have seen so many sand mice together. Lin Feng looked at the group of sand mice surprised. Jing Jiwu was also looking at the sand mice. He thought about it and said, I've seen such a large group of sand mice before, but that's because they encountered powerful enemies and escaped their homes through a secret portal under the sand. However, they don't seem to be running away from anything this time. It looks more like they're looking for something. Han Sun observed the sand mice using his Dongxian aura and tried to hear what they were thinking. Han Sun thought that he wouldn't be able to gain anything. The Dongxian aura didn't work well on demigods, unless the thinking ripples of demigods were very strong. To Han Sun's surprise, he could actually hear something. The thoughts of those sand mice were very strong, so strong that Han Sun could actually hear each sand mouse shouting, Fruit! Fruit! Han Sun listened to it for a while. Then he shut down his Dongxian aura. His ears and brain had been about to explode because of the noise. The only thing those sand mice were thinking about was fruit. Fruit? What is the fruit? Is there a top-tier Geno plant maturing and bearing fruits nearby? Han Sun thought. He turned to Lin Feng. I think those sand mice are up to something. Let's follow them and see if we find anything. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu agreed to it. The chef and Sumi were also curious. They then followed the group of sand mice to see what they were after. Han Sun's companions were naturally much faster than the sand mice, and they soon reached the front of the group of sand mice. There they found a sand mouse the size of a cow with a body of marble, leading the entire group of sand mice forward. A super creature. Sumi looked at the king of mice surprised. Everyone was just as surprised as Sumi. Though there were many sand mice, the vast majority of them were at ordinary level, with only a few primitive mice mixed in. There wasn't even one sacred blood creature. It was indeed surprising to see a super king of mice among them. Though it was possible for extraordinary circumstances to occasionally produce a more powerful variant among low-level creatures, it was extremely rare. As for low-level creatures like sand mice, it was rare for them to have a mutant creature, and it would be a miracle to have a sacred blood creature among them. However, there was a king of mice that was a super creature, which made Han Sun wonder what was going on. The king of mice just continued leading the group of mice forward, and it didn't show any hostility. Han Sun followed the king of mice forward, continuing to become more nervous. The king of mice was capable of running very fast, but it wasn't doing that instead. It was just jogging so that the group of sand mice behind it could keep up with it. The smaller sand mice followed their king tirelessly. As they ran across the desert, the group of sand mice kept running until midnight. Suddenly, Han Sun and his friends saw a river in front of them, and this time, it was a real river. A river lay across the desert like a thread made of jade. It looked bizarre. Despite the fact that the night was at its darkest, and there wasn't much light from the stars in the sky, the river was gleaming as if the water itself was glowing. The river was only a couple of feet wide, but the water flowed as fast as that in Yellow River. However, after a short while, the water decreased and then flowed away, like a snake slithering away. The king of mice made a noise, and then it went on to catch up with the river, chasing the water that continued to flow away across the desert. Han Sun and the others were all the more curious. They followed the king of mice. After only a short while, Han Sun found something weird. The river was flowing through a place with lots of dunes, and rather than pooling or flowing around the dunes, the water just flowed up and down them. It was scientifically impossible. Water didn't flow up. It was just bizarre. Despite using his Dongxian aura to observe the water for a long time, Han Sun couldn't find anything strange about it. It just felt like a normal river with normal water. They followed the king of mice and ran for a couple of hours, and suddenly, the fluorescent river in front of them disappeared. Holes emerged in the sand, and the fluorescent water all flowed into them. Those sand holes were only as large as fists, which meant Han Sun and the others definitely couldn't get in. They had to stop. The king of mice stopped in front of the holes in the sand. Then it called to the group of mice behind it. The sand mice immediately ran into the holes. Nobody knew how deep the holes were, but they looked like an abyss. A great many sand mice had already entered, but it still wasn't full. I can't get into a hole like that. Jingjiu looked at the holes that were the size of a fist and shook his head. How about we dig into a hole to see what's inside? Sumi suggested. Jingjiu shook his head and said, if we could simply dig into a hole, the Mouse King wouldn't be staying outside. I'm pretty sure that he would be much better at digging holes than us. Sumi thought that made sense. The sand mice were still entering the holes. Lin Feng examined the Mouse King and said, do you think that Mouse King became a super creature because of something inside one of those holes? Jingjiwu's eyes gleamed. If so, then it'll bring all its descendants here to make sure that its descendants can also evolve like it did. Yes, that must be the case. Let's try digging a hole. Sumi was excited. No need for the trouble, Han Sun said to Sumi, jumping on Little Star's back. Get on Little Star's back, all of you. Although Lin Feng and Jingjiu didn't know Little Star's power, they both suspected that Little Star might be great at digging holes. Everyone climbed on Little Star's back. Starlight shone around Little Star's body, covering Han Sun and the others, and they went into one of the holes. Lin Feng and Jingjiu had thought that Little Star had the power to dig holes, but instead, Little Star was traveling straight through the sandstone layers. He can pass through materials? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Han Sun nodded, and Lin Feng and Jingjiu were all the more surprised seeing that Han Sun had confirmed it. This ability was very rare and quite impressive. After seeing Han Sun kill Bloodbone Demon, Little Silver use incredible curing power. Little Star passed through solid materials. Lin Feng and Jingjiu were continually amazed. Han Sun, you're just favored by God. You have all the nice things in the world. How are we supposed to catch up? Asked Jingjiu smiling. Han Sun also smiled. There are many good things in the shelter. I'm just a little bit lucky. Neither Lin Feng nor Jingjiu said anything. If Han Sun was only considered a little bit lucky, they had no idea what real luck meant. The sand hole was very deep, and after several miles, the small sand holes started to converge into a giant rock road. Han Sun saw the fluorescent river flowing away down the underground rock road, while the group of mice chased after it. The king of mice hadn't entered with them, so only the small sand mice were chasing the river. Many ordinary sand mice were not able to keep up with the river, but they kept driving themselves forward until their bodies were twitching and foam was spewing from their mouths. Unfortunately, they were not able to keep up with the river anymore. As Han Sun saw more and more sand mice falling behind, The rest sped up and tried to catch up with the river. The underground rock road was like a cobweb, and it extended in all directions. The river didn't leave any traces where it flowed across. If they didn't follow the river, they would definitely get lost in the underground labyrinth. Han-san and the others chased the underground river for more than 40 hours, and they saw more and more sand mice dropping out of the race. Only less than 1% of the sand mice were able to keep up. However, even 1% of the mice was at least 10,000. Most of them were mutant creatures, while some were primitive creatures. Now lots of them had burned out already. Many primitive sand mice couldn't run anymore, and they were foaming at the mouth. At this moment, the river in front of them suddenly stopped, and so did Han-san and the others. They didn't rush to chase it. The rock road got broader in front of them, forming an enormous underground space. The fluorescent river flowed into the cave, forming an underground lake, and it stopped right there. Han-san and the others followed the group of sand mice to the lake, and they saw that at the center of the lake was a small island with a small tree. Growing on it, there were fruits that looked like pears on the tree. There's indeed something amazing here. We made the right choice to come here. Sumi was exhilarated. He wanted to fly across the lake and go to the island immediately. Han-san grabbed Sumi, shook his head, and said, "Let's observe it first. If it's really that valuable, it won't be so easy to take." After only a short while, the sand mice rushed into the lake. They tried to swim toward the island, wanting to eat the fruit. The sand mice began swimming across, and nothing happened at first. Halfway across the lake, though, the sand mice sunk as if they had been grabbed by something in the water. They vanished under the surface. Han-san and the others were all shocked. They watched the water for a short while, but they couldn't see what had dragged the sand mice down. Though the fluorescent water was bright, it wasn't very transparent. Because it was too bright, it was difficult to see what was beneath the surface. The sand mice had sunk one by one as if they were dragged down by a water ghost, yet the group of mice didn't give up. On the contrary, they continued swimming toward the island without any consideration for their lives. Many sand mice were dragged into the lake, but a small portion of them were lucky, and they were gradually approaching the island. Not all the sand mice are sinking. I don't think it's the water itself pulling them down. It's something inside the water, Jingjiwu said, looking at the lake. "It should be okay for us to fly across the lake, right?" said Sumi. "We can try that, but we still need to be careful." Han-san nodded. Everyone saw that some of the sand mice were about to reach the island. They stopped hesitating and flew up into the sky, trying to fly as high as possible. Nothing happened in the beginning, but when they were halfway there, Han-san felt that a powerful force grabbing him and trying to drag him into the lake. Han-san looked down and tried to see what there was down there, but he couldn't see anything under the water. Splish! Splish splish! Han-san summoned his butterfly wings and bloodthirsty Ant King to stop himself from falling. But at the same time, the dragon chef, Sumi, Linfeng, and Jingjiwu all fell into the lake, and they were quickly sinking. "Help me, little star." Han-san saw little Silver and Bower sitting on the back of little Star, and nothing seemed to be happening to them. As for little Star, it didn't seem to be affected by that pulling force at all. It was floating in the sky, relaxed. Han-san called for little Star's attention, and at the same time, he pulled back his power and stopped fighting that pulling force. Instead he dived. Splash! Han-san fell into the lake. Unexpectedly, the fluorescent lake water wasn't cold at all, but warm like a hot spring, which was very comfortable. However, that powerful pulling force didn't give Han-san a chance to actually enjoy the sensation. Re-engaging his power, Han-san fought that terrific gravity-like power and grabbed a hold of Sumi. He then threw Sumi into the sky. Little Star turned its body in the sky and caught Sumi with its tail, putting him on its back. Han-san then dived into the water like a dragon, and he swam toward Linfeng and Jingjiwu, who were still sinking. He then threw them out of the water one by one. Little Star then flew toward them, putting both of them on its back. He then found Dragon Chef, and after throwing her out of the water, Han-san was about to rush out himself. However, He felt that something was binding his feet, and a horrifying force was dragging him down deeper into the water. Han Sun used his god's Geno core and bloodthirsty Ant King power at the same time, yet they couldn't resist that powerful pulling force, and he was being dragged into the lake. D damn it, there's definitely something down there. Han Sun was shocked. The god's Geno core, together with bloodthirsty Ant King and Han Sen's own body, made Han Sun as powerful as ordinary super creatures, or perhaps even stronger. But those forces combined weren't a match for the force in the water. It kept dragging Han Sun down. Han Sun tried to fight it, but that didn't work very well. He wanted to see what was dragging him down, but he could only see spots of light beneath him. Other than those, nothing was visible. Han Sun felt that something had bound his feet, so he focused on that. He summoned his split knife and slashed toward whatever was trapping his feet. After slashing several times, he couldn't find anything to cut. The force trapping him didn't show any sign of relieving. Han Sun was completely shocked. Split knife was able to easily kill super creatures, so if something was actually binding his feet, he should have cut it already. However, he didn't slash anything, yet he still felt that his feet were trapped, which kind of confused him. Han Sun didn't have time to think about it now. The force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was pulling him down relentlessly. Han Sun was already over 1,000 feet deep in the lake. Han Sun didn't know what was down there. Perhaps there was a giant bloody mouth waiting for him at the bottom, waiting to eat and swallow him. Han Sun entered Super King Spirit mode immediately. Before Han Sun could take further action, he felt the force at his feet relax, and the power binding his ankles disappeared. He couldn't feel that pulling force anymore. Han Sun didn't have the mental capacity to wonder why that force suddenly disappeared. He summoned all his courage and rushed forward, and without the pulling force, Han Sun successfully flew out of the lake. As he breached the surface, Han Sun deactivated the Super King Spirit mode, already as he didn't want Su-Mi and the others to see it. Seeing Han Sun appear from the lake, Little Star chuffed in joy and rushed toward Han Sun, putting him on its back. What happened? Why did it take you so long to come out? Did you see anything down there? The Dragon Lady Chef asked Han Sun curiously. Han Sun had saved all of them, so naturally, he had the power to get out himself, which was why they didn't think of anything else. They thought that Han Sun found something down there. Han Sun smiled. I didn't find anything. After I pushed you guys out, something trapped my feet, and my strength couldn't resist the power of that thing. I kept sinking, and thank God I got rid of it and got away. Everyone heard what Han Sun said, and they all looked at Han Sen's feet. Everyone was dazed by what they had just seen, and they all looked at Han Sun in a weird way. Han Sun, I can't believe you have such a weird habit. Jingjiwu looked at Han Sun, seeming confused. What are you talking about? Han Sun was dazed. He then looked down at his feet, and found himself equally surprised. Out of nowhere, Han Sun had a shoe on one of his feet. Han Sun was sure that it was definitely not his shoe. When Han Sun came to Windsong Desert, he had been wearing a beast soul armor, but he hadn't worn any shoes. Besides, he was still wearing the armor, and the fighting boots were attached to the armor. How was it possible that he was wearing a shoe? However, there was indeed a shoe on his left foot, and it was a high-heeled shoe that belonged to a woman. The shoe looked fabulous, and it was comparable with the shoes of luxury brands, if not better. With Han Sun wearing the shoe, it made Han Sen's big foot look a bit delicate. Even weirder, the shoe was made of crystal, and so was the heel. Please trust me, this is not my shoe. I'm not Cinderella. Why I am even wearing this? Han Sun asked while lifting his foot, trying to get the shoe off. However, the shoe seemed to be attached to his foot, and it was impervious to Han Sen's attempts to pull it off. Are you still trying to deny that this is your shoe? If it's not your shoe, why does it fit your foot so well? Don't deny it anymore, Cinderella. Go back and marry your prince, said Jingjiwu. Fuck Cinderella. Even if I am a character in the fairy tale, I'm the prince. Han Sun took out his split knife and stabbed the crystal shoe. Followed by a sharp sound, the split knife bounced up, and there wasn't even a white scar on the crystal heel. Everyone was shocked after seeing that. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had both seen Han Sun kill Bloodbone Demon with his split knife, and it was a blade that could easily cut a super creature in half. However, it didn't leave even a mark on the shoe. It was shocking, and Lin Feng and the others were now worried. "How is your foot? Does anything feel wrong?" Lin Feng asked, staring at the crystal heel. "I feel wrong everywhere now," said Han Sun, bummed. He wasn't actually hurt, but he was indeed deeply upset. The crystal heel was on his left foot, but the foot felt fine. He didn't even feel like he was wearing a shoe. Otherwise, he would have noticed the shoe before. Han Sun thought of it, and he missed a heartbeat. He then said, "Was this crystal shoe the thing that was dragging me down while I was in the water?" Han Sun tried a lot of things, but he still couldn't get the crystal shoe off his foot. That shoe seemed to have been permanently attached to him, and he couldn't even get the thing to wiggle. After a short while, a sand mouse managed to cross the entire fluorescent lake and reached the island. The island was very small, around 2,000 square feet in total area, and there was a fruit tree growing in the middle of the island. The fruit tree wasn't very tall, and it looked like an ordinary pear tree. Despite the fact that it was around 10 feet tall, there were only 3 pieces of fruit hanging on it. Perhaps some of the fruit had already been taken. One of the pears was green, one was red, and the third one was yellow. It was strange how different all the pieces of fruit looked from each other. If the green pear hadn't matured yet, then what about the red pear and the yellow pear? Which one had matured? Let's get onto the island first. Han Sun saw that he couldn't get the crystal heel off at the moment, so he let Little Star fly to the island anyway. He wasn't anxious at all, since entering Super King Spirit mode had some impact on the crystal heel. He would probably try to deal with the problem that way. Even if everything else he tried failed, he could just cut off his foot. With Han Sen's physical strength and the curing power of Little Silver, his foot would regrow again. When Little Star flew to the island, it was already late. The sand mouse, which had somehow made it to the island, had climbed up the fruit tree and taken a bite out of the yellow pear. The pear wasn't large, about the size of a man's fist. When the sand mouse bit into it, almost half of the pear disappeared down the mouse's throat. The fluids of the pear were rich, and a delicious smell permeated the air. The sand mouse wanted more, but before it could take another bite, its body got stiffened as if it were petrified, and it fell down from the tree. Han Sun and the others were all shocked, and they didn't dare to move forward after seeing the mouse's reaction. The sand mouse fell on the ground, and there was yellow light coming out of its body. The original dark fur had seemed to have been dyed, and it became golden yellow. It looked like a lively golden sculpture. The light coming from the mouse's body got denser and denser, and the golden light became purer and purer. The mouse's life force, however, became weaker and weaker. After a short while, the sand mouse became completely lifeless, and the light vanished. The mouse became a motionless golden sculpture. Han Sun and the others looked at each other, and none of them moved. Even Sumi, who had been craving the fruit, didn't dare to touch it now. It seems that it isn't entirely beneficial to eat that fruit. The king of mice might have eaten a fruit that is beneficial to its body, and that's how it got so powerful. As for that sand mouse, it wasn't so lucky. It seems that it made a bad choice, said Sumi, looking at the 2.5 pears on the tree. Can anyone tell which fruit is good and which is bad? Lin Feng looked at everyone. Dragon Chef, you know the most about this stuff. Can you tell? Han Sun looked at the female cook. He couldn't tell the differences between the 3 fruit. All the fruit looked good, and there was nothing unusual about them. Han Sun couldn't see anything different about them other than their colors. Dragon Chef shook her head and said, I've never seen fruit like this, and from my perspective, there's nothing wrong with any of the fruit. I just can't figure out why the sand mouse had such a bad reaction after eating it. The Dragon Chef couldn't tell, even though she was an experienced cook. So Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had no idea how to figure out which of the fruit were safe. The treasure was right in front of them, but none of them dared to take it. Han Sun walked around on the island, trying to find something that might help him. He was wearing a crystal shoe on his left foot. He hadn't felt anything when he was in the water, but now that he was walking on the ground, his feet were unbalanced. Though it didn't affect him much, he still felt weird walking like this. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had the same plan as Han Senator. They all walked around the island. And after walking around for a while, they found something. They walked around the fruit tree. And then they found that there was a line of characters on the trunk of the fruit tree. And they belonged to an ancient human language. If there was no parting grief before the eye, I don't believe men on earth would have white hair. Lin Feng read the sentence out loud. Apparently, he had also studied ancient languages. It seems that it's been a long time since the characters were carved here. And the tree has grown deeply around the words. Unfortunately, we don't know about the growth cycle of this tree, so we can't tell when the carving was made, said Jing Jiwu frowning. Which human demigod did this? And how did he come here so long ago? Did he eat the fruit? Lin Feng wondered out loud. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu assumed that the characters had been left by a human demigod. Though Han Sun also thought it was possible, he wasn't as sure as the others. In the past few years, Han Sun had discovered that humans weren't the only ones who used ancient human languages. It must have been a woman who left these characters, said the dragon chef suddenly. Why? Han Sun and the others looked to the dragon chef. But they didn't have any idea how she had come to the conclusion. The growth of the tree had changed the writing a little bit. The handwriting was still visible, and it was even very neat and regular, but it was difficult to tell whether the letters were beautiful or forceful. So it was difficult to tell whether they came from a woman or a man. My natural instinct as a woman, said the dragon chef. Hansen didn't know how to react. Women's intuition wasn't accurate or reliable at all. And besides, the dragon chef wasn't a woman but a female spirit. No matter where the handwriting came from, it was completely useless to Han Senator Han Sun, and the others searched the island carefully again. But they couldn't find anything else. The sand mice were still trying to swim toward the island. Most of the 10,000 sand mice had sunk into the lake, and now, there were only a few dozen of them struggling to swim toward the island. The mice were still being dragged into the lake, so it was difficult to tell whether any other sand mice would make it. While everyone was thinking about what to do, Bauer climbed up in the tree and took a bite of the green fruit. Han Sun was completely shocked. He knew that Bauer was exceptional, yet he was still worried. After all, they had almost no information on the fruit, so nobody could say for sure that Bauer would be safe. Bauer finished the green pear in 3 bites. Similar to a pear, the fruit didn't have a stone inside. Bauer swallowed the entire fruit. Bauer licked her lips. It seemed that she still wanted more. However, green light shone from her body, and she fell from the tree, which terrified Han Sr. Han Sun rushed forward and caught Bauer. She felt cold. Bauer's soft body became hard like a piece of wood. Not only did she feel different now, but her body began to actually turn into wood, and she looked like a doll made of wood. Bauer! Han Sun was extremely worried. He yelled twice, but he couldn't get an answer from Bauer. The green light coming from her body was getting stronger and stronger, and her body was becoming harder and harder. Bauer's life force was also plummeting. Han Sun was really flustered. Bauer had stayed with him for too long, and he was too used to having her with him. Even his own son Little Flower hadn't been with Han Sun as long as Bauer. She was just like a daughter to Han Sun now. Now there was something wrong with Bauer. Even someone with a strong will like Han Sun was worried. Little Silver realized what had happened. It hit Bauer with a streak of silver lightning. The lightning flowed into Bauer's body like mercury, which made her livelier. However, she only recovered a little bit, and then her life force started to decline again. Save her, Little Silver! Han Sun shouted at Little Silver beside him. Little Silver had already run over to Bauer. It used its lightning with all its power, and it became its true body, the tin-tailed lightning fox. The tin-tailed lightning fox was shaking, and it hit Bauer with powerful blasts of silver lightning. However, the incredible healing power could only slow down the rate at which her life force declined. Han Sun also simulated Little Silver's lightning power and hit Bauer with it as well. But the power he simulated was far weaker than Little Silver's, so it didn't work quite as well. It was still better than not helping. Even so, Bauer's life force was still declining. After only half an hour, Bauer's life force was so feeble that it seemed like it could vanish at any time. Little Silver looked strange. It took a look at the anxious Han Senator. The creature seemed to make up its mind about something. It spewed out a crystal ball that was surrounded by silver lightning. The lightning crystal ball flew toward Bauer after Little Silver spat it out. It fell on Bauer's forehead, and forces of lightning power rushed out like threads, penetrating Bauer's body. After the lightning crystal ball showed up, Little Silver stopped being a 10-tailed lightning fox, and it looked burned out. Lightning power rushed out of the lightning crystal ball, which saved Bauer's life. However, as the lightning left the crystal ball became smaller and smaller. It seemed that the power in the lightning crystal ball was not recyclable. The crystal ball kept shrinking, from the size of a fist to the size of an egg to the size of a table tennis ball. And finally, it was only the size of a fingernail. The green light covering Bauer finally disappeared. Bauer's stiff body started to recover, and after a short while, her body became soft again. It seemed that she had a very nice sleep, and she stretched her body. Stop eating random things. Otherwise, I won't take you out anymore. Han Sun checked Bauer's body, and after making sure that she had recovered, he scolded her. Bauer had her head lowered and didn't dare to say anything. Han Sun stopped talking to her, and walked to Little Silver. He stroked Little Silver's head. It seemed that the lightning crystal ball was very important to Little Silver, and the crystal ball was tiny by the time Little Silver retrieved it. Han Sun felt that Little Silver's life force had plummeted, and it was almost at the same level as one of the sand mice. Han Sun felt horrible, as he held the weak Little Silver in his arms. Little Silver had followed him longer than Bauer, so Han Sun valued it just as much as he valued Bauer. Fortunately, both Bauer and Little Silver were safe. Han Sun couldn't deal with losing either of them. Lin Feng and the others were also relieved seeing that Bauer and Little Silver were safe. Jing Jiwu looked at the only remaining fruit on the tree and said, I understand now. The fruit on the tree might have the power of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sand mice are of the earth element, so that king of mice must have eaten a fruit of the mud element. So it was lucky enough to escape death. Even more luckily it evolved. As for the sand mouse just now, it ate a metal element fruit, which didn't match its own element, so it turned into metal. As for Bauer, she ate a fruit of the wood element, and as for the remaining fruit, it should be a fire element. If those fruits really correspond to the 5 elements, the other 2 fruit might have been eaten already, perhaps by the person who left the writing on the tree. It does make perfect sense. Lin Feng agreed with what Jing Jiwu said completely. If the remaining one is of the fire element, then it's only useful for those of the fire element. Is there any one of us who meets that qualification? Everyone looked at each other. The dragon chef said, if no one is going to touch it, then I'll get the last fruit. Are you of the fire element? Han Sun didn't know which element the dragon chef belonged to, but based on her ability, she definitely used fire, so it was highly likely. The dragon chef nodded her head, then shook her head again. Not entirely, but I won't eat it myself. If what Jing Jiwu said is true, this fruit is a super ingredient. I'll try to cook it, and if I succeed, perhaps I can achieve super level. Han Sun didn't raise any objections to that. The dragon chef didn't need the food she cooked. The one thing she needed was the process of cooking, and if she could actually succeed, she would give the food to others. Lin Feng and the others didn't raise any objections either. None of them were of the fire element, and besides, they arrived here because of Han Sen's help. So none of them wanted a share of the fruit. The dragon chef saw that nobody raised any objections, so she summoned a knife and a pot. She cut the red fruit and the remaining half of the yellow fruit, putting them in the pot. I'll share with you guys after I cook it successfully, said the dragon chef, excited. None of the sand mice made it to the island. Han Sun and the others didn't want to stick around, so he picked up Little Silver and mounted Little Star with the others. The way back was too complicated. Little Star rushed straight upwards, going through layers of rocks, and then it landed on the ground. After looking around for a while, Han Sun realized that they were still in the Wind Song Desert. He wanted to ask Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu where they were now, as he wanted to go back to the shelter before they did anything else. Han Sun was still wearing the crystal heel, and it bugged him. Han Sun wanted to go somewhere with no one around and get the crystal shoe off. However, just as he stepped off Little Star's back, his left foot jerked forward. Han Sun rushed forward like an arrow, and he was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far from Lin Feng and the others. It felt like Han Sun's leg didn't belong to him. His leg was rushing crazily forward, pulling the rest of his body along behind. No matter how hard Han Sun tried to control himself, he wasn't able to stop it. He wasn't even able to change his direction or speed. It seemed that the crystal heel had a mind of its own, and it was dashing forward across the sand. Damn it! It looks like Han Sun is being controlled by the shoe. When Lin Feng realized what was happening, he immediately started to chase Han's Senator Little Star, and the others also ran forward. However, Han Sun was running too fast, so Lin Feng and the others couldn't catch up with him, and only Little Star was managing to follow him. Little Star turned its body and ran back to Dragon Chef and the others. It let everyone step onto its back, and then it accelerated toward Han Sun again. "What's happening to you, Han Sun?" Lin Feng yelled. He wanted to see if Han Sun still had his own consciousness. "I can't control my leg anymore. It's the crystal shoe doing," said Han. Senator Lin Feng felt relieved after hearing Han Sen's answer. It was good that he still had his consciousness. Otherwise, it would be much more trouble. "Damn it!" Jing Jiwu suddenly screamed, and his face suddenly paled. "What's happening? Do you know where that crystal shoe came from?" asked Sumi. "I don't know where that crystal shoe came from, but if he keeps running forward, he'll enter the flowing sand dune," Jing Jiwu said, pointing in front of them. Lin Feng was terrified after hearing that name. "We have to stop Han Sun right now. We can't let him run into flowing sand dune." "What's in flowing sand dune?" asked Sumi. He knew that normal flowing sand wouldn't harm Han Sun at all. There must be someone or something in flowing sand dune that had terrified Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu. The Blackhorn Dragon, one of the most terrifying beings in Windsong Desert. Any creature that enters the flowing sand dune without its permission will be killed, and there are no exceptions. We suspect that it's a berserk super creature. Then what are you waiting for? Please stop me now. Han Sun was very anxious. He wasn't invincible yet, so it was too early for him to fight a berserk super creature. However, he didn't have any way to control his leg. "I have an idea," Sumi said. He took his sword out and slashed forward. A trace of sword light flashed above Han Sen's head, then slashed a gully into the desert in front of him. Because of Sumi's power, the end of the gully turned into a vertical sandstone wall. Han Sun immediately understood what Sumi was trying to do. He opened his mouth to say something, and then he screamed as he ran face first into the sandstone wall. Pung! After only a short while, Han Sun emerged from the sandstone still running. His face was kind of injured, and there was sand all over his body. "You idiot! Do you even have a brain? I almost got killed." Sumi looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, teacher. I thought that I could stop you. If you've never tried something before, don't practice it on me." Han Sun was very bummed. Lin Feng thought about it and said, "I can't think of any way to stop you, but I can use my power to hit your body and change your direction. That way, you can at least get around flowing sand dune." Okay, just do it now. Quick, yelled Han. "Senator, prepare yourself. I'm going to hit your left shoulder from behind to turn you right. The right part of the desert is safer, and there aren't many powerful creatures." Golden light started to gleam around Lin Feng's body. He punched Han Sun, using his power very ingeniously. He hit Han Sen's left shoulder, and Han Sen's body turned right a little bit. "I've succeeded." Everyone was relieved for a second. However, Han Sun spun 180 degrees. He originally had his back to Lin Feng and the others, and now he was facing them. Han Sun started to rush backwards, but he was still rushing in the direction of flowing sand dune. He hadn't slowed down at all. Instead, he was getting faster and faster. "You didn't control your power well, Lin Feng. You turned me too much," said Han Sun, upset. Lin Feng looked solemn. "It's not that I used too much power. It's that this method is not working. Otherwise, you wouldn't have turned all the way around." "Let's try again," Han Sun said, clenching his teeth. Lin Feng hit Han Sun again, but after Han Sun turned around again, he was still rushing toward flowing sand dune. Lin Feng and the others tried lots of methods, yet no matter what they tried, they couldn't stop Han Senator, they couldn't even divert him. It seemed that there was a giant magnet drawing Han Sun forward in a single direction. As time went by, Han Sun ran faster and faster. As he drew close to flowing sand dune, he was already far ahead of Little Star and the others. It might be better this way. When the force in the lake tried to pull me down, I got rid of it using Super King Spirit mode. I should be able to do the same thing here. Han Sun quickly became a Super King Spirit. A white light filled Han Sun's dark eyes, and his black hair became white as well, growing longer and longer. It fluttered in the wind and sand as Han Sun ran. But after Han Sun entered Super King Spirit mode, the power propelling him forward didn't vanish. This time around, Super King Spirit mode didn't work. Han Sun was shocked and furious. It worked before. Damn it. The butterfly wings on his back were trembling, and his bloodthirsty Ant King was also running at full power. He tried everything in his power to stop his body from moving forward. However, nothing worked. Han Sun was still running faster and faster, and after a short while, Han Sun plunged into flowing sand dune. Damn it! Considering how fast he was running, Han Sun should be in flowing sand dune by now. Lin Feng was very worried. They were still chasing after him, but they couldn't even see him now. Please bless him. Perhaps the Blackhorn Dragon has some business to do away from home, said Jing Jiwu. They couldn't chase Han Sun, and even if they caught up with him, they couldn't stop him from moving forward. They could only pray to God for help. Flowing sand dune was 300 square miles, and it was definitely a forbidden place in Windsong Desert. Even the storm wouldn't come to this place. Blackhorn Dragon was lying on the dune, enjoying the sun and having a nap. Blackhorn Dragon had roamed this desert for a very long time, and all the nearby creatures were terrified of it. No creatures ever dared to disturb it from napping in the sun. Though it was sleeping, the Blackhorn Dragon still had its senses, so it noticed that someone had come to flowing sand dune. However, the Blackhorn Dragon didn't even want to open its eyes. It was still sleeping, and it was thinking in its subconscious, seriously? Some idiot is running through flowing sand dune again? Well, I'll keep enjoying the sun, and I'll eat him as a dessert after I wake up. The lazy Blackhorn Dragon continued lying there, but he felt that something was wrong. That creature that had entered flowing sand dune was too fast, and it was approaching very quickly. Blackhorn Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It decided to get up and see who this bold intruder was. Just as Blackhorn Dragon opened its eyes, a shining heel fell from the sky and stepped on its face, then ran across its body, and continued on across the dunes. You dare to treat me like this? You're dead. Blackhorn Dragon jumped up, and its eyes were gleaming with indignation. Its giant body suddenly leaped into the sky, and it unleashed a wave of its dragon breath. The terrifying force lashed toward Han Sun, who was still running forward. Han Sun felt really upset, though he wanted to kill a super creature. He hadn't expected to fight a super creature under these circumstances. Fortunately, Han Sun was running very fast with the shoe. Han Sun couldn't stop, but he could accelerate. Using the change in his speed, he dodged the dragon breath from Blackhorn Dragon again and again. The dunes were filled with the rumbling noise of the dragon, and the flowing sand tumbled like waves under the shock of its breath. Han Sun dodged the strikes of the Blackhorn Dragon again and again, which just infuriated it more. It was still chasing Han Sun with the desire to eat him. Han Sun was running too fast, and he crossed the entire flowing sand dune in a flash. Han Sun had thought that the crystal shoe wanted to infuriate the Blackhorn Dragon and get Han Sun killed. But it seemed that this wasn't the case. He had already crossed the flowing sand dune, yet the crystal shoe was still driving him forward. Apparently, its target wasn't the Blackhorn Dragon. Han Sun was still some distance in front of the furious Blackhorn Dragon, but he couldn't increase that distance. It wasn't a good thing for Han Senator. Han Sun entered an oasis. Pung! Han Sun ran over a bird's nest in the oasis, accidentally knocking a hole in an egg as he went. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Han Sun looked very disappointed. However, Two golden birds flew out of the nest, and they rushed toward Han Sun, squawking in anger. Han Sun ran through a large pack of wolves, and he hit a small wolf. He caught the small wolf, while the large pack of terrifying metal wolves roared and rushed toward him. He quickly threw the baby wolf back towards the pack. Sorry, I'll give you back now. However, the wolf pack didn't want to let him go easily. Instead, they continued to chase Han Sun, howling as they ran. I didn't see anything. I swear to God. Han Sun rushed through a spring in the oasis, and he saw a female with snowy skin and snake hair showering in the pond. Han Sun was making disturbances throughout the entirety of Wind Song Desert, and he was getting more and more horrified. He pounded away across the desert, and countless horrifying creatures chased after him. Han Sun was sure that if he stopped now, he would be torn to pieces in a millisecond. Run faster. Please run faster. Han Sun begged the crystal heel for more speed. Escaping those horrifying creatures had become his first priority. The crystal heel seemed to have reached its limit already, and it wasn't accelerating. It also wasn't managing to shake off the horde of creatures. However, those horrifying creatures couldn't catch up with Han Sun, so they couldn't just kill him. Han Sun didn't know what the crystal heel wanted. It didn't show any sign of stopping, and it was still rushing in one direction without changing at all. Han Sun could now be sure that it wasn't targeting him. Otherwise, it could have redirected him toward the enraged creatures. If it did that, Han Sun would be killed instantly. However, it didn't show any sign of stopping. Han Sun noticed something strange now. The crystal shoe seemed to be looking for something. Or perhaps it was trying to get somewhere it wanted. Han Sun looked around and realized that the desert around him now had some scattered trees. He was definitely leaving Wind Song Desert. He hadn't expected to cross Wind Song Desert entirely under such circumstances. However, he didn't feel happy at all when he looked at the bloodthirsty creatures chasing him. None of them were giving up the chase, and they all wanted to kill Han Senator in the departed abyss. A creature that looked like a devil was sleeping in the dark. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and stared into the darkness. A small human being walked in front of the demon-like creature, and the creature said coldly, "You dared to come to my departed abyss? Do you think you've been living or too long? Fallen Slaughter, look at this." The small human being wasn't scared at all when he saw the creature that looked like a nightmare. He lifted a small box, then he threw it toward the terrifying creature. The creature in the dark caught that box, and suddenly, it looked happily surprised. It then opened the box, and it looked even more so. "Human, why did he ask you to come here?" Fallen Slaughter walked out of the darkness, holding the box. It had a strong black metal body, and a pair of black metal wings that looked like those of a demon. It had horns that looked like blades on its head, and black fire surrounding its skull. The monster's terrifying exploding power was obvious with every move, as if it could destroy hell with a single punch. "He wants you to kill someone," said Qingya mildly. "Kill who?" Fallen Slaughter asked. "A human being called Han Sun," said Qingya. "Where is he now?" "Take me there," said Fallen Slaughter coldly. "As you wish." Qingya moved his body and appeared beside Fallen Slaughter. He put his hands on the creature's shoulder, and then they both vanished from the departed abyss. "Where is the human?" Fallen Slaughter looked around, but there were no humans about. "Over there," Qingya called out, pointing in a specific direction. Fallen Slaughter looked to where Qingya was pointing. He was aiming at a canyon, but it didn't seem as if there would be any humans there. "What is that place?" Fallen Slaughter frowned. He wasn't angry at Qingya, and he didn't think the human would try to trick him like some lowlife creature. The man had teleportation abilities after all. "I can already sense his presence. He should be here soon," Qingya said, looking at the canyon. Fallen Slaughter said nothing more. He looked at the canyon, and after a while, he began to feel a life force approaching. Before long, he saw the figure of a human running toward them. "He is Han Senator," Qingya pointed at Han Sun, who had now emerged from the valley. "Good." Fallen Slaughter's eyes fixed themselves on Han Senator. His body rippled with dark fire, as a limitless cascade of flames wreathed his hands. He sent a major blast flying towards Han Sun, who was emerging from the valley. The power was carried by black smoke, and it resembled a demonic-looking dragon flying through the air. The attack filled the entire canyon, for Fallen Slaughter wanted Han's son to be blown to smithereens in a single strike. One hit, no further problems. His target was just a human, so Fallen Slaughter did not think much of him. Truth be told, he cared little for spirits or creatures either. As an elite creature of the dark element, he was practically at the top of the food chain. If that strike landed, even the mightiest of super creatures would end up crippled. Han's son just kept moving steadily out of the valley, however. He saw the demonic blast headed his way like a demon with its maw gaping open, and he thought to himself, what horrible creature's territory lies up ahead? This is annoying. But Han's son did not have much time to think, as he was not in Super King Spirit mode anymore. Lately, he'd mostly just been using his Super King Spirit as a disguise. The test Lin Feng did before, although it couldn't save Han's son, made him realize one thing. Power still worked on him, he just couldn't change direction. So when the demonic blast came, Han's son flapped his wings and threw a punch at it. That punch was not aimed at going against the blast. He used the yin-yang blast technique to bounce himself into the air and avoid it. Han's son stepped atop the demonic blast, which then came below him. The blast struck the creatures that were in pursuit of him. Boom! The boom of the explosion, as the power unleashed, flattened the valley on both sides. Fallen Slaughter bounced back a few hundred meters through the air. Blood dripped from his mouth, and he looked shocked. He did not know of anyone who could go up against his power and not wind up damaged. He looked to the valley, and his face changed. The group of horrible creatures now looked like a horde of zombies swarming toward him. They all seemed to be disturbingly powerful. Although the creatures would be unable to deal damage to Fallen Slaughter individually, there were too many of the fiends to ignore. Fallen Slaughter could definitely take on 3 of them. It'd be a struggle if there were 5. And it'd be flat out impossible if there were 10. But there was more than that. There were a few dozen of them. And the sight of that mass actually made him frightened. The scary creatures had managed to block Fallen Slaughter's strike. They were enraged, believing he was helping Han's senator, and all the horrible powers and Geno cores were now descending upon him. Han's son ran before Fallen Slaughter and swung the split blade towards him. Fallen Slaughter believed the creatures were actually there to back Han's son up. He was scared, and he didn't dare fight the human. Instead, he dodged Han Sen's attack and took off running. His speed was much slower than Han Sen's, however, because he was a creature that focused on strength. He was still able to dodge, though, and he kept doing so as he tried to escape. He just couldn't gain a lead due to the differences in speed, and Han's son always winded up behind him. The attacks from the creatures behind also ended up falling on Fallen Slaughter. Fallen Slaughter roared madly as the demonic aura of his body fired on all cylinders. His body changed into black metal like some ancient demon. Boom! 2 horrible forces collided, and Fallen Slaughter found himself flying away. The more powerful creatures were merely stunned. Blood was drawn from the weaker ones, however. Fallen Slaughter had already proven himself a good fighter, almost countering all those creatures by himself. After all the wretched creatures there were being reinforced by the Black Horn Dragon. Fallen Slaughter had proven himself incredibly powerful by not being killed by their long-distance strike. Han's son continued running forward. He saw Fallen Slaughter falling towards him, though, as his body cracked and streaming with blood. He looked heavily injured. Then Han's son had a greedy thought. Next he swung his blade at the falling Fallen Slaughter and struck his back. Split blade was powerful, and it had a high rank for a super Geno core. But when the blade hit Fallen Slaughter, it was only able to make an incision that was 3 inches deep. Fallen Slaughter flew away again after the second hit, though. Han's son felt depressed that the blade hadn't killed the creature. He thought he might be able to at least earn a beast soul. But when the Fallen Slaughter flew away, he was flying towards the creatures. The horrible creatures had already hit him twice, and now they were very angry. They went to attack him again without any hesitation. Boom! Fallen Slaughter was stunned. He tried to block, but the attack was stronger than ever. His body almost shattered under the impact, and he ended up soaring across the sky like a meteor. While Han's son was still depressed, He saw Fallen Slaughter flying his way. It made him a very happy guy. He stabbed Fallen Slaughter with all the strength he was able to muster. Catcha! Poor Fallen Slaughter was unable to figure out what had happened and what was going on. He was being tossed between two parties like a beach ball. Before he could wrap his mind around what was happening, Han's son lopped his head off. Berserk Super Creature Fallen Slaughter killed. Beast Soul gained. Geno Core destroyed. Flesh cannot be eaten. Collect the Life Geno Essence to gain 1 to 10 Super Geno points randomly. By the time the announcement came to an end, Han's son had already grabbed Fallen Slaughter's Life Geno Essence. Without slowing down, he kept running forward. Why are there so many stupid people? Qingye sighed. In his hands he held a box. It was the one he had given to Fallen Slaughter. Then he disappeared from atop the peak. Although Han's son had managed to get a Berserk Super Beast Soul and a Life Geno Essence, he was still in danger. The scary creatures were still in hot pursuit, and because of Fallen Slaughter's sudden appearance, their ire and rage had only been increased. Luckily, Han's son was staying ahead of them with the crystal shoe. He wasn't wasting his own strength, so he wasn't going to get winded by simply running. Without the shoe, outrunning his pursuers would have been impossible. Since there was nothing else to do while he ran, Han's son decided to take a look inside his Sea of Soul. He wanted to see the specifics of his Berserk Super Beast Soul. Fallen Slaughter was like a demon inside his Sea of Soul, one with a body wholly wrought of metal. When he glanced over the Beast Soul's information, Han's son came away delighted. Berserk Super Beast Soul Fallen Slaughter. Transformation type: it was a shape-shifting beast soul with a humanoid shape. It meant Han's son could alter his body into something that would allow him to go toe-to-toe with Berserk Super creatures. He could really show the breadth of his strength with that. With that beast soul, Han's son had gotten much stronger, and he wagered he could now fight any rival in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. Even so, Han's son did not dare to stop right now. What happened to Fallen Slaughter was a warning to Han's son, and it showed him how frightening the horde behind him really was. Even if he used his new gear and exerted all his might, he couldn't take them on. There were reasons why no faction was able to construct anything in Windsong Desert or occupy the area. It was strange, given how the individual creatures there were all stronger than what you would come across in any other shelter. Han's son was unable to take off the crystal shoe, but he thought he could try cutting his leg off when he found someplace safe. Someplace safe meaning, not anywhere in Windsong Desert. There were too many creatures chasing him now. If he stopped for a moment, he'd be killed. By the time Han's son calmed down, though, he realized he was now out of the desert. The environment was a lot more familiar, and he realized it was actually a place that he knew. But when he saw what he was running toward, his face changed. He was on a collision course with Outer Sky Shelter. If the crystal shoe kept him going that way, he would practically be feeding himself to you. Meow. Oh no. Even though I have Fallen Slaughter's beast soul, it would still be very hard. Outer Sky Shelter is home to many elites. It doesn't matter how strong I am, I'll probably end up dead. Thinking of all the creatures in Outer Sky, Han's son started to think, speaking of incredible power, I have a lot of creatures behind me. Han's son thought of what happened to Fallen Slaughter again, and at that moment, another thought crossed his mind. This might be the opportunity I've been looking for. If I transform into Fallen Slaughter before I get to Outer Sky Shelter, Outer Sky will most likely just see the many wretched creatures behind me. They will think I am purposely bringing them to attack the shelter. They'll end up being forced to fight the creatures from Windsong Desert, providing me an opportunity to escape, Han's son thought. But he didn't transform just yet. Transforming into Fallen Slaughter would cost a lot of energy. He would only be able to use it for a limited time, so he couldn't waste a single moment of it. The crystal shoe was still driving him forward without reprieve, and Outer Sky Shelter lay directly in front of him. When Han's son got close to it, he immediately summoned Fallen Slaughter Beast Soul. Ridiculous strength surged through Han's son's body, and his mass expanded. He became a 4-meter-tall, black metal demon. On his back were demonic metal wings. He looked very scary. The crystal shoe on his foot looked a little strange, but compared to his Fallen Slaughter body, it was of little distinguishing importance. Outer Sky Shelter was just like its usual self that day. It stood stoic, with an air of mysticism. Countless creatures and spirits were there, all resting at the shelter. Suddenly, they all turned to look in one direction beyond its walls. There was a tremor-like shockwave coming for them. Then, they felt an immeasurable life force rush toward them like the tide. The watchers on the shelter's towers and ramparts saw a black body approaching quickly. Behind him was an army of hellborn devils, all racing forward in madness and rage. Attack! Many creatures have come to attack the shelter. A watcher cried out the warning, right before ringing the alarm bell. The bells were positioned all across Outer Sky Shelter, and the occupants inside were all hastily frightened. They knew what that siren meant. Shelters like Outer Sky were not something many would dare to challenge. And those who did decide to fight had to be very powerful themselves. Whenever a siege was underway, a horrific battle would soon follow. Many creatures and spirits were swiftly summoned to defensive positions. Who is attacking our shelter? I don't know. It seems like a bunch of horrible creatures. Is it sacred? I don't think so. None of them look familiar. All the people began to talk about it. Yu Miao was in the line of defense, and when she looked over the horde, her face went white. She said, "Endless Abyss Master Fallen Slaughter, and creatures from the Wind Song Desert. Why are they here attacking Outer Sky Shelter in unison?" Yu Miao wasn't the only person in the shelter who was confused. Outer Sky was miles away from the Wind Song Desert, so why would such creatures randomly decide to cooperate against them? They didn't have much time to ponder this conundrum, however, since Han Sun had already reached the perimeter of the shelter. He bellowed, "To all the scum that populates Outer Sky Shelter, die!" After that, Han Sun threw a punch towards a spirit from the Yu family that was standing atop a tower. The Yu family spirits were going to ask the approaching army what was going on. But before Han Sun was even close enough to open a dialogue, a punch was being thrown their way. Seeing the demonic force approaching, the Yu family spirits became enraged. They commanded all their troops to attack the fallen slaughter Han Sun had become. Outer Sky Shelter had existed in the Fourth God's sanctuary for a long time. The occupants there were not afraid of fallen slaughter, or the creatures that hailed from Wind Song Desert. Seeing the holy lights come shining forth from the spirits, Han Sun did not dare make contact with them. Outer Sky Shelter was home to many elites, and Han Sun had seen what had happened to Fallen Slaughter. He wasn't going to allow himself to suffer the same fate. Han Sun gathered his might and flew upwards. He dodged the attacks, letting the crystal shoe carry him into their shelter. The eyes of the Wind Song Desert creature horde were blazing red. Without restraint, they all followed Han Sun inside. This also brought him some relief. He had been worried the creatures would turn tail and flee once he penetrated the shelter. If Han Sun had gone inside all alone, he would probably have been killed. Fortunately, his worries did not manifest. When the creatures poured into the shelter, the Outer Sky elites were pushed back and forced to split their attention between fighting all the different creatures. The earth trembled as that horrible fight began. Frightening powers coursed through every inch of the atmosphere, and the shelter became a chaotic mess. After Han Sun ran into the shelter, he found a powerful spirit standing in front of him. It was from the Yu family. It was stronger than Yu Miao, indicating it was one of the shelter's elites. Han Sun threw a punch towards it, prompting the spirit to give him a disapproving look. It pulled out an item that looked like a shining ring, and the demonic force Han Sun unleashed was absorbed inside it. After the ring absorbed that force, it continued flying towards Han Sun and arrived just in front of his face. Han Sun's arm then shone black, and he summoned his overbearing shield to deflect it. When the halo came against the shield, a metallic sound rung out. The shield displayed its signature overbearing, making the ring ricochet back at the initial caster. The spirit was quickly given a shock. He used both of his hands to try and catch that halo, and when he did, he was sent flying backward. He crashed into a tower, causing pieces of it to collapse. 2 beasts and 3 spirits blocked Han Sun's way next. They combined arms to go against him. Han Sun could not change his direction though. The only way he could go was forward. He put all his strength into his shield, making it increase in size. After it grew, he used it to block every incoming attack. With Fallen Slaughter's mighty body, Han Sun was able to hold the overbearing shield effectively, even while it was in its ultimate form. It wasn't difficult at all anymore. Boom! Han Sun's body was sent back dozens of meters. The spirits and creatures that hit the shield were all sent rocketing away too, coughing up blood as they went. Now Han Sun was really starting to feel the benefit of having such a strong body. With Fallen Slaughter's powerful build, Han Sun could keep going as soon as his feet touched the ground again. There was no need to stop and recover. And while the crystal shoe helped boost his movement, Han Sun knew he had taken quite the impact. It was strange how he only felt a modicum of pain in his chest. He wasn't properly hurt. His body was strong. Han Sun held the shield and his split blade as he went now. He gathered up another demonic force, like an ancient demon. With it, he blasted away the creatures and spirits that tried to stand against him. The weaker creatures and spirits were all killed. Han Sun was unstoppable right now. Because of the constant stream of new creatures coming into the shelter. Though, most of the elites were spread thin. Very few were able to go up against Han Sun at a time. Fallen Slaughter was a top-tier creature. Even 2-on-1 did not put Han Sun at a disadvantage. That was doubly so, given Han Sun was able to wield the supreme overbearing shield. It had been so long since Han Sun had a good fight like this. His weapon and shield did not slow down for a minute, as the constant onslaught of creatures and spirits came to do battle with him. Eventually, they were falling back, with Han Sun being the one on their heels. As Han Sun was enjoying how things were going, the crystal shoe suddenly changed direction. It was making him go somewhere particular within Outer Sky Shelter. Han Sun was shocked. He thought the crystal shoe was just taking him forward as it always had, and it had just happened to cross the shelter. This obviously wasn't true, as they were now leading him through the shelter to someplace specific. What is the connection between the crystal shoe and Outer Sky Shelter? Why would it want to be here? Han Sun pondered the mystery, but it was futile. He had no choice but to follow the shoe anyway. Yu Miao was surprised when she witnessed the fight. She also felt something was amiss. Recently, she had spent a lot of time focusing on Han Sun, and she was aware he was in possession of the overbearing shield and split blade. She wondered why those two items would suddenly end up in Fallen Slaughter's hands. She couldn't figure out why, but she just knew there had to be something wrong. After Han Sun committed to a bit more killing, a palace was soon standing before him. It looked weird. The rest of Outer Sky Shelter was composed of stone, wood and bronze. They were all quite old-fashioned looking. This palace in the shelter, however, did not match the rest. It looked out of place, as if someone had placed it there against its will. The entire palace appeared to have been created out of glass. There was no similar architecture anywhere else in the shelter. It was like a giant glass sculpture. With the crystal shoe still firmly on, Han Sun ended up walking directly in front of the glass palace. It looked as if the shoe was going to smash him right into the locked door. Han Sun then saw the placard above the gate, which read, Eastern King Palace. This surprised Han Sun, because he knew who that was. When Han Sun was on the top floor of Destiny's Tower, he read the message left behind by that spirit. It read Eastern King was here. That was how he knew Eastern King's name. Now that he saw Eastern King Palace, Han Sun was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is the crystal shoe somehow connected to Eastern King? Or is Eastern King a woman, and the owner of this shoe? Is that why the shoe is coming here? Is it trying to return to its master? As Han Sun pondered this, he was dragged directly in front of the gate. He saw someone outside the gate. The person looked very cold as he came toward Han Senator, my king, shouted the spirits that had been chasing Han Senator. Han Sun was shocked. This man was Outer Sky Shelter's master, and the elder of the Yu family. It was the Emperor-class spirit Outer Sky King. Outer Sky King's appearance was rather similar to Yu Miao's. He was a guy, but he was still very pretty. However, when people saw him, they wouldn't notice that beauty right away. They'd sense a scary aura. By merely standing there, it felt as if he was above everyone. It was like everyone and everything had to obey and pledge allegiance. The world followed him, not the other way around. Even Six Paths did not give off the strong feeling Outer Sky King possessed. Han Sen couldn't retreat though, and the crystal shoe continued bringing him forward. Still, he gathered up power in his split blade and unleashed it towards Outer Sky King's hand. When Outer Sky King swung his fist, it seemed to be done at random, but the whole world seemed to follow his will and focus on that punch. It put pressure on Han Senator Dong. The split blade's powerful cutting power and Han Sen's own strength did not prove enough to turn away that incoming fist. Han Sen felt as if his strike had come down on a very soft and plush ball. He bounced away, as the enemy's fist was still incoming. It is no wonder he is the elder. He is so powerful. Han Sen was shocked. He used his split blade like a sword, wanting to employ his sword skills. The sword skill he used included Ghost Sword and God's Retribution skills. His sword mind broke through the sky. Han Sen was not a sword skill professional, but his sword skills were strong enough to be considered better than Six Paths. The crystal shoe seemed to know it had a strong enemy, and then it allowed Han Sen to control his body freely, so he could fight Outer Sky King effectively. Outer Sky King, seeing Han Sen slash towards him, looked strange. Many spirits in Outer Sky had heard about the endless abyss fallen slaughter. He was powerful, and he was in the top 10 on the Super Geno Core leaderboards. But he had only just scraped into the top 10, compared to the top 5 or Outer Sky King, who once managed to achieve first place. He was considerably inferior. Now that Outer Sky King was fighting, Yu Miao and everyone thought he would kill Fallen Slaughter easily. But things quickly didn't seem quite like that. Fallen Slaughter was fighting Outer Sky King, and the fists and sword skills exchanged were complicated. Outer Sky King was incredibly strong, and yet it was difficult to determine which of the two was winning. Han Sen was definitely not falling back. Weird. Fallen Slaughter uses reckless strength to beat enemies. How can he cast sword skills with such grace? Upon seeing Han Sen's skills, the elites from the Yu family thought it was strange. Fallen Slaughter's powers came from his body and the dark power he harnessed. He used physical strength for triumph in a similar way to Outer Sky King. The difference was, he just wasn't as good as the Emperor Spirit. Now Fallen Slaughter was using a sword skill that was as good as Outer Sky King's, and using a sword mind that was as powerful as the one they were witnessing. It was difficult to believe that this was the same Fallen Slaughter they had come to know. That is strange. What is happening today is so strange. The spirits of the Yu family could not understand. Yu Miao was engaged in watching Han Sen fight, and the more she watched, the more her expression changed. The more she saw of the sword skills and the sword mind, the more she thought it wasn't Fallen Slaughter. It was Han Senator, but she did not commit to the belief it was Han Senator. If it was, it'd be truly terrifying. It was difficult to even begin fathoming that it was Han Sen going up against Outer Sky King. Aside from Han Sen and Outer Sky King, the other fights about the shelter came to a stop. The army of the Wind Song Desert was used to their freedom, and with so many creatures all together in one place, they were getting confused about where they were. And they really hated Han Sen, so without thinking, they raced over to him. The super elites of Outer Sky stopped their advance though. And when the creatures realized the shelter and its occupants were as strong as they were, they calmed down and began stepping away one by one. Not many creatures remained there then. Han Sen saw what was happening as he battled Outer Sky King. This was not good. Even if he had strong sword skills, he couldn't go against the entire shelter. Plus, the timer for his transformation was limited. He couldn't stay there for too long. Han Sen could not beat Outer Sky King in a short amount of time either. He was fortunate enough to not have been beaten himself yet, but it was too late for him to back out of the fight now. Han Sen couldn't let himself get distracted while fighting such a strong opponent. The first time he let himself get distracted, he took a nasty punch. He was sent flying against the palace behind them. He broke a few pillars before coming to a stop. His body felt as if it was being restrained by a phantom power. It was like his bones were tied up with string. He was now planning on using Destroyer Wolf's charm to aid him in the fight. He couldn't think about much else, and he thought escaping would be the best he could accomplish right now. Han Sen got up and tried to run. But after taking one step, the crystal shoe on his foot began pulling him back toward the glass palace. Crap! Even if your woman is in there, you should hold on. Why are you still going forward in this situation? I will die and you might too. Han Sen felt depressed. The crystal shoe wasn't alive, of course, and it could not hear what Han Sen had told it. It continued taking him back to the glass palace. Seeing Han Sen still approach, Outer Sky King frowned. He was ready to kill him. But he suddenly heard a flurry of catcha noises. The palace that had previously been shut tight was opening wide. The spirits of Outer Sky Shelter were shocked. Even Outer Sky King was too. His face changed completely. Han Sen continued running forward. He saw the gate open, and when he did, he heard a strange yet familiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. That was a strange noise to hear in such a situation. Han Sen recognized it as the sound of crystal high heels coming down on hard ground, however. It was similar to the shoe Han Sen wore. Han Sen felt the crystal shoe then pull him into the palace at an even faster pace. The noise from the palace was becoming faster too, eventually kicking up into a run to the outside. Dong! Before Han Sen ran inside the glass palace, the crystal shoe on his foot slipped off and went flying forward of its own volition. From inside the glass palace, another shoe came out. It was the same type. Han Sen had been wearing a left-foot shoe, but the one he saw now was right-footed. They were a pair. The pair of crystal shoes met each other at the gate. Together again they began to dance. It was like an invisible dancer was wearing them, prancing around. The crystal shoe had departed Han Sen's foot now, though, which meant he was free. Without wasting a moment, he turned around and ran outside the shelter. No more creatures were coming in now, freeing the elites to approach and prohibit his escape. Many elites were coming toward him. Even without Outer Sky King there, Han Sen was in a lot of danger. Seeing all this, he was still able to remain calm. Negative thoughts weren't going to help him out in such a situation. Just like Han Sen's sore mind, the more danger he was in, the more talents and opportunities were available for use. His desire to live would only be stronger. Seeing all the elites approaching, Han Sen's mind was very clear. He used Dongxian aura to watch their every step. Combining his split blade with his movement and body, Han Sen began an incredible show. Fallen Slaughter unleashed tremendous power and used it methodically. It wasn't just Han Sen's own power either. The elites of Outer Sky contributed to Han Sen's power as well. The ground was the board, and everything else was the chess pieces upon it. That was where something like Heavenly Go could come into its own. He could use his own power and the power of others. Everything was a chess piece, and even the enemies could become his pawns. The Dongxian Sutra's abilities made him a big cheater. He could see through the minds of the enemy and learn their thought process to know how they would move. The strong layout, combined with his ability to predict and the powers he obtained from transforming, in addition to his natural sword skills, put him into a weird mode of operation. Outer Sky Shelter had so many elites surrounding Han Sen, but he noticed they were all fighting individually. It wasn't a cooperative effort on their part. Their companions could not help each other, and sometimes they even got in each other's way. Yu Miao, however, did not participate in the fight. All she did was watch. Han Sen seemed like he was invisible, and she watched him rush amongst the elites who had no chance of stopping him. Han Sen was like a real trickster demon. Everyone was getting played by him. The thoughts and emotions they displayed were just fuel for Han Sen to use. The army was nothing but sand to him. Han Sen swung his sword, utilizing his nightmarish body. To the Outer Sky elites, this was a nightmare. "My king, please kill the enemy." Someone finally asked Outer Sky King to join the fray and kill Han Senator. There were so many of them, and yet they were unable to stop him themselves. It was only a matter of time before he escaped the shelter. Outer Sky King looked at Han Sen and wanted to fight, but he couldn't find the opportunity to do so. It wasn't as if Han Sen's sword skills were strong though. All this was because every time he walked, he'd appear beside an elite. Outer Sky King couldn't find the chance to strike. "Fall back," Outer Sky King said with a deep voice. It was an admittance that Fallen Slaughter really was a powerful enemy. He wasn't a reckless foe like he used to be. Outer Sky King could not even strike right now, lest he cut down one of his own people. Outer Sky King had never found himself in a situation such as this before. He had faced many strong opponents in the past, but there had never been anything like this. The elites didn't like falling back, but they respected Outer Sky King. They obeyed his command and retreated, each giving Han Sen an angry look. So many elites had been unable to take down one outsider, and they had all been fighting in a frenzy. It was humiliating. When everyone parted, Outer Sky King was given the chance to throw a fist. It felt like the dimension was concentrated, and the fist soon arrived directly before Han Sen's face. His heart was calm though, and at that moment the fist was the whole world. Han Sen brought his split blade up in a simple swing, without anything fancy about the movement. And then, it was like the sky itself had been sundered. The concentration of power was gone. Han Sen jumped into the air and landed outside the gate. Outer Sky King stumbled back half a step before recovering. Everyone in Outer Sky was shocked. They had never seen Outer Sky King be knocked back like that before. It was an unbelievable thing to witness. But then, something even more unbelievable happened outside of the gate. Fallen Slaughter's body disappeared, and all that was left behind was the image of a human standing tall. The man standing there was Han Senator. His body could not remain transformed. Fallen Slaughter forever. If he continued, his entire body would break, so he had to cancel it. The elites of Outer Sky were in shock. It was a human that had been fighting Outer Sky King, and they couldn't accept it. It really is Han Sen. Yu Miao shouted. She thought it might have been, but she hadn't allowed herself to fully believe it. The human she had not cared about could actually fight Outer Sky elites with ease, and he had managed to escape the shelter despite being wholly surrounded. He had made the entirety of Outer Sky look as if it was nothing. Not many people could do something like that. This is the power of Outer Sky shelter? Han Sen laughed and flew into the sky. Then he disappeared. Only the echo of his laugh remained. Blurg. Han Sen coughed up some blood. The last punch from Outer Sky King had still caused him pain. Of course, he didn't show it while he had his audience, as he had wanted to appear strong. Han Sen hid inside an empty cave to heal. Before the healing process was complete though, he heard a tapping noise. His face went slack with dread. The tap-tap noise was fast, and when he looked towards the cave's entrance, he saw a pair of crystal shoes. They were the crystal shoes from Eastern Palace. Han Sen was afraid of those shoes, and he didn't want to find himself being controlled by them again. As soon as he saw the shoes he ran, but it was like they remembered who he was. They pursued him, and the tap-tap noise followed. Why are you chasing me? Tell me what it is you like about me, and I'll change that aspect. Han Sen did not have the strength to run far. He placed himself behind a tree, and looked back at the shoes in misery. No matter where he went though, he could not escape the tracking shoes. The crystal shoes walked in front of Han Sen, but they did not attempt to attach themselves to his feet. All they did was follow him. The crystal shoes came before him, but Han Sen realized that they didn't want to control him. It was a big relief, so he was able to just ignore them and rest by the tree for a while. The shoes settled next to Han Senator. Whenever Han Sen chose to rest, the shoes rested. Whenever Han Sen walked, they followed suit. If Han Sen had not been able to confirm that there was nothing in the space above them, he would have believed the shoes had an invisible wearer. Luckily, the crystal shoes did not want to control Han Senator after he got his bearings. Han Sen was able to travel back to his shelter. He wanted to go back and find a way in which he might deal with the shoes. Han Sen was in a rush to go home now too. He didn't know he had become famous in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, but regardless, everyone knew about Skysword now. Running into Outer Sky shelter for a fight, and then making it back out, was not something Minnie had ever accomplished. But to top it all off, he was a human. When Lin Feng and his friends heard the news, they could scarcely believe it. They asked around many times for validation, but it was confirmed to be the truth. Han Sen was Skysword, the one with crystal shoes. They were chasing after Han Sen to help him, but they left when they got word he had already escaped himself. Little Star and Bauer then brought them safely to Shadow Shelter. Boss, you are so good. The whole fourth god's sanctuary now knows that you are Sky Sword. Cheap Sheep looked at Han Sun in admiration. Han Sun wasn't in the mood to hear any such bootlicking though. He headed straight for the Spirit Hall, wishing to return to the Alliance via the teleporter there. Han Sun trusted those he had left with his family. He didn't have to go back. He just wanted to get rid of the shoes. After all, they were in the sanctuary, and after he left, they shouldn't have been able to affect him. Han Sun walked into the teleporter, gave one last look at the shoes, and then left. When Han Sun stepped out into the Alliance, he looked back at the teleporter. He was given an unfortunate shock though, one that made his face turn green. For some reason, the crystal shoes had followed Han Sun out, and made use of the teleporter. No way. Han Sun frowned and walked back. The crystal shoes did the same. I'm warning you. You can go wherever you want, follow anyone you want except for me. Okay. If this continues, I will bring you harm. Han Sun pointed at the crystal shoes and went on to say angrily, don't think I can't or won't do anything to you. I might not be able to do anything to you in the sanctuary, but the rules are different out here. I can kill you in this place. Do you believe me? The crystal shoes did not move, perhaps indicating that they did not understand him. Han Sun turned around and walked. The shoes followed. You brought this upon yourselves. Han Sun summoned the white crystal armor. Then he reached toward the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes evaded his lunge. So Han Sun used the armor's power to maximize his speed and strength to try and break the crystal shoes. But the crystal shoes moved too swiftly. Their speed was no slower than the white crystal armor's, and Han Sun was unable to touch them. Han Sun's white crystal armor gave him a lot of strength. It gave him a power that exceeded the capabilities of a demigod. When he was wearing the white crystal armor, not even Outer Sky King could match his strength and speed. Han Sun was shocked to find out the shoes were faster than him in that state. What is this? Such a weird power and strength they have. And they can leave the sanctuary too. This really is strange. Han Sun stopped and looked at the crystal shoes. Are these really made out of crystal? Are they crystallizer items perhaps? Han Sun thought to himself, although he knew he couldn't be certain. Han Sun, what are you doing? Han Sun was in his garden, and he had been busy chasing the shoes for a while. Ji Yanran came out of the house with Little Flower in her arms. I got followed by high heels. Han Sun looked bitter. What does that mean? Ji Yanran did not understand. Han Sun pointed at the shoes on the floor and said, I've been followed by these. Those shoes are crystal art shoes. They aren't implanted with an owl, so how can they follow you? Ji Yanran looked at the transparent crystal shoes. There was no wiring on the inside to see either. They were shoes plain and simple, but the style of the crystal shoes was something Ji Yanran really liked. She walked near them and pulled out her little white feet. She wanted to try them on. Han Sun quickly stopped her and said, These things are evil. Don't touch them. Han Sun told her about all that had transpired with the crystal shoes, and when he finished, Ji Yanran burst out laughing. She said, Well, they didn't do anything bad to you. Why are you so quick to assume they are evil? Han Sun wished to say more, but the crystal shoes then seemed to have heard and understood what Ji Yanran said. They went tap-tapping again, as if in agreement. These are such amazing shoes. Ji Yanran was surprised. The crystal shoes seemed to have been made extra happy by the compliments they received, and they decided to forget about tailing Han Sun, and instead go for Ji Yanran. They slipped themselves onto her feet before Han Sun had a chance to react. The moment Ji Yanran put on the crystal shoes, they started to shine. The crystal shoes then began to grow. In a flash, they wrapped up Ji Yanran's body like a magnificent set of crystal armor. Honey, are you okay? Han Sun was shocked, not knowing what was going on. I'm okay. These shoes are weird though. I feel energized like I could punch a mountain in two. Ji Yanran moved her body and spoke in a tone of surprise. Seeing that Ji Yanran could control her body just fine, Han Sun felt some relief. He nervously asked, Can you take them off? I don't know how to take this off, Ji Yanran said. As Han Sun frowned, Ji Yanran's crystal armor suddenly started to grow smaller. Before long, She was just wearing the crystal shoes as she had been. Shortly after, they slipped themselves off her feet. I think these shoes are pretty good. You might benefit from them following you. They could help you out. After all, they are very powerful, Ji Yanran said. I don't think they can help, but I would be grateful if they didn't hurt me. Han Sun was not as hopeful as Ji Yanran. The shoes were still very bizarre items, and that did not make him feel safe. Han Sun turned around and walked into the house. The crystal shoes followed Han Sun again instead of Ji Yanran. Han Sun could not shake their pursuit no matter what he did. So, he just went about his tasks while trying to ignore their presence. Han Sun refined the new life Geno essences and obtained an extra 16 super Geno points. That brought his point total up to 50. With my power, it shouldn't be difficult to max that out now. I need to level up those Geno cores first though. If they don't reach super, they won't be very strong, Han Sun thought to himself. Han Sun's fitness was good enough, and what he needed to do most right then was practice and level up his Geno cores. So Han Sun didn't go out much for a time. He spent most of his time practicing. He wanted to get his 4 Geno cores up to gemstone class. 4 of his Geno cores had reached gold class, but they didn't reach the top of the leaderboard. Han Sun was going to wait until they were almost ready to become gemstone Geno cores. When they were, he'd level them up. If he didn't, it'd be too obvious. And because of his fear of the crystal shoes, Han Sun was extra adamant about not going anywhere. He just kept practicing tea and leveling up his skills quickly. Over the next few months, Bulwark Umbrella, Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Coin took the first position. Then, they disappeared and caused another surprise across the fourth god's sanctuary. All the beings tried guessing who might have been the owners of those 4 Geno cores. Try as they might though, none could guess. The Geno cores reached gemstone class next. All Han Sun would need then was a breakthrough. So, Han Sun decided to max out his super Geno points so he could level them up to super Geno cores. But sadly, he couldn't get rid of the crystal shoes. After a long time of being together, nothing had happened with the shoes. And as strange as it was to have them following him around, Han Sun was at least able to pocket the shoes to avoid the prying eyes of others. But before Han Sun took off, he noticed he had received a message from Ji Ruozhen. He said he had uncovered something in his investigation. Do you know where the new community's leader is? Han Sun asked. After a long period of investigation, the results led to planet Tariq. If the new community leader was hiding out at one of the 3 planets, planet Tariq was the most likely. Ji Ruozhen provided Han Sun with all the information he was able to. Planet Tariq. Han Sun thought to himself as he perused the information given. What are you planning to do? If you need help, I can provide you with some ships the Ji family owns, Ji Ruozhen said. There is no need. Han Sun didn't plan on bringing in any battleships for an assault, as his beetle would be more than enough. Even if the leader wasn't on the planet, Han Sun still had to go and see if he could confirm the information. If he didn't, the people of the new community would assume he was weak. Inside a room, Qingya was playing with a little box. The box had been opened, and the item it contained was in front of him. He gazed at it in profound interest. That is the item. That means he is the leader of the new community. Qingya was talking to himself as he played with the box. Mr. Qingya, the leader has asked you to visit the meeting room. A woman's voice contacted him through the communicator. Okay, I'll be right there. Qingya put the little box away, pushed the door open, and went to the meeting room as instructed. Many people were already sitting there when he arrived. There were many humans and Shura there, and even Tina was present. The leader himself wasn't. Where is the leader? Qingya asked the others as he went to sit down. A Shura man approached and sat down on the leader's seat. He said icily, "The leader is sick, so I will be hosting this meet. Are you qualified?" Qingya laughed. "What do you think?" The Shura placed his hands on the table. He was holding a metallic object, and when they all saw what it was, their faces changed. "Okay, if that is what the leader has declared, then we will listen." Qingya shrugged. "Good." The Shura man gave Qingya a silent stare, and then went on to say, "The leader is not happy with your performance. You have failed twice and twice embarrassed us. What could I do?" Who knew Bloodbone Witch and Fallen Slaughter were that stupid? Qingye rebutted. There are no excuses for your failure. I will be in charge of this operation now. You just need to send our forces to Shadow Shelter, the Shura man said. Okay. But who exactly are we sending? Qingye asked. Me and our grateful Shura fighters. The Shura man spoke calmly, but it was easy to discern the arrogance permeating his tone of voice. All of them. Qingye looked at him strangely. Yes, all of them. No failure is permitted this time. We have to kill Han Sr. The Shura man then looked at Qingye and asked, Do you have a problem with this? No. I know full well your abilities. This is fine, Qingye said. Good. Do your appointed task and we'll do the rest. Do that and we won't fail. The Shura man sounded very confident. After the meeting, Tina went up to Qingye with a request. Uncle Qingye, can you take me with you? I want to see that human die. Last time you snuck out and lost the Geno armor. That upset the leader, so you should stay home. I don't think he'd want you going out this time. Qingye gave her a smile. Uncle Qingye, it's because Han Sun stole it from me that I want to watch him die. Kill him and take the armor back. Oh, please take me with you. Tina swung Qingye's arms as she pleaded. I don't think so. You can ask Xiaolingjia though. If he says it's okay, then I will bring you along, Qingye said. Tina lifted her lips and said, Xiaolingjia is nothing. He is only a Shura. I don't need his permission. Uncle Qingye, please take me. I want to go. That Han's son is going to die, and father is practicing. If something bad happens, you can protect me. Tina begged for a while, until Qingye had no choice but to agree and say, Fine, I will take you. But you have to listen to everything I tell you. If you don't, I won't be taking you anywhere. Uncle Qingye, you are the best. I will listen to everything you tell me. Tina was very happy. Go and pack up. Wait for Xiaolingjia's command, Qingye told her. Tina was not happy about that though. Again she lifted her lips. She said, That Xiaolingjia is nothing. He is much worse than you. I don't know why father trusts him so much, and lets him do what he wants. If he can earn the leader's trust as he has, then that means only one thing. He is good. Just go and ready up. Han Sun was packing in his house. He decided to fly the Beetle to planet Tarik. Even if the leader wasn't there, he was happy to take out a few lackeys and goons in a good raid. He wanted to let them know that Han Sun was not someone you could bully. He wanted to send a message, and in their attempts to push him around, Han Sun flew the Beetle for 2 days, but he was still in hyperspace. He received a message from an unknown number. There is danger. Leave Shadow Shelter now. Blind man. Han Sun was shocked to hear this. Blind man had sent him a concerning alert, and on top of that, he had used an unsafe method of sending it. If Blind man did not have the time to visit Han Sun personally, then that meant it had to be an emergency. Does the new community wish to attack Shadow Shelter? That should be impossible. Shadow Shelter is not big, but that's where I am. With Gu Qingqing and Little Pony there, too. Not even a super shelter should be able to conquer us. What makes them think they have what it takes to do that? God, true or false? I suppose it is best to return and make sure. After a moment of extra thought, Han Sun made his decision. Shadow Shelter was 300 miles away. There were a dozen Shura fighters situated in a canyon. When the Shura were able to enter the sanctuary, many would go there for the simple adventure. But the shelter's genes and beast souls were useless for the Shura, meaning not many took the time to go. Now that there were a dozen there, humans who spotted them would be given a massive fright. They were, after all 4th-rank fighters. The Shura fighters were accompanied by horrible creatures. It was obvious that they were super creatures too. Xiaolingjia looked at the super creatures and Shura gathered, and was pleased. He said, Good. We have to go. And we have to end Han Sun this time, once and for all. Qingye, stay next to me, Xiaolingjia said, looking at Qingye. Qingye simply nodded, and didn't say a word. Xiaolingjia patted the beast he rode upon. And then it released a mist that camouflaged the Enclave on their way towards Shadow Shelter. Cheap Sheep was with Green Cow, and the others in Shadow Shelter like usual. As he walked, he saw Gu Qingqing venture towards the gate of the shelter. With a forced smile, Cheap Sheep approached and said, "If you need anything, I can go grab it for you. There's no need for you to leave on an errand." "Kick everyone out of here," Gu Qingqing said coldly, eyes peering out beyond the gates. "What?" Cheap Sheep and Green Cow froze, unsure of what was happening. "All the creatures, you two included, need to leave. You need to get out if you want to live, and go as far as you can. Don't make me tell you this again," Gu Qingqing said, then went beyond the gate of the shelter. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow froze in place. They did not know what they should do. They didn't dare ask her again, and they'd feel terrible if they simply left without telling Han. Senator Cheap Sheep couldn't act on this command. "Just do what she said," said a soft voice. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were frozen until that voice greeted them. It was Little Silver approaching, and the voice came from him. It wasn't just Little Silver either. Starsea Beast, Ice Seahorse, and the Lazy Red Pony appeared, coming out from the garden as well. Every important member of the shelter came forward, which told Cheap Sheep and Green Cow something important was about to happen. "What's going on? Should we inform the boss?" They knew Little Silver was Han Sen's favorite pet. Her words wouldn't be wrong, but they asked just to make sure. "It's okay. Just go before it is too late." Little Silver then ran outside the shelter. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow realized things were bad. They followed Little Silver's advice and got on wily evacuating all the other creatures from the premises. They had no clue what was going on, and it led to much discussion. Many refused to leave. Cheap Sheep then ran out of the gate to speak with Little Silver and Gu Qingqing. He said, "This is a little difficult, as I cannot convince them all to leave." "It doesn't matter now anyway. It is too late," Gu Qingqing said, looking forward. There was a mist approaching in the distance, and scary creatures soon emerged from it. Atop the backs of the creatures were humanoid-like creatures, all with horns upon their heads. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, when they saw that horde, almost wet themselves. The life forces of the creatures were incredibly frightening. Now they knew why Gu Qingqing had suggested everyone should leave. The shelter was in big trouble. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were terrified, and they bolted back into the shelter. They almost hugged each other out of fear. "What do we do without the boss? Can they deal with the threat?" Green Cow said as she ran back. "We have to get word to the boss, but he is currently in the Alliance. I have no idea when he'll be back. I hope those out there can put an end to this. If they don't, we are surely done for." Cheap Sheep wore a bitter look. "What do you mean by done for?" a voice asked from behind, startling them. They turned around and saw Han Senator. They happily exclaimed, "Boss, you have returned." "What's happening?" Han Sun checked the perimeter outside the shelter. "A host of enemies have come, wishing to attack us. There aren't many of them, but they each look very strong. Even Lady Gu looks quite dim," Cheap Sheep said. Let's take a look." Han Sun wasn't rushing proceedings. He took Cheap Sheep and Green Cow to a tower, so they could observe from up high. Blind Man wouldn't suddenly alert Han Sun for no reason. The enemy had to be strong, and they had to have come explicitly for him. Acknowledging this, he wanted to get a better look at those who were coming. Han Sun looked out of the window and saw 14 Shura. Each one was mounted atop a creature. He couldn't discern how strong the Shura were, but the creatures were definitely super creatures. Weird. The Shura might be able to enter the shelter, but their abilities here are limited. They can't even absorb Geno points. The treasures here have no effect on them. It should be very difficult for them to tame creatures. So how have they been able to bring so many super creatures to heal? Han Sun saw Qingye leading the Shura, and then thought, it is the new community then. As Han Sun watched them come, Shalinjia brought the Shura and super creatures before Shadow Shelter. Shadow Shelter was a small place, and it had little in the way of defenses. Any super creature ought to have been able to destroy the shelter. "Who are you people, and why have you come?" Gu Qingqing asked Shalinjia. Shalinjia coldly answered, "Do I need a reason to kill?" After that he gestured with his hand. Then, 13 of the Shura behind started charging forward. They were going to try to destroy the shelter without any mercy. "Want me to save you one?" Shalinjia asked Qingye, who was floating midair. "No thanks. You know I don't take pleasure in killing, and the leader approves of that, Qingye said reservedly. Xiaolingjia grunted, and then rode his beast towards Gu Qingcheng. The new community had done a lot of research on Han Sun. They knew all about Shadow Shelter, and so they wished to destroy it. Xiaolingjia did not care about any of the other beings there, but he did know Gu Qingcheng was the only one who could compromise the attack. So, he wanted to deal with her personally. Gu Qingcheng, I have heard you were the master of Elysium Shelter. You must be strong, so show me what you've got. Xiaolingjia jumped off of his beast and threw a punch her way. The beast continued on its own, running towards Shadow Shelter. Shura could only make use of physical powers. Although they could ride proficiently, doing so in combat wasn't particularly useful. The other Shuras were like that as well. When they neared a target, they leaped off the backs of their mounts. The creatures then went off towards Shadow Shelter. That being said, their purpose was not the mindless destruction of the shelter. They wanted to kill and consume the creatures within. They didn't think Han Sun was in the shelter at the time. They thought they could conquer and claim the shelter for themselves. And whenever Han Sun returned, take him out then and there. If the shelter and teleporter were destroyed, though, Han Sun would spawn somewhere else whenever he returned. They would lose Han Sun, and so they did not want to completely destroy the shelter. Fuck you. Gu Qingcheng's face looked cold as she drew her bronze sword. The bronze sword she wielded was strange. It wasn't a beast soul, and neither was it a Geno weapon. She always carried it around her waist, but never seemed to make use of it. That day was the first time they all saw it. It was 4 feet long, and it was different from the styling of modern swords. It did not have a handguard, and the whole blade was one creation. While it looked very cheap, it also looked very overbearing. The blade had many strange symbols engraved into the metal. They did not look like something that had been added after the sword's creation, however. They looked like something that already existed on the metal. When Gu Qingcheng drew that blade, she seemed to change. She usually had a mysterious persona, but now she was like a king on the battlefield. Simply looking at her felt like a grand crime. Gu Qingcheng expressionlessly swung her sword. The sword lights cast were like curved moons, as their destructive properties were unleashed on the incoming Shura and super creatures. Boom! When the power came against a Shura or super creature, it blasted them away. All the while Gu Qingcheng maintained her stance and position, almost unmoving. Han Sun was shocked by what he saw. Now he understood how she had managed to get out of Elysium Shelter on that day. The powers of that sword were quite frightening. Han Sun briefly made some calculations. Even if he was to make use of fallen slaughter, he couldn't do something so great. It is no wonder she was the leader of Elysium. Still, Xiaolingjia was not scared facing such power. He stared at her, and as he did, his muscles suddenly expanded in size. His veins bulged and his eyes turned red. That red spread all across him, until he burst into a living blaze of red fire. It was similar to Han Sun and his god Geno core. Truth be told, Han Sun thought this was weird. He had seen many Shura engage their Shura change, but in the past, it had always only made them stronger. It didn't enable them to unleash special powers. But the red fire was strong enough to unleash powers. It was supposed to be impossible for the Shura to do this. Gu Qingcheng acknowledged this too, and she frowned as she stared down the red fire. I will deal with her. The rest of you lot can deal with the others. Xiaolingjia started walking towards Gu Qingcheng, wreathed in red fire. Gu Qingcheng fired another sword light, trying to stop the creatures and Shura that were now coming. But Xiaolingjia waved his fist, and when it came into contact with the sword light he destroyed it. The fist then went right against her sword. Dong! Gu Qingcheng's sword and Xiaolinjia's fist collided. Neither of them reeled back, and they came at each other repeatedly, strike after strike, neither of them appearing to have the upper hand. You are able to do battle with my godblood. You should be proud. Xiaolinjia's body was flashing red like an erupting volcano. He got in a blast that was immeasurably powerful, and it sent Gu Qingcheng stumbling backwards. That is so strong. What is up with that Shura? Han Sun frowned. The other Shura and super creatures were going towards Little Silver as this occurred. all looking very angry. The other Shura also used Shura change, but theirs was the normal one. Their bodies simply became stronger as they were supposed to, and none of their bodies blazed with fire. Even so, 13 fourth-ranked Shura fighters and 14 super creatures was a terrifying amount of power for any host to be subjected to. Little Silver and the others would not be enough. Uncle Qingya, why is Han-san not here? Tina rode a big bird, something similar to a peacock. She came over to Qingya's side. He should be in the alliance. He is not here just yet, Qingya said. Tina was disappointed by this, and she said, that means I came for nothing. Not really. You can enjoy the spectacle of an amazing fight. Qingya smiled. Tina looked over with disdain and said, what good is there in watching? Father rewarded Sha Linjiao with god blood. Of course he's stronger than that human woman. Sometimes that is hard to tell, Qingya said quietly. Seeing Gu Qingqing do combat with Sha Linjia, the Shura and super creatures went for the creatures in the shelter. But then they saw Red Pony emerge. It was tiny when compared to the Shura and creatures that were stampeding forward. Strangely, it also looked fearless, and its head was lifted, as if in massive pride. The Shura ahead came at the Red Pony, throwing punches. Red Pony then roared with its head lifted, and its voice came out like a shockwave. It pushed back the super creatures and Shura that had neared it. The shockwave was so strong, it was even visible. It covered the entirety of Shadow Shelter. When the Shura and super creatures were able to stand up again, they tried breaking the disk of the shockwave. They were unable to. Their powers were breaking like fireworks outside the shelter. As Red Pony watched them with an unmoving expression, it had most certainly halted their attempted penetration of the shelter. Now Han-san was really able to confirm Red Pony was the scariest creature there. It was the one to watch out for in that big battle. Red Pony couldn't have been much weaker than the elder, so Han-san wasn't sure why he hadn't been willing to stay with him. I thought only Han-san and the woman were strong. Why is there something else so strong residing in the shelter? Tina looked surprised. Qingya was surprised too. The reputation Han-san has now does not stem from simple luck. It is not surprising he has such mighty elites in his employ. Sha Linjiao should most certainly ensure he is prepared. Sha Linjiao was currently engaged in the fight against Gu Qingqing, though, and an obvious victor had yet to be determined. Gu Qingqing knew that with Red Pony there, the Shura and super creatures would not be able to make it inside the shelter. So, she wasn't too worried about Elysian Moon's safety. She waved her bronze sword with overbearing sword skills. Sha Linjia's red flames were no worse than what Gu Qingqing wielded. The way he fought was entirely Shura though. His entire body was a weapon, and he could attack with any part of his body. Han-san was frozen as he watched them fight. They really made him open his eyes. Especially Sha Linjia's skills, which were different than a human's. There was no focus on feeling. It was all about the raw power dealt through combat. He was a killing machine. Sha Linjia saw his men stop. He looked at them strangely and shouted. When the Shura heard his shout, they all stopped trying to fight back against the shockwave. Instead, they each brought out a vial of red liquid. They opened it and fed it to the super creatures they had previously ridden. The super creatures seemed to have really wanted the red liquid too. They all scrambled over each other, fighting to get theirs first, and when they did consume the drink, their life forces suddenly became much stronger. Their powers were given a red hue, and it looked as if they had been made berserk. No way. 14 super creatures have become berserk? What kind of red liquid is that? Han-san was frozen. The difference in power between super creatures and berserk super creatures was not a whole tier of strength, like sacred to super. It was half at best. But it was also more difficult to achieve than going from gemstone to super. The fourth god's sanctuary's super creatures were much stronger than the super creatures populating the 3 prior sanctuaries. Even so, berserk super creatures were always quite rare and difficult to find. Now 14 super creatures had become berserk super creatures by drinking a vial of liquid. It was quite difficult to fathom the implications. Han-san did not believe it, but he couldn't deny the fact it was happening right before his eyes. After the super creatures drank the liquid, their bodies and genocores became stronger. A mountain-looking Geno core landed on the shockwave ring and shook. Other Geno cores joined in, some like swords that came against the force to try and cut through it. All those Geno cores came against the aura with equal power. It started to shake and tremble, and it eventually cracked. Red Pony's face finally changed. He roared and increased the power he had put into that force. Even so, with the 14 creatures attacking, the aura still felt as if it was going to break any second. You are strong, but I will win. That is because I have god blood, and you are just a meager human. Xiaolingya stepped back, gathering a red fire on his fist. It looked like a swirling vortex, and it gradually burned brighter and brighter. God blood? In my time, gods were never that strong. 4 Qigong masters. Our task is to kill them. Gu Qingqing lowered her bronze sword. Her life force became like water, as it began to gather and twirl around her sword. The name of her sword was Pure. It was a superior blade, one of the 10 most famous weapons from ancient history. Gu Qingqing carried it whenever she practiced Qigong. When she became a demigod, she did not create a self-Geno core, and instead just used that sword as one. With it she practiced her sword skill talents. Almost at the same time, Xiaolingya waved his fist that was wreathed in red flame towards Gu Qingqing's sword. 2 scary forces collided. Boom! When those 2 powers hit, there was an explosion. It had the same devastation of a nuke, and when everything vanished in the blinding light, Gu Qingqing and Xiaolingya were left standing in the air. Xiaolingya's fire had been extinguished, and Gu Qingqing's swirling sword powers had also disappeared. Powerful sword, Xiaolingya exclaimed. Some blood leaked from between his lips. A red mark became visible on his forehead, and then his entire body collapsed in 2, originating from where that mark had landed. He couldn't be any more dead. How is that possible? Xiaolingya has father's god blood. How did he end up losing? Tina was in shock. Qingya looked down at Gu Qingqing's sword, lost in thought. Gu Qingqing had one-hit killed Xiaolingya. She looked back at the super creatures attacking the aura, but it was obvious that she had still been affected. She had been hurt. The color of her face had washed out and blood dribbled from the corner of her lips. Gu Qingqing was still able to go forward and cut down one of the advancing super creatures. The power she exuded through her sword was much weaker though. It looked like the blast had damaged her a lot more than initially expected. Han Sun could also tell she was pretty injured. He couldn't wait any longer, and so he donned his fallen slaughter and went down to Gu Qingqing. He helped her over to Little Silver and said, "Good job. I'll deal with the rest. Little Silver, heal her." Han Sun then spoke to Little Silver, before drawing his sword and moving toward the super creatures. Han Sun ran out of the shelter, wielding split blade and overbearing shield. He also used his metallic butterfly wings in addition to the Bloodlust Ant King glyph. A strong power had just been unleashed, and that was Han Senator. He swooped in toward one super creature. The super creatures around noticed, and tried moving their Geno cores to attack their new aggressor. Han Sun lifted up his gold overbearing shield, and bounced back the powers of the striking Geno cores. Then he brought Split Blade down across the neck of the first super creature he came to. Blood squirted through the air as the beast's neck was severed. Super creature Mountain River Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. The flesh is edible. Claim the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Even Han Sun was surprised by how easy it was to kill super creatures now. He knew the super creatures weren't really berserk, though, and the liquid only imbued them with the equivalent strength for a time. Han Sun felt calm. With the protection granted by his overbearing shield, and the visceral might of Split Blade, he came down on the crowd of super creatures and Shura, with a barrage of sword skills. Many people were stronger than Han Sun in the fourth god sanctuary, and his power was no greater than Gu Qingqing's or the Red Pony's. Whenever he faced strong elites, Han Sun could not fight a group like Gu Qingqing or Red Pony could. But that didn't mean Han Sun was afraid of group fights. The gold pattern of his shield shone, and his sword mind was unleashed. Like an ancient demon, Han Sun laid into the Shura and super creatures with devastation. Their siege against Han Sun had not worked, and they ended up hurting themselves a lot more. A powerful formation like that hadn't stood a chance against Han Sr. How is that possible? Tina opened her eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. Xiaolingjia, who had god blood, was murdered by a human woman. So many super creatures and Shura had come to attack Han Sun. But Han Sun was like a tiger amidst a crowd of sheep. You underestimate Han Senator, he was called Sky Sword, and he soloed Outer Sky Shelter. Xiaolingjia was too arrogant. He made a mistake, and the new community has suffered many losses now, as a result. Qingya looked at Han Sun with surprise. It looks like we'll have to wait until father is born, before we can kill that asshole. Tina gritted her teeth, and did not look happy. It does seem that way. Let's go. Otherwise we'll be in danger. Qingya's hand touched Tina's shoulder, and they both disappeared with the bird. Boss is good. Boss is the best. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow waved a towel from the tower, like a couple of strange cheerleaders swinging a flag. The creatures that had not been able to escape were frozen in place by the sight. It looks like old Han has walked further than us. Even with 10 years to catch up, it feels as if we have not closed the gap. If anything, he seems even further away. Lin Feng gave a wry smile to Jing Jiwu. He's practically a monster, at this point. Jing Jiwu slumped his shoulders. It is fortunate we are alive at least. For as long as I draw breath, I will hold true to the hope that one day, I will do battle with him as an equal. Lin Feng said with passion as he looked at Han Sun, who was currently unleashing his rage like a demon. Me too. I need to win back the loss I incurred in school. Jing Jiwu smiled, and looked very confident in that notion. Han Sun killed 6 super creatures and 7 Shura. Then the rest gave up on their attempt to fight, and started to run away. But Han Sun wasn't willing to let them go. He chased after them, bringing his kills to 8 super creatures and 11 Shura. He was able to retrieve another 8 life Geno essences from that, and 1 extra super beast soul. He also obtained 1 super Geno core that had not shattered. It looks like the new community is quite generous. I was looking for a place to kill super creatures to get strong, but they delivered all I wanted for free. Now I can max out my super Geno points. The super beast soul and super Geno core are a nice bonus too, Han Sun thought to himself. People then came out to clean the area. 2 bodies of super creatures had been claimed for eating, and they were fed to Little Silver and the other pets, so they could reach super class as well. While Han Sun tallied what he had gotten, he heard a strange movement in his sea of soul. Little Angel and Golden Growler's lights were moving, indicating they were ready to emerge. Those 2 orbs of light suddenly cracked and began to peel. Gold and white lights came out from the balls like erupting volcanoes. The entirety of his sea of soul was dyed in the white and gold haze. Boom! The 2 orbs of light broke, and within the light, 2 familiar yet strange bodies were revealed. Little Angel didn't change much. She still had that white cape, and her hair looked tidy. The angel wings on her back, and the halo on her head didn't show up under non-fighting mode. Her face was so pure that it seemed she was actually from heaven. However, Han Sun knew that this was only the ordinary status of the angel. Her combat mode was totally different. The Golden Growler stood on the other side, and it seemed very small. It looked like a golden retriever, and its hair was a bit curly. It didn't look ferocious at all. Instead, it looked very cute. Han Sun looked at the 2 pets that didn't seem to have any fighting power at all, and he was very hesitant. He was worried that they might have developed incorrectly, or were they only at bronze level when they were born? Maybe they needed to upgrade themselves like creatures. Somewhat worried, Han Sun quickly went to check Little Angel's description. Super Beast Soul Pet Type. Evolve to Fighting Status, Evolve and Merge. Han Sun relieved now. She was still super class, and nothing had changed about her. She still had all her abilities, and she could still evolve. Han Sun took a look at Golden Growler's description, and he wasn't as anxious as before. Super Beast Soul Golden Growler. Mount Type Evolve and Psychic. Han Sun was dazed, and he didn't know what psychic meant. Golden Growler's description had never contained that information before. Now that Han Sun had summoned Golden Growler and Little Angel, he needed to study them more thoroughly. Han Sun wanted to ascertain the extent of their real power. He first let Little Angel enter combat mode, and he watched as her small form was soaked in holy light. She became a golden beauty in holy armor, and a halo and angel wings also appeared. She emanated a holy light as she held the handle of a large sword, and her entire body was holy and solemn. Now that she was giving off a powerful light, she looked like a goddess. The strong, pure power coming out of her body amazed Han Sr. Little Angel. Combine. Han Sun ordered the Little Angel. Little Angel walked to Han Sun and took Han Sen's face in her hands. After a gentle kiss, her body turned into holy light and rushed into Han. Senator Han Sun felt that his entire body was filled with warm energy. He couldn't help bellowing, and the power coming out of him turned into holy armor, the wings of an angel, and an angel halo. The giant angel sword also appeared in his hands. The pure energy made Han Sun feel that he was stronger than ever. Even when he was merging with fallen slaughter, he didn't feel such power. Even more incredible, the power flooded into Han Sen's genocores and improved all 4 of them to super level, which immediately concerned Han Senator. He hadn't strengthened his genocores 9 times yet, so this evolvement would not be perfect. After he separated himself from Little Angel, his genocores dropped back to their normal levels. Han Sun breathed out a sigh of relief. The power of the Little Angel can actually strengthen my genocores. Even though the angel power is a little different from the normal strength that the cores possess, it still means that I have 4 super genocores now. Han Sun was joyful. He had so many life geno essences, and he had the Little Angel now. After he refined the life geno essences, he would be able to roam the 4th god's sanctuary, and he wouldn't need to rely on the fallen slaughter body anymore. When he tested Golden Growler's power, he found that the pet's size-shifting ability had strengthened. When it was the smallest, it was the size of a cell, and when it was the largest, it was as large as a spaceship at star level. As far as what the description meant by psychic, Han Sun still had no idea. He had intended to go to planet Tarik, but now that he had obtained so much, Han Sun decided to slow down a bit. He wanted to go to Tarik Star after he refined all his life geno essences. The new community was still an unknown quantity. In addition to the demigods and Shura they controlled in the universe at large, they were also able to summon so many super creatures in the sanctuary. It was disturbing. Is it possible that the chairman of the new community is actually the god that Han Jingji met? Han Sun wondered. Qingye and Tina arrived back in the new community, and they were immediately called to the meeting room. I'm sorry, Chairman. Our task failed again. Han Sun is much more powerful than we expected, and he also has 2 very powerful helpers. Gu Qingqing killed Xiaolanjia, and we also lost most of our super creatures and Shura warriors, said Qingye to the chairman of the new community. As for Tina, she had her head lowered without saying anything. The chairman said mildly, I'm aware. Tell me something I don't know. It seems that we don't have the power to kill Han Sun, either in the Alliance or in the sanctuaries, but I have something that might help us deal with this problem, said Qingye. Oh, do tell. The chairman looked at Qingye interested. Qingye stopped for a second and continued. It's impossible for us to kill Han Sun, but we can start with his family first. Do you think he's the type of person who will risk his life for his family? Asked the chairman of the new community, looking at Qingye. It's worth a try, said Qingye. You're right. The chairman looked at Tina and said, Tina, go get some rest. Yes, father, answered Tina. She quickly stepped out, and she made a face at Qingye before she left. Qingye was surprised when the chairman told him to stay. There must be something else that the chairman needed, but Qingye had no idea what it would be. Who is the closest to Han Sun? Asked the chairman. He has a mother, a wife and a son. As for the other relatives, they're not that close to him. His mother is a descendant of Luo Haitang, so it won't be easy to attack her. His wife is from the Ji family, but she isn't living with the Jis now. I think it will be easier to get his wife and son, said Qingye after thinking. You're right, but I think there's someone who's closer and easier to find, the chairman said mildly. I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking about. Qingye looked confused, but he still spoke calmly. The chairman looked at Qingye and smiled. He then said, "He has a father, right?" "Based on my knowledge, his father died in an accident a long time ago," said Qingye with his head lowered. "No, he's still alive," said the chairman of the new community. "Where is he? I'll seize him now," said Qingye, surprised. "No need," said the chairman of the new community. All of a sudden, the force of his body surged, and the space in the meeting room became tight and claustrophobic. "What are you doing, Mr. Chairman?" Qingye was horrified. He couldn't move his body anymore, as if he was frozen by a spell. "Do you really think I don't know who you are, Qingye?" The chairman walked toward Qingye. He reached out his hand, and a box flew out of Qingye's pocket. "Mr. Chairman, I was wrong to keep that. I was a bit greedy. Besides, Fallen Slaughter had already died, so that's why I didn't give you back the box." "I'm really sorry," said Qingye. The chairman didn't pay any attention to Qingye. He opened the box and took a look. Then he put the box on the desk. He looked at Qingye and said, "Since you've seen what's inside the box, then you should have guessed who I am now." "I don't know," said Qingye with his head lowered. The chairman looked at Qingye and said, "You know, but you don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about." Qingye shook his head. "As a member of God, you should know that I'm a member of Blood Legion after seeing this. But aside from being a member of Blood Legion, I have another identity," said the chairman mildly. "What's your other identity?" Qingye raised his head and stared at the chairman of the new community. When the chairman identified Qingye as a member of God, the respect and veneration on Qingye's face slipped away like a mask. He no longer looked like a subordinate. "My real name is Han Yufei," said the chairman calmly. Qingye was petrified when he heard the name. "Han Yufei? Han Sen's father? Now that you know my name, you know why you have to die," said the chairman. Then he lifted his hand toward Qingye's head. Qingye suddenly smiled and said, "Chairman, since you know that I'm a member of God, do you really think that you can kill me?" "Why not?" The president was still calm and peaceful, and he gradually pressed his hand against Qingye's head. "Since you know about the existence of God, you should know that the genes we have are different from the genes you inferiors have. Your power is indeed impressive, but that's far from enough to kill me," said Qingye calmly. A strange power began to ripple from his body. However, Qingye quickly looked surprised. After he used all his power, he still wasn't able to get rid of the bindings around him. "Impossible? How is it possible? Are you also?" Qingye stared at the chairman of the new community in horror. "You came here for this thing, right? Have you forgotten about it already?" The chairman said quietly. His palm was already pressed against Qingye's head. "Impossible. If you're a member of Blood Legion, there's no way you're in existence like us. Did you show us those things on purpose?" Qingye looked very pale already. "You've overestimated yourself. You called yourselves gods, but you're nowhere near that. Humans have the same potential as you do. It's just that few have reached that far yet," said the chairman as he tightened his fingers. "If you kill me, God won't let you get away." Pung. Before Qingye could finish talking, his head imploded. "God, I'm not very impressed by your power." The chairman flicked his hands to shake off the blood. Then he turned away from Qingye's body. Han Sun had been absorbing the life geno essences, and he had gained more and more super geno points. He was very close to maxing out now. When he arrived home, he prepared to take Little Flower to the garden to relax after dinner. Yet his communicator suddenly rang. Han Sun picked up the call, and he found that it was Blind Man. "Do you have time?" said Blind Man directly. He wasn't wasting any time. "What do you want?" Han Sun was very direct as well. He didn't know anything about Blind Man, so there was no reason for pleasantries. "Your father wants to meet you. Come to this place if you have time." Blind Man sent Han Sun an address. Han Sun missed a heartbeat. He had always wanted to meet his father to see whether he was still alive or not. But now that the day had finally come, he was anxious. "Can I come now?" asked Han Sun, looking at Blind Man. His heart was pounding quickly. "Okay, but don't let anyone follow you," said Blind Man. "Okay, I understand. I'm going now." Right after Han Sun finished talking, Blind Man shut down the communicator. Han Sun cleared his thoughts for a while, as he couldn't even think straight after receiving such a piece of news. I have to go whether it's true or not. After making up his mind, he packed his things, sent Little Flower to Ji Yanran, and then went out by himself. He set off to the address given by Blind Man, and he didn't even take Bauer this time. If it's really him, is he still the same as before? What should I ask him? Countless thoughts flooded Han Sen's mind, but they were all irrelevant. Han Sun could only calm himself after getting into the spaceship. He arrived at his destination, which was a famous tourist planet. Han Sun could still remember that his father had taken him here when he was a kid. However, it had been a very long time ago, and Han Sun was very young back then. His memories of this place were blurry, and he couldn't remember much of the scenery or what he had done here as a child. Han Sun walked on the planet that looked like a garden, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate his surroundings. He followed the route on his GPS, and he walked all the way to the designated location. In front of a lake that looked like a piece of jade, Han Sun saw a man sitting on a stone bench. The sunset light fell across the man's body, and he had a long shadow. When he saw the shadow, Han Sun missed a heartbeat. The shadow in his head overlapped with the blurry shadow in front of him, and the shadow in his mind was getting clearer and clearer. Is that really him? Han Sun walked toward that man step by step, and he couldn't keep his legs from shaking. He was more nervous than when he had fought the creature horde in outer sky. The man seemed to have sensed Han Sun coming. He stood up from the stone steps. Then he turned around to look at Han Senator. The second that Han Sun saw the man's face, Han Sun was horrified. He had received a photo of the chairman of the new community while he was researching the organization, and that was the only material he had. As for the person who was standing in front of him, he looked exactly like the person in the photo. Han Sun was horrified. He wasn't worried about his own safety. This was the Alliance, so even if he ran into the chairman of the new community, Han Sun could defend himself with his unicorn beetle and crystal armor. However, the fact that the chairman of the new community was here meant that something tragic had happened to his father. So naturally, Han Sun was terrified. "Little son, you've really grown up," the chairman exclaimed. Looking at Han Senator, Han Sun heard the chairman's voice, and his eyes almost popped out. He couldn't believe his ears. He had heard that voice so many times when he was only a child, and he felt that it had been a very long time, and everything was so blurry. When he heard it again, everything kept flooding in, and it was like he just heard it yesterday. Impossible. Han Sun couldn't believe that he was staring at the chairman of the new community. A strange light emanated from the chairman's body, drifting over his skin. He had a full head of white hair, and his face was stripped away by the light. A new face showed up. The face was that of a gentle middle-aged man. It overlapped and merged with the face from Han Sun's memories. "You." Han Sun felt like he was suffocating, so he didn't know what to say at the moment. "Sit down first, little senator, let's talk." Han Yufei sat back on the stone bench, and he pointed at the spot beside him. "Are you really him?" Han Sun clenched his jaw and sat down beside Han Yufei. He wasn't sure whether this person was really his father or not. It was so easy for someone with special power to change their face, so Han Sun couldn't believe it. "There's a little red mole at the left side of your penis. When you were 5, you said you liked an older girl in the neighborhood, and you swore that you would be her husband. You were still a bedwetter when you were 6. You were afraid that your mom would find out, so you came to me and begged me to wash your bedsheet for you." Han Yufei said to Han Sun, slowly smiling. "Stop. Stop." Han Sun started to yell. "I believe that you're my father now. Say no more." Han Yufei stopped now, and he looked at Han Sr. "Are you the chairman of the new community?" asked Han Sun, looking at Han Yufei. "Yes." Han Yufei nodded. Han Sun looked at Han Yufei, his expression bizarre. "Since you are the chairman, why would you send someone to kill me? And why did you tell Blind Man to alert me? Why did you say that you're in grave danger now?" Han Sun was very confused. He couldn't figure it all out. "It's a very long story. Simply put, I thought that the new community was related to our family, so I joined it. Little did I expect that I would inherit the position of chairman. Eventually I found out that the new community isn't related to our family, but it is closely related to an organization called God. The relationship between these two is very delicate. The new community is kind of a subsidiary of the organization God. But God doesn't have the power to control the new community completely. The old chairman told me that he was also a member of the organization called God. Han Yufei then continued. After I became the chairman, the new community was still under the influence of God. From everything I have seen, I have a sense of how powerful and terrifying the organization God really is. Besides, God has also focused on Han Jingji and our family, and they even told the new community to kill you. Han Sun listened carefully as Han Yufei explained everything. Qingye was also a member of the organization God, and he was a spy, or an inspector in the new community. Aside from him, there are others from the God organization in the new community, but even I don't know how many there are. Han Yufei smiled and said, as for sending people after you, I wanted you to help me get rid of some of the trouble in the new community, and at the same time, I could also send you some aid. However, there were two things that I hadn't expected. The first thing was that Tina stole the Geno armor and sent it to you. I've already figured that out, and I know now that it was Qingye who was messing with the whole thing. Fortunately, Tina couldn't control the Geno armor, and you were able to seize it, so nothing major happened. As for telling the blind man to warn you, I wanted you to be fully prepared, so that you could develop strategies to deal with Xiaolongjia and the others. Little did I expect that you were strong enough to kill them directly, said Han Yufei. He looked at Han Sun and exclaimed, I've been following your progress, but you've grown and improved much faster than I thought. I have to say that you've done a damn good job. Is Tina your daughter? Han Sun had lots of other urgent questions to ask, but this was the first question that came out of his mouth. What are you even thinking? Han Yufei hit Han Sen's head gently. Tina is the daughter of the previous president. After I became the president, I've been treating her like my own daughter. Fortunately, nothing happened to you too, because otherwise it would be heartbreaking. Han Sun felt relieved. He had been worried that if Han Yufei actually had a daughter outside the family, his mother would never allow the family to return to normal again. After solving that question, Han Sun could think straight again. He looked at Han Yufei and asked, Dad, what kind of organization is God? Han Yufei looked at the lake and said, This is just speculation, but if I'm right, the core members of the God organization are likely to be creatures from the fifth God sanctuary. Han Sun was startled. Creatures from the fifth sanctuary? And they're in the alliance. Although he had known that the ancestors of both the human race and the Shura race were from the shelter, it was startling that all the creatures in the fifth God sanctuary could also travel to the alliance. Even the weakest creatures in the fifth sanctuary were much stronger than demigods. If they were all in the alliance, humans wouldn't stand a chance. However, humans and the Shura race were still the dominating forces of this universe. What do you think the fifth God's sanctuary is? Asked Han Yufei. Han Sun was kind of dazed. He didn't expect Han Yufei to ask him such a question out of nowhere. He thought about it and said, I've been thinking that it might be the place the 7th Action Team went to. Han Yufei shook his head. I can tell you with absolute certainty that they weren't in the fifth God's sanctuary. Why? Asked Han. Senator Han Yufei smiled and said to Han Sun, Because I'm in the fifth sanctuary now, so I certainly know that they weren't. Han Sun opened his mouth wide, and he stared at Han Yufei in awe. Did you go to the Alliance automatically after you entered the fifth sanctuary? Han Sun couldn't believe what he had just heard, but he couldn't think of any other possible explanations. Han Yufei nodded his head and then shook it. To be exact, this universe is the fifth sanctuary. Han Sun looked at Han Yufei in horror, as it was completely out of his imagination. The universe was the fifth God's sanctuary. It was stunning. Humans always thought of the sanctuaries as independent realities, and they never imagined that the universe they were living in was actually a part of the sanctuaries. Han Sun struggled to believe it, even though Han Yufei had just told him plainly. I know it's kind of unbelievable, but it's the truth. After I rose to the fifth sanctuary, I came to this universe. This universe is the origin of humans. It is the start, and it is also the end, said Han Yufei calmly. If all the creatures who rise to the fifth sanctuary are living in the universe, why have we never seen them? Asked Han Sr. It's kind of different than you're imagining. The creatures who enter the fifth sanctuary experience radical changes when they get promoted, and the process reshapes their entire bodies. It's like incarnation, giving you superior genes and body, and you might also gain the ability to condense a geno armor with your body, until they can condense a geno armor. And the so-called gods aren't too powerful because of the reorganization of their bodies. Right after they enter the fifth sanctuary, some gods might not even rival demigods. Once they condense geno armors, however, it's a totally different story. When the topic turned to armors, Han Yufei stopped and said, "What you've seized from Tina was the geno armor left by the previous chairman. I haven't condensed my geno armor yet, and it will take another year or two. The previous chairman told me that I would understand everything then." "Why didn't he tell you the truth directly?" Hansen asked, frowning. "I also wanted to know why he didn't just tell me." Han Yufei shrugged his shoulders. He stood up and said, "It'll only take a year or two, and soon I'll know everything. Then everything will end." He then tapped Hansen's shoulders. "Take care of your mom and sister. I've seen Little Flower, and he's very cute. Hopefully, I can get to play with Little Flower after everything is done." After finishing, Han Yufei stared at Han Sun for a while, then he turned to leave. "Dad!" Han Sun yelled at Han Yufei's back, but he didn't know what to say. There seemed to be a million words stuck at his mouth, and he couldn't say anything. Before he left, Han Yufei turned around and said, "Oh right. The previous chairman said that it's important to have a solid foundation. That's related to the level of your geno armor, and it determines your fate as well. No matter what, improve your power as much as possible before entering the fifth sanctuary, so that your genes will be more complete." If what Han Sen's dad said was true, the human ancestor should have been a god, and humans should be the descendants of God. Why were humans so weak that their inborn genes couldn't even rival the Shura race? The Shura were also descendants, but their inborn genes were only a bit stronger than those of humans. They couldn't rival people like Tina at all. And besides, what kind of organization was God? Why did it value Hanjingji this much? What was the place that the seventh team had gone to? What would happen after someone condensed a geno armor? All the questions were making Han Sun wonder. For what it was worth, Han Sun now knew that his father was still safe and sound, so he felt more relieved. If I can condense a geno armor, I'll be able to know the truth. It won't take a long time. Han Sun was thinking in his heart. After getting back home, Han Sun went back to absorbing the life geno essence, and his super geno points maxed out after more than a month. His geno points were all maxed out now, and all his geno cores had reached gemstone level. Now he just needed to practice until they reached super level. However, it would take much more than that to enter the fifth sanctuary. Han Yufei told Han Sun that he needed to break physical space and go through some special space. He would only be able to enter the universe after withstanding the training of that special space. Han Sun was reaching the limits of what he could achieve with his current methods of training. Apparently, it wasn't that easy to get to super level. Han Sun knew that he needed more battles, or a turning point, so that he could take another step forward. He didn't have any room to improve his geno points anymore. So Han Sun tested all 4 of his geno cores, and all of them reached the peak of the ranking system. However, after achieving first rank, Han Sun couldn't immediately move his geno cores to the super level, so he couldn't get off the ranking either. When he was testing them, all 4 of the geno cores were in the ranking at the same time. Based on the ranking of the geno core storage, the crystal core was surpassed by the other 3 geno cores, which meant that it was the weakest of all 4 geno cores based on the system's ranking. When the other 3 geno cores were tested, none of them could surpass each other. He wasn't sure if that was because they were all at the same level, or because the gaps between them were negligible. Then he used the crystal core as a jumping board, and all 4 Geno cores reached first place, and were reinforced 9 times. Han Sun hadn't been in the sanctuary in a very long time. He could get the practice he needed in the universe, and he got to spend more time with his family. Until one day, the martial halls of the 4th God's sanctuary opened at the same time, and an announcement was made for the start of the divinities bout. Divinities bout in the 4th sanctuary attracted very little attention in the human race. After all, only a few human beings could become demigods. However, for those in the top-tier circle, it was a major event. Whoever achieved first place in the divinities bout would earn the title Son of God, and he would be baptized by God. Han Sun was very interested in that too. He wanted to fight top-tier demigod creatures to accelerate his own development, and he also wanted to know what baptism by God meant. He signed up for divinities bout without hesitation, but he didn't use his own name. Instead, he used the name $. I'll give it my best, and hopefully, I can win first place. Han Sun wasn't sure whether he could get first place or not. After all, his Geno cores hadn't reached super level yet. When Han Sun arrived at the martial hall, and was preparing to sign up, he saw both Gu Qingqing and Red Pony there. Apparently, they were both going to sign up for the divinities bout as well. Han Sun was dazed. If all of them signed up in Shadow Shelter, the 3 would need to fight each other before divinities bout to determine which of them could enter divinities bout. You 2 are also signing up? Han Sun wasn't sure whether he could defeat Gu Qingqing and Red Pony or not. His Geno core wasn't at super level yet, and with only his physical power and beast souls, he wouldn't be at a good advantage. You're joining too? Gu Qingqing asked, looking at Han Sr. If you both are going to sign up, I won't. Han Sun raised his hand and exited the martial hall. Han Sun certainly wouldn't give up the battle, but he wouldn't sign up in Shadow Shelter. He needed to find another shelter to sign up with. Han Sun thought about it for a while, and he decided to go to the shelter of Ling Mayer. After all, Ling Mayer had already seen him in his Super King Spirit mode. Even if Han Sun went to the other shelters to compete, Ling Mayer could still recognize him. He might as well just go to her shelter. Fortunately, Ling Mayer was very innocent, and she trusted Han Sun completely. There wouldn't be that much of a problem. Besides, with Han Sun's current power, he wasn't really afraid of having his identity exposed. However, with the existence of the organization God, he didn't want to expose himself if he could avoid it. Fortunately, Ling Mayer didn't have any plans to join the divinities bout, and no other creatures in that shelter intended to join either. Han Sun prepared to get the first place in the shelter right after he signed up. It took more than a month for every shelter to determine their first place, and the real divinities bout to begin. Han Sun planned to practice the Dongxian Sutra, so that he could improve his bulwark umbrella. However, only a few days later, Han Sun heard from Ling Mayer that a party from Sacred Shelter had come to the underworld, and they went to see the elder of the Dark Spirit race at Dark Spirit Shelter. What are they doing here in the underworld? Han Sun asked, frowning. He still had some unfinished businesses with Goddess. He had originally intended to go find Goddess after his Geno cores reached super level, but he hadn't expected a group from Sacred to come to the underworld. I heard from the elder that they want to ask him to help them control God's ruin, said Ling Mayer. They're asking the elder to attack God's ruin? I thought you guys from Dark Spirit can't leave the underworld because of the 100-tribe deal? Asked Han Sr. You can leave here, of course, but if you die outside, you won't be protected by the 100-tribe deal. Besides, our elder is a great being, so he can go wherever he wants. As long as he doesn't go to the territories of other races to slaughter their creatures, the other races won't say anything, said Ling Mayer. Where is God's ruin now? Why are they asking the elder of your Dark Spirit race to help them? Asked Han Sr. The elder said that God's ruin is always dark, so even the great beings at Emperor level can't see in there. However, those of the Dark Spirit race have an absolute advantage, which is why they're asking our elder to help them. However, the elder has already rejected them, said Ling Mayer. After hearing what Ling Mayer said, Han Sun's interest piqued. After sharing some pleasantries with Ling Mayer, he left the shelter. The Elder of Dark Spirit rejected the sacred group's request. And now that those from Sacred had left the underground shelter, Han's son went to catch up with them. He wasn't sure whether Goddess was amongst them or not. If Goddess was still there, he could revenge himself for what she did to him before. Right after Han's son left the underground shelter, he entered Super King Spirit mode and started to chase after the molecules left by all the creatures from Sacred. However, he didn't detect any of the molecular remains of Goddess, and after he caught up with them, he didn't see Goddess. Han's son was a bit hesitant. Goddess was his only foe. He didn't hold any grudges against the other creatures from Sacred, so he didn't want to kill them. Just when he was about to leave, he heard a statue-like creature leading the group say, "The Dark Spirit Elder doesn't want to help us. I think we need to turn to Night Empress." Han's son stopped when he heard of the name of Night Empress, eavesdropping on what they were saying. Night Empress was the mother of Lotus Empress, and when Han's son had summoned her in the third god's sanctuary, she had helped Han's son a lot. The thing was, Han's son always got along with Lotus Empress very well, and when Han's son was summoned to the fourth sanctuary, Lotus Empress had already become a demigod, so he didn't have a chance to meet her again. He didn't know where Lotus Empress was. Though they were both in the fourth sanctuary, it was an enormous place. It was too difficult to find her. Another creature that looked like a Western dragon said, "Night Empress has already rejected us. It might be useless to go to her again. If she refuses again, we'll attack her shelter and her spirit stone. That god's ruin is very important to Sacred, and we have to have it," said the statue-like creature coldly. "What if Night Empress would rather destroy her own spirit stone than help us?" asked the giant dragon. "No need to worry. She has a daughter she loves, right? She might be willing to die, but I don't think she'd abandon her daughter," the godlike creature said with a sneer. "Let's hope so. It would be best if she's smart enough to agree to help us, so that we don't need to do anything dirty," said the giant dragon. Han's son then frowned. He gave up going back, and he kept following the creatures from Sacred Shelter. It was likely that the daughter they were talking about was Lotus Empress. Even if it wasn't, he needed to help Night Empress for the sake of Lotus Empress. Han's son followed those creatures from Sacred all the way to the west. He had to admit that Sacred was indeed powerful. All the creatures and spirits respected them, and nobody dared to disturb them. They didn't meet any obstacles, and even the masters of super shelters venerated them. No wonder it's one of the top-tier shelters in the fourth sanctuary. Han's son sneered inside. They had been going straight the whole time without taking any detours. After only 4 days, the group from Sacred arrived at a shelter. Han's son saw a flag with the word Night hanging from the shelter. It was the same as the night flag he had seen before, so it should be the shelter of Night Empress. Han's son hesitated for a while, but he was still following the creatures from Sacred. He didn't have time to tell Night Empress what was going to happen. Besides, he only knew Night Empress and Lotus Empress, so some random creature in the shelter wouldn't just believe everything he said. It would take him some time to meet Night Empress, and he didn't have enough time now. Before the creatures from Sacred arrived at the shelter, a group was already moving out of the shelter, led by Night Empress. Han's son also saw Lotus Empress among the spirits and creatures, and he was happy. Sister Lotus is so lucky. She found her mom after she became a demigod, Han's son thought. "Why did you come to my night shelter again?" Night Empress frowned and said to the statuesque creature called Godlike. Godlike said to Night Empress calmly, "For the same reason we came before. If you're willing to help us search for God's ruin, you can name any terms you want. Anything Sacred can give you, we will." Godlike seemed to be making a generous offer, but that was not the case at all. While he was explicitly saying that the price was flexible, he was implying that Night Empress shouldn't ask for too much as they were from Sacred Shelter. "I might let you down. I'm not powerful enough to help you guys," said Night Empress without any facial expression. "Empress, please reconsider. If you help us, you'll make yourself a friend of Sacred Shelter. And when you're in trouble in the future, Sacred Shelter will definitely come to your aid. Godlike continued. What if I don't help you? Night Empress looked cold. Then you'll make yourself an enemy of Sacred, and I don't think that's a good choice. Godlike spoke softly, but his voice was full of threat. These tactics fit Sacred's reputation. I'm either a friend or a foe, said Night Empress, her voice hard. What's your decision? Godlike asked. He didn't bother to argue against what Night Empress had said. Night Empress frowned. Though she was already an empress, she didn't have a strong foundation. Compared to Sacred Shelter, which had existed in the fourth sanctuary for a long time, her shelter was nothing. Night Empress was very angry inside, however, and she had some serious considerations. Even if she wasn't afraid of death, many creatures followed her in the shelter, including her daughter Lotus, who she loved more than everyone in the world. If Sacred really wanted to attack her, she didn't have the power to defend against them. Seeing that Night Empress wasn't speaking, Godlike then said, Empress, it's better to have a friend than to have an enemy, right? If you just help us this time, you'll have the friendship of Sacred Shelter forever. It's mutually beneficial, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby, which dazed both Night Shelter and Sacred Shelter. It's not a good thing to be friends with Sacred. When they turned to where the voice came from, they saw a human being walking out across the grass. And then Lotus Empress and Godlike almost screamed at the same time. However, one of them shouted out Han Sun, while the other one shouted Sky Sword. It's been a long time, Sister Lotus. You're just as beautiful as ever, Han Sun said to Lotus Empress with a smile. He then turned around and said to Night Empress, Greetings, Empress. I can't believe it. You've grown so fast. Night Empress had already recognized Han Sun, and she looked over him. She found that she couldn't even feel his life force, which made his presence feel strange and mysterious. Skysword, this has nothing to do with you. I hope that you won't interfere. Godlike looked at Han Sun and frowned. Previously, Godlike wouldn't even have given Han Sun a second look. However, after Han Sun slashed his way out of Outer Sky Shelter all by himself, everyone was amazed by his power. Even Godlike, a berserk super creature who came from Sacred, didn't dare to underestimate Han Senator, a creature who fought the Master of Outer Sky and made it out of Outer Sky Shelter alive should be respected, whether he was a human or a creature. Lotus Empress is my sister, while Night Empress is the mother of my sister, so she's like a mother to me. Tell me, do you really think this has nothing to do with me? Said Han Sun calmly. Skysword, are you really going to make yourself an enemy of Sacred? Godlike's face looked blue now. Though Han Sun was very renowned, Godlike was reluctant to give up attacking God's ruin because of Han Sr. I should ask you this. Does Sacred really want you to make an enemy of me? Asked Han Sun calmly. Godlike looked very conflicted. He kept staring at Han Sun without saying anything. Why are you talking so much with him, young master? Just swallow him, said the large dragon, which was also staring at Han. Senator Godlike waved his hand to silence the large dragon. He stared at Han Sun and said, If you really want to interfere, then you and I can make an agreement. We can fight each other. And if you lose, you'll have to leave immediately. And you have to promise that you'll never interfere with any of the business of Sacred Shelter anymore. And from now on, wherever people from Sacred show up, you have to leave. What if I win? Han Sun asked Godlike. If you win, then we'll leave immediately and never set foot in Night Shelter anymore, said Godlike calmly. Okay, you've got yourself a deal. Killing them wouldn't be difficult for Han Sun, but doing so would bring trouble to Night and Lotus. Godlike didn't say anything more. He summoned a shield and held it in his hands. He said to Han Sun, I hear that you have a terrific shield. Let's see who has the better shield. Neither of us is going to dodge each other, and we'll only attack each other with our shields. Whoever crushes the shield of their opponent will be the winner. What do you think of that? Godlike made such a suggestion because he was kind of intimidated by Han Senator after all. Han Sun fought the Master of Outer Sky and survived. Though he didn't know exactly what happened in there, he still didn't want to risk anything. Okay. Han Sun didn't hesitate at all. He summoned his overbearing shield. When Godlike heard Han Sun agree to his proposal, he looked happy. Godlike was already a berserk super creature, and the shield was his Geno core. When it came to defense, Godlike was certain that his shield Geno core could be ranked in the top 3. His shield was called Eternal Shield, and it was invincible. It had gone through many battles at all levels, and even great beings at Emperor level couldn't break the Eternal Shield. Godlike was exhilarated that Han Sen would agree to his terms that easily. Godlike was confident that he was halfway to winning. As for Night Empress, she was already familiar with Godlike. After hearing what Godlike proposed, she reminded Han Sen. Han Sen, his shield is called Eternal Shield. He's ranked 28th on the ranking of Super Geno cores, and he's definitely one of the top 3 on defense. You need to be careful. If Skysword is regretting that he agreed to the challenge, we don't have to do this. Godlike was smiling, and he sounded scornful. No need. Let's begin, said Han Sen calmly. No wonder you're Skysword. You're definitely confident, Godlike complimented Han Sen, then grabbed the Eternal Shield and rushed forward. White light flowed across the shield, and it flew toward Han Sen like a comet. The light on the shield was getting brighter and brighter, and the physical space in front of the shield seemed like it was starting to twist. Han Sen looked at Godlike and his Eternal Shield, but he remained very calm. His physical strength was already at the pinnacle level in the 4th sanctuary, and he wasn't weaker than any of the super creatures or spirits. Though Godlike was powerful, not even a berserk super creature was enough to scare Han Senator. He raised his arm and brought out the overbearing shield. It became as tall as a human being and stood in front of Han Senator Hong. The Eternal Shield hit the overbearing shield, and the powerful shock waves shook the space around them, forming a twisted black hole. Mom, do you think Han Sen can win? Lotus Empress felt kind of anxious. Han Sen had only entered the 4th sanctuary a few years earlier than her, so she wasn't sure if he could defend against such a power. Before Night Empress answered, she heard a sound of clashing metal. The Eternal Shield hit the overbearing shield with terrifying power, but it couldn't damage the overbearing shield. It didn't even force Han Sen to take any steps back. Instead, the Eternal Shield and Godlike bounced back. Godlike took 4 steps back before he could balance himself again, and he was shocked. You deserve your reputation, Skysword, Godlike yelled, and the light on the shield got brighter and brighter. He rushed toward the overbearing shield again. The Eternal Shield kept hitting Han Sen's shield, and it kept bouncing back. It couldn't make Han Sen move even a little bit. I can't believe Han Sen is already this powerful. Lotus's eyes were gleaming. Night Empress also praised. I've heard about Skysword before, but I can hardly believe that this is him. The rumors about him certainly seem to be true though. His power is indeed amazing. I would never have imagined that he would already be this powerful after only a decade of being a demigod. Night Empress and the others didn't know that Han Sen had actually been absent from the sanctuary for almost 10 years. Han Sen was just standing there, and his arm shield was hit again and again. Though the overbearing shield wasn't damaged, it couldn't damage the Eternal Shield of Godlike either. It seems that my shield's reflecting power isn't enough to break the Eternal Shield. Han Sen looked at his opponent, but he didn't feel anything. He'd agreed to the competition because he was already well prepared. Seeing that the strikes from Godlike didn't do anything to Han Sen, the creatures from Sacred were all dazed. They all knew how sturdy Godlike's shield was. Even though the Eternal Shield had hit the overbearing shield many times, Han Sen's shield still hadn't cracked. That meant Han Sen's shield had to be just as sturdy as the Eternal Shield. Are you done? Han Sen asked, looking at Godlike. I've never stopped you from making attacks. You can do so whenever you want. Godlike was surprised by how solid Han Sen's shield was, but he wasn't that worried. He couldn't break Han Sen's defense, but he was still confident in his own Eternal Shield. He was confident that Han Sen couldn't damage his shield, and it would end up in a tie. Han Sen smiled, and he summoned an object into his hand. Godlike was suddenly anxious. After all, the reputation of Skysword preceded him. Though he had the invincible Eternal Shield, he still couldn't help being nervous. He looked at Han Sen's hands, and he saw that Han Sun was grabbing an object about the size of an egg instead of something sharp. Even so, Godlike didn't dare underestimate it. He summoned all the power in his body and infused it into the eternal shield, and the shield started to shine like a sacred object. Han Sun was holding his crystal core. He took a look at the radiant eternal shield. He grabbed the crystal core, and he pulled his arm back. And then he threw the crystal core out like a baseball. The crystal core flew between them like lightning, and then it hit the eternal shield. How? At the same time, Godlike yelled as well, and all his power burst out, condensing in the eternal shield and making it much more solid. Everyone stared at the place where the eternal shield and the crystal core would connect. However, what happened next shocked everyone and made their eyes pop out. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The crystal core hit the eternal shield hard, like a china cup hitting an iron plate, and the crystal core was smashed into pieces. Everyone was startled. They originally thought that the object Han Sun threw out would be a powerful one, but nobody had expected it to be immediately smashed, so all of them found it quite unacceptable. However, after the crystal core got smashed, that wasn't the end of it. A small skeleton climbed out and hit the eternal shield with one punch. Godlike was scared again, because he didn't know what the skeleton was. He condensed his power again, and used his eternal shield to ward off that punch. What confused Godlike was that the punch from the jade skeleton didn't have much power. When its small fist hit the eternal shield, it barely made any sound, and Godlike didn't even feel his shield tremble. The jade skeleton then flew back into Han Sun's hands. "I thought that was going to be impressive, but you were just bluffing," said the giant dragon. Everyone else thought the same thing that the giant dragon did. They all thought that Han Sun was just bluffing, since the attack didn't do anything. No wonder. After all, this is the eternal shield of our leader. Even if Skysword's shield is impressive, it won't be able to damage the eternal shield, said another creature, smiling. However, Godlike's expression suddenly changed, and he made a small squeaking sound. Everyone looked to him and his eternal shield. A jade color was spreading across the surface of the eternal shield, and after only a short while, it covered the entire eternal shield and turned it into a jade sculpture. It looked completely different from the original eternal shield now. All the mutant creatures from Sacred were stunned, because they didn't know whether the change was good or bad. All the creatures from Night Shelter looked at the eternal shield curiously, as they didn't know what was going on. As for Godlike, his face was already deep red, and his eyes were filled with horror. Godlike found that his eternal shield seemed to be sealed out of his control now, and he couldn't infuse it with his power anymore. Han Sun looked at the shield that had turned into jade, the shield that had once been called invincible. He punched it, and the eternal shield was smashed with one strike. The fragments flew into the sky like ice cubes, and everyone stared blankly at the wreckage. Godlike couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Now you can leave." Han Sun lowered his fist. He was satisfied with the performance of his crystal core. Even though it was only at gemstone level, the crystal core could suppress the power of a super Geno core. It was indeed mighty, and it deserved its ability to top the Geno core leaderboard. "Let's go." Godlike took a look at Han Sun, and then he gathered the creatures from Sacred Shelter and left. "Han Sun, thank you so much for helping our shelter," Lotus said gratefully after entering Night Shelter. "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Besides, I don't get along with Sacred Shelter anyway." Han Sun smiled. Night Empress and Lotus Empress gave Han Sun a warm welcome. Han Sun didn't have anything to do, so he stayed in Night Shelter for a couple of days. Night Empress was influential in the local area, and she was already at Emperor level. However, she didn't have a strong foundation, so she didn't have many great beings as subordinates. She only had one king spirit and one super creature under her control. Lotus Empress only had a gemstone Geno core, and she wasn't at Emperor level yet. "I forgot how nice it is to live in such a large shelter," Han Sun said in praise as he walked with Lotus Empress. "You can live here as long as you want. I'm here, so this your home as well." Lotus smiled. "Then I'll come here as often as possible," said Han Sr. That's what I want. Lotus Empress sat on a rock beside the spring. She put her white feet into the spring water and shook them. She then exclaimed, I knew that you would accomplish something great, but I didn't expect you to achieve such great things in the fourth sanctuary in such a short period of time. When I heard about Sky Sword, I couldn't even believe it was you. You're being too nice, sister. Han Sun smiled. Lotus Empress shook her head. I'm not being polite. I'm really amazed, and I'm really grateful as well. Without you, my mother would have to take risks in a place like God's Ruin. Though she's already an empress, and she's a top-tier being in the fourth sanctuary, I can't say for sure whether she'd be safe in a place like God's Ruin. Fortunately, you were there to save her. Han Sun sat down beside Lotus Empress, and he completely agreed with what Lotus Empress said. He had been to God's Ruin before, and he knew how terrifying that place was. The headless rockman and the creature in black armor were both very powerful. Even now, Han Sun couldn't guarantee that he could defeat them. It's so good to have you here. Lotus Empress reached out her hands and ruffled Han Sun's hair. Han Sun would have resisted if anyone else had done this, but Lotus Empress felt like a sister to Han Sun, so he didn't feel wrong about it. If you have time, sister, you should come and visit my shelter. Though it is not as large as Night Shelter, I still believe that you will like that place, said Han Sr. I will definitely come in a while. However, I am still at the crucial moment before becoming an empress, so I cannot leave Night Shelter yet, said Lotus. Han Sun and Lotus talked about things that had happened in the past, and the experience Lotus had after she came to the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sun thought that Lotus was very lucky, but she had still gone through many dangers, and she almost lost her life several times before she found a safe place in the fourth sanctuary. She only ran into Night Empress in the second year, after she entered the fourth sanctuary. I can't believe that you became so powerful without anyone there to help you. How did you do it? Lotus Empress could not help exclaiming. After living in Night Shelter for several days, Han Sun scheduled a time to meet Lotus Empress again. Then he left Night Shelter and went back to the underworld. The time for the real divinities bout was drawing near, so Han Sun needed to prepare for that as well. Unlike battles in the Geno Core storage, the divinities bout used all the skills, including but not limited to Geno Cores, beast souls, and learned abilities could be used. Power was all that mattered there. Han Sun was practicing the Dongxian Sutra, but unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to raise Bulwark Umbrella to super level when the divinities bout actually happened. Let's see who I am going to face in the first fight. Han Sun scanned over the contestant list. Anyone who showed up in divinities bout had to be the number one in their own shelter, so Han Sun would not underestimate any of his competitors. Soon, Han Sun saw the name Dollar listed among the competitors. When he looked at his scheduled adversary, he was startled. He saw the name Six Paths opposite his own name. His first adversary was the renowned Emperor Six Paths, the madman who had excellent sword skills. Han Sun felt a bit of a headache. Though there were no weak contestants in Divinity's bout, running into Six Paths in the first fight was still incredibly unlucky. There would always be small shelters joining in the contest, so there should be many sacred blood creatures and king spirits in the first round. Running into Six Paths was like winning the universe's most terrible lottery. I must have stayed with Cheap Sheep and Wang Yuhang for too long. Han Sun could not believe that he had gotten so unlucky. Han Sun wasn't the only person surprised by the matchup. All the great beings in the fourth god's sanctuary were studying the competition list. When they saw the names Dollar and Six Paths put together, they all missed a heartbeat. No way. Six Paths and Dollar are fighting in the first round. Something great is going to happen. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? Six Paths, of course. Six Paths is a top-tier being, and he won the second place last time he joined Divinities bout. Though Dollar is also very powerful, he's still not as powerful as Six Paths. That's right. But it's a good thing for us no matter who wins. One of the two will be eliminated, so a powerful competitor will be gone. I'm so looking forward to their competition. I really want to see how powerful that Dollar is. The fight when he suppressed Destroyer Wolf was so quick that I couldn't even tell his true power. Originally, humans weren't very interested in the divinities bout in the fourth sanctuary. At most, they would watch a divinities bout to see the most powerful creatures and spirits. However, when Dollar appeared on the list of competitors, lots of human demigods were interested. Dollar is joining now. I'll have to watch that fight. Dollar, Son of Heaven's eyes were gleaming, but he was very upset. I heard that Dollar is able to kill terrifying beings like the Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps he will even be able to top the list. I don't think it will be that easy. Dollar is definitely powerful, but he still can't compare with the beings who've lived in the fourth sanctuary for countless millennia. The gap between their experience levels is too large. What's to worry about? Dollar is Dollar. I believe he can pull off a miracle. When Han Sun got back to the Alliance, Tang Jinliu dragged him into a holographic meeting room. Han Sun saw that Tang Jinliu, Wang Yuhang, Huang Fujing Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwu were all there. Han Sun, do you think this Dollar who's joining the match is the Dollar who killed Destroyer Wolf? Tang Jinliu asked after Han Sun entered the meeting room. I'd say so. I haven't heard of anyone else using that name. Han Sun shrugged his shoulders. If it's really that Dollar, do you think he can actually beat Six Paths? Asked Tang Jinliu again. How should I know? Han Sun smiled. I don't think he can win. I've seen Six Paths fighting before, and he's really powerful. In the divinities about 100 years ago, Six Paths almost took first place, but he lost to the then champion for half a strike. That spirit is too powerful. I don't think Dollar can win, said Wang Yuhang. Not necessarily. That Six Paths is certainly powerful, but Dollar is also exceptional. Besides, we humans actually evolve much more quickly than creatures and spirits. If Dollar has enough resources, and if he reaches super level, it's likely that he can defeat Six Paths, Jing Jiwu said, disagreeing with Wang Yuhang. Han Sun had thought that they had something important to tell him, but they just wanted to gossip about the upcoming fight. It seemed that the impending fight between him and Six Paths had attracted a lot of attention. Old Han, who do you think will win? After talking about it for a while, Tang Jinliu turned around and asked Han Senator, of course, I think Dollar will win. After all, he's a human like us, so I want him to win, said Han Senator when it was mealtime. Han Sun left the holographic room. Han Yen and his mother were both there, and Ji Yanran's parents were also there. The dinner conversation turned to divinity's bout, and they couldn't help bringing up the fight between Dollar and Six Paths. Dollar is definitely the most powerful person within the human race. If he can actually defeat Six Paths, it'll be a good thing for all humans. It'll be a huge motivation for everyone, said Ji Ruozhen. Dollar is indeed impressive, but I think my brother is stronger than him. Are you going to join divinity's bout, brother? Why didn't I see your name? Han Yen asked. Looking at Han Senator, Han Sun shook his head and said, my self-geno core hasn't reached super level yet, and I have something important to do right now. I didn't sign up for divinity's bout. Ji Ruozhen nodded his head and said, you're right. You should be careful when it comes to divinity's bout. You're indeed powerful now, but relying on external power too much is not a good thing. You should improve your power as much as possible first. The humans hadn't even cared about divinity's bout originally, but their interest had been piqued by Dollar's entrance. Lots of media were going to be reporting the fight between Dollar and Six Paths. This had never happened, even after the news of the third and the fourth sanctuaries were revealed. Dollar was too famous in the Alliance. Normal people were not that interested in divinity's bout in the fourth shelter, but they were still very interested in news about Dollar. Han Sun entered the martial hall to observe the fights on the second day, after he went back to the sanctuary. There were still 2 days before the fight between him and Six Paths. Han Sun arrived before the divinities bout, because he wanted to observe the power of the other competitors. Just as Han Sun expected, he saw many powerful beings joining the divinities bout on the first day. There were too many powerful beings in the fourth sanctuary, and they obviously stood out among the sacred blood creatures and king spirits. However, the battle that attracted Han Sun the most was the fight of Sumi's mother, Fire Empress. When Han Sun saw Fire Empress, he took a look at her competitor, and noticed that the name listed was Jade Shura. Han Sun originally thought that it was just a coincidence, but when Fire Empress's adversary walked on the stage, Han Sun was surprised. The contestant was wearing a jade mask, and it was as smooth as an eggshell. The surface was unbroken, without a mouth, nose or eyes. Though he couldn't see the person's face, the life force coming from her and her pair of purple horns meant that she was definitely a royal Shura. Can the Shura also join the divinities' bout? Han Sun was very surprised. What was more surprising was that he wasn't sure whether this Jade Shura was actually the Jade Shura. Only the Empress of the Shura could use the name Jade Shura. So if she really was the Empress, it would be very interesting. Han Sun followed the fight very closely. Fire Empress had never met a Shura before, so she treated Jade Shura as an ordinary creature. She waved her hands, and a wave of fire that looked like a dragon tried to swallow Jade Shura. Jade Shura saw the fire dragon, but she didn't seem impressed by it. She let the fire dragon swallow her. But after the fire dragon withered away, Jade Shura was still standing there unharmed. Fire Empress was kind of intimidated and infuriated. She lifted her arms, and a fire gem floated into her hands. The fire gem was like a sun burning everything around it. It flew toward Jade Shura. That fire was so terrifying that even people who were watching from their own martial halls leaned away from it. Jade Shura finally started to move. She raised her jade hand to her chest, and she waved her hand toward that fire gem like a knife. The invisible power slashed forward like a blade, and in the next second, the fire gem was falling apart in 2 pieces. Everyone was stunned into silence, and many people couldn't help standing up. Falsified sky power. Someone couldn't help screaming. Amongst the human demigods, and even the creature and spirit demigods, the falsified sky sutra was an infamous technique. And furthermore, it was always associated with Godslayer Luo. Of course, alongside Godslayer Luo, the entire Luo family possessed and practiced the falsified sky sutra as well. It was just that none others of the family were as frightening with the skill as he was. If Godslayer Luo was taken out of the picture, the falsified sky sutra would not be as notorious as it was. Now Jade Shura had just popped out of nowhere, wielding enough falsified sky power to break Fire Empress Geno core. It would have been believed to be the work of Godslayer Luo, had it not been a woman. Fire Empress looked glum. Her Geno core had been destroyed, and she herself had ended up injured. Seeing the falsified sky power wielded with such dexterity, she no longer wanted to fight Jade Shura. She simply exited the battleground. Jade Shura left Divinity's bout after winning too, but many people fervently discuss what they saw. Even the spirits and creatures chattered amongst themselves about it, all wondering who it might have been. It was primarily just the humans who knew about the Shura, though. Most others didn't, and so they didn't know that only the Shura Empress had the name Jade Shura. Nothing ultimately came from their discussions. Han Sun was positive that this contender was from the Jade Shura family. He just wasn't sure if it was the queen herself. Han Sun observed the matching index in order to determine whether or not he could win the next 6 fights. It looked likely he'd go up against Jade Shura in the 7th match, but Jade Shura had to win 6 times as well. This is good. I would like to see how strong Jade Shura's power has become, in case Little Yin winds up at a disadvantage against them. Han Sun thought to himself. If Han Sun wanted to battle Jade Shura, he had to win the next 6 times. Over the course of the next 2 days, Han Sun observed many elites. There were far too many creatures competing, and nothing was as exciting as the fight between Jade Shura and Fire Empress. Finally, on the 3rd day, Han Sun noticed it was almost time for his first fight. He became a Super King Spirit, and then walked into Divinity's bout from the Martial Hall. There were many creatures in the stadium, all focused on the battleground before them. Without a doubt, they were already paying attention to the place where Dollar and 6 Paths would compete. Many creatures were in the martial halls of their shelters watching, as well, via the tablets there. Dollar! It really is Dollar! When the humans saw a shadow enter, they all screamed. It is Dollar! He really has come. This will be a good show. I hope Dollar can beat 6 Paths, he very well might. Dollar killed Destroyer Wolf, so he's not weak. It's the same Dollar as the one that killed Destroyer Wolf? I don't think it'll be easy for Six Paths to win this one. What are you talking about? No matter who the opponent is, Six Paths is invincible in combat. I think Six Paths will win too. After all, he was an elite in second place long ago. He self-destructed, so he could begin his practice all over again, and become an emperor that way. He must be even stronger than before. As everyone discussed these matters, another figure appeared on the battleground. He was wearing green clothes with a black piece of wood in his hands. He was approaching quietly and slowly, as people's vision and focus narrowed in on him. It was like he was carrying the spotlight, and the crowd couldn't tear their eyes away from him. People watched him more closely than they did celebrities. Han Sen watched the man walk slowly toward him, and he knew it was Six Paths. But Six Paths did not know who his opponent was. Six Paths had seen Han Sen's true self, but he had never seen him in Super King Spirit mode. He was unable to recognize him. Six Paths stopped 10 meters away from Han Sen and spoke. "You are strong." After Six Paths said this, the humans felt very happy. For a human to have been approved and complimented by a top-tier demigod was something of a glory. The spirits and creatures that knew about Six Paths were all in shock. They knew of Six Paths' personality. When people complimented their opponent, it wasn't usually truthful. But Six Paths spoke the truth, and that spoke volumes for how extremely strong he knew his opponent to be. "Thanks for the compliment," Han Sen calmly said. He didn't look away from Six Paths for a second. Han Sen knew a lot about Six Paths, and he had even learned his skills. But while Heart Sword was easy to learn, Han Sen had not had any practice with the other 5 techniques. When Six Paths entered the battleground, Heart Sword was already active. Han Sen was not affected by this, and that was what prompted the initial compliment. Han Sen's sword mind was very strong, and he wasn't bothered by Six Paths' Heart Sword. This also made Six Paths think he had been presumptuous. Six Paths shook his head, and did not say anything else. He lifted his sword and came striking at Han Senator. There was no more dialogue or gesturing, and his attack was something that shocked quite a lot of people. Normal people wouldn't understand though, thinking that it looked like any other strike. It seemed like a simple swing, something even a novice could do. But that simple strike was different under Six Paths' control. There was nothing tricky, and there wasn't much raw power, either, but that was because it focused on the sword mind. Heart Sword was dependent on the heart. Six Paths' Sky Sword path used the power of the sky, so when he struck, he combined it with the power of the earth. People assumed it was an ordinary strike, but in the eyes of the elites, it looked like a tremendous force that could crush Han Sen in an instant. The sky and the ground lent power to the sword, and the attack was impossible to dodge. The strike was using the Origin Sword skill at max capacity. Han Sen had the name Sky Sword, but he knew it was Six Paths with the genuine Sky Sword. He was just a guy who was talented with the sword, but nothing like a proper Sky Sword. Outer Sky Leader saw this and complimented it, saying, "Six Paths Emperor has become scarier than ever. It is difficult to tell who will win." The Sacred Leader from Sacred Shelter saw it and frowned. Six Paths Emperor really is a legend. The people that weren't skilled probably felt nothing when watching the fight. But the faces of all the powerful spectators changed, particularly when they imagined what things would be like if they were facing Six Paths themselves. They were in utter shock, and they had no clue how they'd respond to such a strike. Everyone's eyes moved to Han Sen, wondering how he'd deal with the situation. "Are you sure Dollar is fine?" Tang Junliu asked, swallowing hard. He wasn't very good with the sword, but he could feel the pressure of that strike. So, he had to ask. Gu Qingqing was standing by his side. She said, "Six Paths Emperor is strong, but this strike won't be able to hurt his opponent." "Why?" Tang Junliu asked simply. As the Six Paths sword came directly in front of Han Senator, Han Sen's body glowed with holy light. He raised his hand and simply flicked the Six Paths sword. And from that one small move, the sword was knocked off course. It came down near Han Sen, missing him. Outer Sky Leader, and the others all looked on in shock. Normal swords couldn't feel or see how amazing it was that Six Paths strike had failed, but the elites knew. And they knew how difficult it must have been to have flicked the sword off course. Sky Sword used the power of the sky and the power of the ground. The finger meant Han Sun had gone against the sky and the ground. If he could simply defy those powers with a flick, it was a statement of the power he possessed. And if Han Sun used Flick Sword, he had to destroy the sword mind of the sky and ground. If he was unable to destroy the sword mind, he wouldn't have been able to flick the sky and ground. Han Sen's Flick Sword shocked many elites, even Outer Sky King. But truthfully, it wasn't that amazing. Because Han Sen's sword mind received a big boost from the sword mark, he was stronger than Six Paths. Even his sword mind was. So, Six Paths' sword mind did not affect him. The power to gather the forces of the sky and ground was more than anything a borrowing of their strength. Six Paths didn't possess it himself. And momentum attacks did not work on Han Sun when he used Super King Spirit. So, while the elites saw an incredible strike, Han Sun saw a fairly average strike similar to what the ordinary people saw. With the right amount of strength, it wasn't difficult to block. Now that Han Sun had maxed out his Super Geno points, his strength was greater than Six Paths. His ability to flick the sword away was not surprising. In the eyes of the other elites, the flick was far too shocking to witness. Good, Six Paths said. His eyes held a wild excitement, as his interest in his opponent had increased tenfold after the flick. He struck again, but this time it was different. When he unleashed the attack, the audience felt as if they themselves had been hit. Their bodies shook. Han Sun remembered this strike. It was Six Paths' Spirit Sword Path. Its title did not refer to the spirits of the sanctuary, but the spirit of a living being. The skill had a name, but it felt hollow and empty. When it struck, it came to claim your spirit. The person that recognized your greatest flaws was often yourself. The spirit sword attacked a person's spirit, and when it landed on different people felt different things. When people felt the strike, they could feel it target their weaknesses. Even the audience, when trying to block it, became a bit of a mess. Some people with weak minds looked pale. It looked as if they themselves had been struck. They opened their mouths and coughed up blood. People with strong minds like Outer Sky King simply grimaced a little. Even he had been affected, somewhat such powerful skills. I can't believe the spirits have a swordsman that talented. Gu Qingqing expressed a compliment. What is that sword skill? He is attacking Dollar, but it feels like it is attacking me. Wang Yuhang's face looked bad as he spoke. This is a sword skill that can steal a person's soul. You can't even see it being cast. It's not like he is using an ordinary skill. It is like he is controlling something that can seek out and exploit our weaknesses, Gu Qingqing said. Is such a thing possible? Tang Zhenliu's eyes opened wide. He had never even considered something like this before. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were lost in thought for quite a bit, and when the silence between them ended, Jing Jiwu said, "Does this mean Dollar is battling himself? Six Paths' sword is now controlled by Dollar, so he's attacking himself, right?" Yes. It does not matter how strong anyone is, they can all feel fear. It can go unnoticed, like if someone sprained their left hand, but others didn't realize it. The one with the injury can be afraid, because he knows he has incurred that injury. And that fear is what can draw in the Six Paths sword. It can bring it to target the weak spot. That means the enemy will begin to reveal their own weak spots. In my time, very few people were able to use something like this, Gu Qingqing coldly said. Whoa, that's such a horrible technique, Tang Zhenliu balked. Everyone who knew about Spirit Sword now stared at Han Senator. They wanted to see how Han Sun would break the threat. People could dodge when an attack came for their weak spot. Spirit Sword itself wasn't much of a killer, unless the will of its opponent was weak. Dodging it would not be hard if it wasn't. The scary thing about Spirit Sword was that it exposed your flaws and weaknesses to the opponent. It was not something that aimed to kill you right away. Outer Sky Leader did not think Dollar had a weak mind, so this strike probably wouldn't harm him. They wanted to see what Dollar's flaw might be though. If Dollar won and became their enemy, they would know his weakness. It'd be a great benefit. Everyone was thinking like this While watching Han's senator, they were eager to see how he'd respond. Han's son showed no sign of a reaction though. He didn't even move. He flicked his sword and knocked the Six Paths sword away again. Everyone looked at that in shock. Dollar did not have any reaction, and he revealed no weakness. It was unbelievable. There were two possibilities for this occurring. The first was that Dollar's will was strong enough to be absolutely fearless. Strange, since everyone living had the occasional negative thought. Unless you were God, being fearless sounded impossible. The second possibility was that Dollar's body was perfect, and there were no weak spots. There was nothing to expose. No matter which was correct, the entire scenario was difficult to fathom. It shouldn't have happened to any being that wasn't a god. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.